Summary.
My name is Delaney Quinn. I'm 22 this year. I own a diner in a little town called Pine Grove. I am also responsible for my 10-year-old brother. I am a hybrid, human and wolf. My brother Maddox isn't. My mother was human. My father was an excommunicated alpha. He was deposed by trickery and treason. The pack weakened him so greatly with wolfsbane that he lost his wolf and withered away. My mother remarried a human man and had Maddox. One drunk night, 5 years ago, her husband, Marcus, beat her to death. I grabbed my brother and ran. I emptied my trust fund from my grandparents and fled the state, buying this diner and making a life for Maddox and myself.
Chapter 1. I need a new server.
I yelled, "Maddox, come on, buddy Rowe. I'm going to be late. I still have to drop you at school." He hollered down to me he was coming. True to his word, he landed his little 10-year-old self in front of me from the staircase landing. He grabbed his backpack, and I shoved my phone in my back pocket. I asked, "Jeep or bike?" It's still warm enough for the bike. He grinned and grabbed his helmet. Reckon that's my answer then. I climbed on my Harley Softail Deluxe and backed it out of the garage. Maddox got on behind me, and we took off for the school. I was hugging the curves and flying low. Maddox loves speed. Parked out in front of Pine Grove Elementary, I asked, "You have everything right? Homework? Lunch card? Inhaler? Maxi pads?" He grinned and said, "You're such a dork." Then he walked off, dramatically sighing, "Oh no, I forgot my maxi pads." Again, I started the bike, laughing at his antics, and made my way to the diner. I walked into a pretty big breakfast crowd for a Thursday. I smiled and told Ashley good morning, before checking on my line cook and chef. She smiled and said, "I'm leaving at noon, but I have Tammy coming in to cover you. The doctor wants to run some labs. He's worried about congenital diabetes with this baby. Seems he's bigger than he should be." I asked, "Even for a wolf? Does your doctor know you got knocked up by a wolf?" She shushed me and said, "No one knows, Delaney. I only told you because you would have smelled it anyway." I made a face. When you say it like that, it sounds creepy." She giggled, "Dude, it is creepy." I laughed at her and my wolf. Iris huffed at her. I said about rolling silverware for lunch and dinner. And Ashley asks, "Hey, did you hear about the motorcycle club moving to town?" I shook my head, and she continued, "They bought that 500 acres with those old campgrounds. Wolf Warriors or something." I perked up. Wolf Warriors, do you think? Could it be Warrior Wolves? That club that has mostly rejected wolves as their members? If so, this town just got a whole lot safer. They're feral rogue hunters. She shrugs and tells me, "Well, I'm sure I don't know. There was just a biker in this morning, at the crack of dawn, before I even got coffee started, saying his club was moving to town and he was just hanging out, waiting on Mr. Donaldson over at the bank." Again, I nodded. Not that I don't care, because I do. A bike club would bring in a lot of business, and that can only help me out. I smiled at Ashley and said, "Hey, fresh meat. For all you know, your future ex-husband is a member. A biker and a wolf. Mega jackpot right there." She cracked up and responded, "You just can't help it, can you? Do you make a conscious effort every morning to be a bitch when you crawl out of bed?" I laughed and said, "Hell no. That shit just comes naturally," making her laugh again. I asked, "Did you remind Tammy she's on her own from 3 to 6? It's Thursday, and Maddox has training." She said, "Shit, no, I will text her right now." She looked around for her phone, then said, "Give me your phone." I laughed. "Lost it again, did ya?" and handed her my phone. She muttered "shut up" and texted Tammy. She handed my phone back and said, "You have a message from Maddox's teacher. Something about maxi pads." I choked on my own spit. "That boy." I texted her back. explaining it was just a joke between Maddox and myself, and I would take care of it. I went to the kitchen to see if Chef needed my help prepping for dinner, but he said no. I have line cooks for the standard daily fare, but Chef works Thursday through Saturday evenings for a more substantial, upscale cuisine. It works well for the people in town. We got through lunch, and Ashley took off for the doctor. Congenital diabetes, my left tit. That baby is half wolf. He's going to be bigger. I left at 2:45 to grab Maddox from school and hurried home. We changed into our black combat clothes, and I threw the duffel bag in the back of the Jeep. I drove out to the old abandoned farm. We had found our first weekend here. I had set up a training ground for Maddox to hone his weapons skills. I don't know if Marcus is coming for us, but my little brother will not end up like my mother. Getting out of the Jeep, I asked, "What do you want to work on first?" He shrugged and told me archery. I'm better at that than knives. And katana is always saved for last. It's my favorite. I grinned and said, "Mine too." We ran our routines, and I am so impressed with his accuracy and agility. His speed is increasing too. His instincts are good, and he never freezes. I grinned and said, "Next week, we will start on moving targets. You have gotten good enough. We need to step it up." He laughed. "Yeah, I still don't want to run the course blindfolded, like you do. I don't have that extra boost to my senses, that's all you." I told him, "You have extra something, Buddy Rowe. You're accurate as hell, and fast. Your instincts are on par with a wolf's." I took him home to have dinner and do his homework. Mrs. Sutton from across the street came to babysit until I closed the diner. Back at work, I was restocking the cooler and Tammy said, "About time you made it back. I had a rush at 4. Was in the weeds for an hour." I straightened up and looked her over. "You realize I am the person who signs your paycheck, right?" She nodded, and I snarled, "Then what gives you the right to use that tone with me? I won't tolerate disrespect, Tammy, from anyone." She sneered, "You know what? I don't give a fuck. I quit. That new MC is taking applications for club girls. Free room and board, a clothing allotment, and 200 cash a week." I laughed and asked, "You'd rather be a club whore than work in my diner? I wish you luck, young one. I hear initiation is a bitch." She scoffed, "Not a whore, you idiot. A club girl." I busted out laughing. "Never been around a bike club, have you? Well, I wish you luck. Now get your shit and clock out. I will have your final check cut in 10 minutes. I texted Ashley that we have to run an ad. I need a new server.
Chapter 2, She's Hard-Headed.
Maddox wanted to spend the day at the diner with me, so I brought him to work. I had texted his best friend's mother to see if Hunter could join Maddox for an afternoon matinee. I know he will get bored. I had finished clearing breakfast dishes and had set all the tables with placemats and silverware for the lunch crowd. We still haven't put on a new server yet, but the ad has only been out for 2 days. Saturday mornings are usually Ashley's shift, but this pregnancy is hitting her hard. A curse of being the owner means I turn more key-to-key shifts than I care to think about. That's okay, though. I signed up for it. I have to provide for Maddox. Running away with him before I was even 17 was necessary. I wasn't going to wait around for Marcus to hurt Maddox. Or me. I waited until I heard the sirens and jumped out my bedroom window. With Maddox piggybacking to my mom's car, I jumped in and took off. Marcus was arrested, and I was 3 states over. By the time I ditched the car, we rode a train west, ended up in Pine Grove. Here we are, 5 years later, and thriving. Marcus was sentenced to 10 years, and that scares me to death. I am technically guilty of kidnapping, and I really don't want to have to kill my brother's father. but I will. Maddox is my kid. I won't risk his life. The door dinged, and I looked at the clock. Realizing the lunch crowd is starting, I yelled at Harry, the line cook. Could you fix a grilled cheese and cheesy fries for Maddox? I'll come grab it in a minute. I saw 3 bikers at the front and walked over. Follow me, gentlemen, and I will be right with you. I seated them and got them some water. I took an apple juice over to Maddox, and he asked if he could play a game on my phone. Handing it to him, I said, "Game? No YouTube." He nodded, and I went back to the biker table. I asked if they'd decided on drinks, and they all ordered coffee. I brought it back to them, dropping Maddox's food, telling him at least 2/3 or no movie matinee. He grinned and dug in. I stopped back at the bikers and asked if they knew what they wanted. They ordered burgers and fries. One of them said, "Cute kid, yours?" I grinned and said, "Yep, spit him out just after my 11th birthday." As I walked away, I heard his buddies chuckling at him. I had 3 more tables seated by the time the bikers' food was up. I dropped their order and got water delivered to my other tables. By the time the other tables were served, the bikers were done. I cleared their table and dropped the check. The largest of the 3 said, "I'm Venom, president of the Warrior Wolves. We just moved here, and I gotta tell ya, you're the first person to treat us with any normalcy. I mean, we're used to it. But sometimes the stares and the rudeness are a bit much. I just wanted to thank you." I grinned. Give it time. It's a small town. Everyone knows everybody. They take a while to warm up to new people. I was in your shoes 5 years ago. I'm Delaney, by the way. He nodded, and they left, just as Hunter and his mother came in. She smiled at me and said she would take the boys to the movies, and that was one less worry off my afternoon. I was clearing tables when I realized Venom had left a $100 tip on a $40 ticket. Damn, I could get used to that. The rest of the day was uneventful. I had enough time to take Maddox home so Mrs. Sutton could get him ready for bed. I rode my bike back for the dinner shift. I had just gotten the salad bar set when customers started showing up. It was getting hectic and fast-paced, which is exactly how I like it. Doesn't allow for thinking. And time flies. I had cleared my last table when I heard the bell. I looked and saw the same 3 bikers, only this time they had dates. Tammy was hanging on Venom's arm. I grinned and told them to sit anywhere, and I would be right there. I brought them water and set menus down in front of them. Now, I am really not sure what Tammy was thinking or what crawled up her ass, but apparently she thought she could be rude. As I was placing silverware, Tammy said, "I guess me quitting didn't hurt anything. You're dead for a Saturday night." I smiled, not rising to the bait. Actually, I was slammed earlier. Not that that's any of your concern. She laughed. A fake-ass tittering worthy of mean girl status, and I stood waiting. The guys ordered coffee again. The girls ordered soda. When I brought the drinks back, Venom said, "Delaney, this is my VP Snake and my enforcer Axe." I smiled and said I was happy to meet them. They ordered their food, and I went back to stocking for breakfast service. I brought their food out, and Tammy asked for a side of ranch. I went to the kitchen to get it. When I returned, she asked for extra napkins. I looked her dead in the eye. "What are you doing? I won't be a runner for you. You know me better than that. You trying to impress your pimp?" Venom said, "Hey, I'm not a pimp." I laughed and said, "Yeah, kinda are, dude. Tammy here is now a sweet butt. You pay her a weekly stipend to entertain the guys. That includes SX. She can never refuse to have SX with anyone. And you can make her give head to anyone, anywhere. That, my friend, is the very definition of pimp. He laughed and agreed, and I was still not sure what Tammy was thinking. She jumped up and stomped her ass over to me. Getting right in my face, she screamed, "I am no whore, you take it back. I am a club girl." I shot an eyebrow into my hairline. I looked at Venom, because I know a lot of bikers don't like their women getting hurt. Even the paid whores. He shrugged and held his hands up in a do what you gotta do motion. I quietly said, "Did you borrow someone else's balls tonight? It is certainly not conducive to your continued good health to get up in my face, Tammy." She ground out, "I said, take it back." I laughed at her and asked, "Truth hurts? Let me break it down for you. You signed a contract to have sex with anyone, at any time. You cannot refuse in any fashion. Not the time, not the who, not the way. Even threesomes will become normal, all for compensation of some kind. That, in legal terms, is prostitution. Not that it is in any way different than what you were doing before. Maybe you should have thought about it before signing that contract, sweet butt." She stepped back enough to swing on me. I grabbed her wrist and yanked her to me. I twisted and slammed her forehead into the table next to me. I growled, "You really are too stupid to quit while you're ahead." And I knew Iris was shining through my eyes. I said, "And Tammy, never enter my restaurant again. Consider yourself banned." I looked over at Venom and told him, "I won't apologize for marking your whore. She had it coming, but she'll probably have a black eye for a week or so." He laughed and told me, "Oh, she definitely had it coming, and she will be punished for her actions when we get back to the clubhouse." I laughed. "Best be prepared to be punishing her on the regular. She's hard-headed. Seldom learns."
Chapter 3, No Exceptions. Venom's POV.
Another town. Axe found this one, which seems all right as small towns go. We needed to be in this area anyway. I founded Warrior Wolves when I was discharged from the army. I had grown up believing I would be alpha to Golden Lake Pack. However, I was deployed when my father was killed, and my younger brother was placed as interim alpha. When I was discharged and went home, Cabot had decided he liked playing Alpha House. He also discovered he liked fuking my goddess-given mate, preferring to challenge me instead of stepping down. I laughed at him, refusing the challenge. I may not like Cabot a lot. He is still my brother, and I would seriously prefer not to kill him. Besides, I wanted my freedom. Being in the military had me feeling confined, so I started the club. We aren't 1%ers. We frequently walk a fine line between legal and felony as fuck. But we only step outside the law when the law can't get the job done. I have built our reputation on being there to help. We aid in search and rescue. We hunt down feral rogues, rapists, murderers, anyone the law can't find or can't touch. I have been known to do the touching for many police captains or district attorneys. Now we have moved to Pine Grove permanently. We needed a solid home base. Instead of being a nomad motorcycle club, somehow our members have increased to nearly 1,000. My guys need roots. They are all mostly ex-military, and we have all gone through losing our mates, either rejection or death. The pain is the same. The property we purchased butts directly up against the Kootenai Forest. On the other side is Trenton Falls. Rumor has it they are dealing with several ferals, terrorizing the town. I figured 2 birds, 1 stone. We get a permanent home, and my men can hunt ferals. After meeting Delaney at the diner, I find myself intrigued. She never blinked twice when 3 huge tattooed bikers walked into her place. She treated us like we were everyone else. That doesn't happen often. So I have decided to like her. We are nearly all set up here at the new compound. The fencing will go in tomorrow, and should be electrified and ready the day after. The main lodge needed a new roof, so that was priority. Axe had that arranged before the rest of us arrived. The lodge became our new clubhouse, complete with a club bar and dining room, 40 rooms that became bedrooms, and the top floor is strictly for the ranks. It worked out well. We turned one of the larger cabins into an infirmary, and Doc is setting that up to his liking. That brings me to the sweet butts. We brought 4 with us, but had hired 12 more. I don't mess with the girls much. I might get drunk and demand a blow job now and then, but mostly I steer clear. They get clingy and demanding, wanting to become somebody's old lady, even knowing not one member can take a sweet butt to his Valkyrie. That is one of my most sacred rules. Snake told me he had all 16 girls in the conference room, waiting on me. I nodded, pinching the bridge of my nose. I asked, "Why must we go through this shit with every new girl we sign?" He laughed. "Because we always seem to get the ones who have their heads in the clouds." Walking into the conference room, I looked around. They were pretty girls, for the most part, relatively intelligent. They choose this life for various reasons. Some are running from something or someone bad. Some have nowhere else to go. Some just like to fuck. Those are the ones I prefer to hire. They seldom reach above their station. I looked at Tammy. She had latched onto my arm in the diner, glaring at Delaney like she was staking a claim. I am about to nip that in the bud right now. She has a huge goose egg above her right eyebrow and a lovely shiner. Delaney was right. I smiled at that. I like a woman who doesn't take any shit. I spoke quietly, but clearly. "All right, ladies. We have a few things to discuss before we can call it a night. First rule, know your place. You never approach a brother. He will approach you. Never greet one of us when we return from a run. Absolutely, never touch me. I don't like it, and I won't tolerate it. You are here to service the men, whether our members or a visiting MC. You do as you're told. You have the right to refuse service if you feel your safety is threatened. In that case, you speak directly to Axe, and he will investigate your reasons. Never, and I do mean never, stray from your lane. Anyone, member or visitor, here is to be treated with respect. Step out of line. You will be punished. When you are in town, you will behave. You may be sweet butts, but you still represent my brand. You behave badly, it reflects on the club. Your contract will be terminated for anything that brings embarrassment to our members. Tammy, you are on your first strike. You deliberately set out to give the diner owner a hard time. It was unprovoked and uncalled for. As punishment, you are confined to the compound for 2 weeks. So if you have any family you want to notify, do so now before your phone is confiscated. 2 weeks. No interaction outside the club. Now I will answer any questions you may have. A girl named Bethany asked, "What happens if a brother decides he wants one of us exclusively?" Shaking my head, I replied, "Won't happen, and can't happen. It's against the rules. You are all here to service whomever asks. A brother may choose you as his one exclusive. You girls are still required to service any requests. You don't have exclusivity. That luxury is not yours, however." Another girl, Christy, I think, asked, "What if a brother and one of us fall in love? Can we be together?" I responded, "Love has a mind of its own. If such a thing happens, the brother will move into a private residence with a whore. She would never be claimed as a Valkyrie, not allowed at meetings or parties, and absolutely never permitted to ride behind the brother on runs. He can't claim her as his old lady, only as his property, and he has to buy out her contract." Someone asked, "What happens if we get pregnant?" I grinned, "That's up to you. Your body, your choice. Bear in mind, the only children allowed to be raised in the compound belong to members." The brothers will never be forced to pay child support. Unless he chooses. If you decide to carry through with your pregnancy, a DNA test will be done. If the brother who fathered your child decides he wants to raise it, the pup will be given to him, and you will be paid a severance and made to leave. They were all looking at me, wide-eyed, and I laughed. Go to your rooms. Read over your contracts. All of this is covered, and you need to memorize the rules. I don't tolerate the "I didn't know" defense. I expect each of you to fully comprehend and know these rules inside out. After today, there will be no exceptions.
Chapter 4. Let's make it happen, Captain Delaney.
Here we sit, Maddox and I, in the principal's office again. Maddox has a bloody nose, and the other kid is holding his arm, giving me the impression he may have a dislocated shoulder. The principal sighs, "Miss Quinn, there seems to be a pattern starting. Your brother can't go around yanking other students' arms out of sockets." I nodded, asking what preempted this altercation. The other boy, larger and more of a bully type, says, "He jerked me out of my chair at lunch. Me and my friends were joking around, and apparently Madman didn't like it. I punched him with my good arm after he hurt me." I looked at the principal. "I assume you have video surveillance?" He shook his head. "The cafeteria cameras aren't online yet. That's scheduled to happen today." I nodded and said, "Convenient." "Maddox, what happened?" The door opened and a woman walked in. Fuck, the mayor's wife? That means that boy is the mayor's son. Deep doo-doo, my lad. Fuck, Maddox quietly said. He and his friends were talking smack about Valerie. They had heard her this morning on the way to school and were laughing about it. I don't know all they did to her, but when she got to class, her arms were all scratched up, and she had bruises on her face. When I asked her about it, she just told me to leave it alone, or it will get worse. I asked, "Has this happened before, Maddie?" He nodded and said, "I thought she was being abused at home, but turns out she's abused on her way to school." And Bert there, with his 3 friends, thought it was funny to brag about it at lunch. Valerie is a sweet, quiet girl that hangs out with Maddox and Hunter. I can't imagine anyone wanting to hurt her. I'm beginning to see why Maddox acted in defense of his friend. I am pissed. I looked at the principal and said, "Perhaps you should be asking why 4 of your students think it's okay to bully and physically harm another student. A little girl at that, on her way to school." The principal said, "If it happens off school property, I can't do anything about it. I can't investigate what I don't know is happening, Miss Quinn. Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of it." "I can accept that," the boy's mother said. "We are here to address the abuse my son has suffered at the hands of this bully." I snapped, "Lady, my brother isn't the bully in this room. You need to take a long, hard look at your self-entitled, spoiled, rotten son. Ask yourself what you should have done differently. That boy of yours is headed for a fall, and it won't be pretty." She snarled, "Your brother dislocated my son's shoulder. I should press charges? Then, let's see how you act. You expect me to believe what he said my son was joking about? Where's your proof?" I demanded the principal bring Hunter and Valerie to the office, along with the other 3 friends of Bert. Then I said, "If Valerie doesn't have any marks on her, Maddox will apologize, and I will cover Bert's medical bills. If she does have marks, your son will apologize to her, and I want to guarantee it will never happen again." She agreed. By the time all the other kids arrived, Bert was squirming in his seat. He was nervous about what might be said. Interesting. Valerie's little face had a scratch above her eyebrow and several bruises on her cheeks. Her arms were scratched, all the way up both, from her forearm to her shoulder. I pulled her to me and into my lap. "I miss this so much. Maddox only snuggles now if he's sick. I asked her to tell me what's going on. She quietly starts, I don't know what I do wrong. They always follow me to the bus stop. When it's time to get on the bus, they never let me. I usually end up having to walk to school. I'm always late to first period. Today, I really needed to ride the bus to get my science project to school in one piece. They wouldn't let me. They busted my project and shoved me into the thicket. The briars scratched me up, and now I am failing science. She began crying, and the whole time she spoke, I watched Bert's mother. She asked Valerie what she does to provoke the boys, and I lost my shit. I yelled, Are you shitting me right now? You're that guy? You're the person who accuses an assault victim of asking for it, aren't you? I see where your son gets his bullying tendencies. How dare you insinuate this little girl could do or say anything that would warrant being accosted, molested, and abused by 4 boys, each one much bigger than she is? What the fuck is wrong with you? The principal interjects, Regardless, Miss Quinn, there are repercussions. Restitution must be met. I am suspending Maddox, pending further investigation since he initiated the contact. 3 days. I stood and said, I see. So, punish the hero. Let the bully go free. I am finally aware of what greased wheels mean. I want to be there when you realize riding in the mayor's pocket is too confining. Mrs. Alden, feel free and try suing me for your little punk's medical bills. You will lose, Bert. I haven't heard any apology. Today was the very last time you ever lay hands on Valerie again. I will be bringing her to and from school from here on out. Maddox, let's go. We have a 3-day vacation to do whatever we want. But we will be increasing your training to 3 days a week. Valerie may need you again. I took Valerie's hand and opened the door, ushering Hunter and Maddox out. The principal said, Miss Quinn, I can't allow you to leave with these other students. I sneered, Call their parents. They already know. I had texted Hunter and Valerie's moms when I found out what was going on. We stopped for ice cream before I took the kids home. We had Valerie laughing and much happier when I walked her inside her house. Her mom is single and works really long hours. I explained to her what had been happening with Bert and his little gang. Then I let her know I would be picking Valerie up from now on. She was relieved and just clung to her little girl as she cried. Back at the diner, I got Maddox situated with my laptop so he could complete school assignments. His teachers had agreed to not dock his grades because they felt he was being unjustly punished. I glanced up as the bell dinged to see Venom and 2 others walk in. I brought water to the table and started to place menus down, but I was told they didn't need them. Simple, coffee with burgers and fries. I grinned and said, You're becoming a regular, and this order is becoming your usual. He shrugged, smiling. I am a creature of habit, and these burgers are pretty damned good. I laughed and said, Let's make it happen, Captain, not realizing that was his actual rank in the Marine Corps.
Chapter 5. It's freaking me out. Venom.
This little restaurant is rapidly becoming my favorite hangout. The food is good, the service better, and Delaney is pleasing on the eyes. About 5'4", dark auburn hair, a body to die for, or kill for, depending on the mood. We ordered burgers and fries. The damn things are addictive. Chance asked the little waitress she attached. I grunted, Beats me. This is only the 3rd time I have seen her. Don't really know anything about her. I like it here because she doesn't treat us like second-class citizens. Chance grins and says, One way to find out. When she comes back with our food, he asks if she's seeing anyone. She grins and says, I pretty much see everyone. Being the best restaurant in town. If you are asking if I am dating anyone, the answer is nope. Don't need to. don't want to. I am raising my brother and running my restaurant. I don't have a lot of free time. He shrugs and smirks, shame. I could show you a real good time. She laughed at him. I can show myself a good time without the drama, sweetness. And it was my turn to laugh. Really starting to like this girl, she delivered our food, asked if we were good. Then she excused herself, saying she needed to talk to Maddox and was within earshot if we needed anything. I tuned my hearing to listen. Just to make sure everything was okay, she said lowly, "Okay, Maddie, out with it. You're brooding." His little boy voice sounded teary. "Bert's the mayor's son, Laney. What if his mother sues me? I didn't mean to jerk his arm out of its socket. They just made me so mad." She hugged him and told him, "My sweet little man, you did exactly what we trained to do. You stood up for someone being abused. We don't stand idly by and allow bullies to go unchecked. I am so very proud of you for protecting Valerie. She's too small to be accosted by even one boy, much less four. I meant it when I said you are a hero. I know Valerie thinks you are, as far as being sued. I pray to the goddess that woman gets me into court. I will eviscerate that entire family. Remember when I told you some people will always try to throw their weight around and force us into doing something we shouldn't? And I told you that those sane people always have skeletons hanging around they don't want rattled? I make it my business to locate those skeletons, honey, and I ain't afraid to rattle the shit out of them." He giggled and whispered, "I am sorry, though." Delaney shook her head. "Never apologize for being right. Never tell anyone you regret standing up and doing the right thing, baby. There are a million injustices happening around us every day. If we can prevent even one, then we are doing exactly what we are supposed to do." Maddox nearly whined. "But Laney, what if they rattle our skeletons? What if they make me go back to Marcus when he gets out? What if they put you in jail for kidnapping me? I get so scared, sissy." She pulled him into her lap. "You listen to me. When I turned 21, I had old Mr. Masters, Grandma's attorney, draft paperwork to adopt you. We can change your last name to Quinn to match mine. Instead of Walters, Marcus isn't eligible for parole for another 18 months. When he was convicted, I was granted guardianship. We have the adoption hearing in 4 days. Then, nobody can ever take you away from me, Bubby. No one. I will kill them first." As I listened to the love, support, and understanding she gave in listening to her little brother, I realized she is my kind of people. She believes in much of the same things we stand for. I think I am going to be great friends with her. That little boy dislocated someone's shoulder? Damned impressive. She mentioned they train. I wondered where. I also wondered why. I found myself really wanting to know this girl's story. I mind-linked Snake and told him I wanted everything he can find on a Marcus Walters. On my desk, within the hour, we paid the check, and as I was walking out, I handed her my card and told her, "I overheard what you were saying to your brother. Please, don't hesitate to call me. My numbers are on the card. If you ever need help or find yourself in an untenable situation, call me. It's what we do." Her body language screamed her response. Proud stance, face set. I grinned and said, "You know what they say about pride, don't you, Delaney?" She shrugged. "Yeah, it goeth before the fall." I nodded, grinning wider. Everyone needs a little help sometimes. It's okay to ask. Let me be your friend. We all need to know someone is in our corner. She actually smiled, some of the tension leaving her shoulders, telling me, "I will keep it in mind." Shaking my head and chuckling, I walked out, climbed on my bike, and headed to the clubhouse. Snake met me at the door and said, "I ran the info down. You're going to be pissed." This guy is a piece of work. I nodded my head and went straight to my office, opening the file. I began reading. Marcus Walters grew up in a group home in Idaho. Problems as a teenager landed him in juvie. Obtained his JED while incarcerated. When he was released, he landed a mechanic's position in a bike shop, working his way up to manager, eventually reaching the ability to buy the shop. He married a widow with a 9-year-old daughter, Marnie Quinn. They had a son 2 years later, Maddox. Marcus fell in with some bad people from his juvie days, started dealing drugs, eventually doing them, drinking and gambling. Every time he was financially strapped, he forced his wife to bail him out with her inheritance. She started refusing and went to her attorney, having the inheritance locked down in her daughter's name, along with her daughter's trust fund. One fateful night, he came home, demanding money to pay his drug supplier. Instead of selling the drugs, he and his prison buddies did them. When she informed him she could no longer access any cash, he beat her to death. The daughter called 911 and waited to hear the sirens before she ran off into the night. At Marcus's sentencing hearing, an attorney appeared in Delaney's stead, seeking guardianship of her minor-aged brother. It was granted, and Marcus was sentenced to 10 years for involuntary manslaughter. I looked at Snake. Who do we know in Red Onion State Prison? I want eyes on this asshole at all times. He nodded and said, "Let me get to looking. We don't have that many we know left in Virginia, but we may know a guy who knows a guy." I said, "I don't care who. I just want someone keeping us apprised of this bastard's movements. I want to know if anyone visits him, who he calls, everything, right down to whether he farts or not." Snake chuckles. "Someone getting under your skin, Prez?" I said, "No, I don't know. Maybe. I only know I admire her strength. She loves that little boy so fiercely, always stands up for what's right, and she digs dirt on anyone she perceives could be a threat. We're similar in a lot of ways. I don't know how to feel about that. It's freaking me out."
Chapter 6. He's just pathetic. Delaney.
Maddox and I spent his 3 days being together. He helped me decide on 2 new servers since Ashley was put on bed rest with her pregnancy. The restaurant is finally doing good. All our loans are paid off. Mortgages satisfied on the house and the restaurant. Escrow accounts set up to cover insurance and taxes. We're now in a position to hire a manager if we want. I am considering it. To give me more time with Maddox. I want to finish my online courses in nursing as well. It's something to think about. Today is our court hearing to see if I can adopt Maddox. As I was walking in, I noticed Venom and his ranks sitting in the back pew of the courtroom. Odd. But I didn't waste a lot of time thinking about it. My attorney presented my case for permanent custody. The judge asked Maddox his feelings on the situation, and he said, "Delaney has been my everything for a long time. My sister, my mother, my father, my provider, my protector, my defender, my teacher, my teammate. Your Honor, Delaney has always been there, and I don't want to be without her, ever." I had tears in my eyes. Hugging him to me, I kissed the top of his head. The judge granted my petition, and we agreed to change his last name before we left the courtroom. We walked out laughing and holding hands. Venom was leaned against his Heritage Classic 114. I grinned, "Nice bike." He laughed, "Yours ain't so bad either." I nodded and told him, "Yep, I'm fond of her." I was helping Maddox with his helmet and grabbed his leathers out of the saddles. Venom said, "I was hoping to talk you both into coming to the clubhouse. We have arranged a cookout and party in congratulations to your new family." Maddox started jumping up and down. "Can we go, Laney? Please, please, please? We never go to parties. This one's for us. Please, Lainey? Say yes, pretty please. I laughed and said, so, you're kinda on the fence about attending this party, huh? Well, make up your mind. Do you want to go? Do you really wanna? He grinned and hugged me tight. Laughing again, I turned to Venom. What time should we be there? He grinned and said, now, come, ride alongside me. I climbed on my bike and started it. Venom started his, just as Maddox climbed on behind me. We followed Venom out of the parking lot and to his clubhouse. It was great. He had decorated with congratulatory banners, balloons everywhere, a huge sign that said, Welcome Maddox Quinn, and he had an above-ground pool, a trampoline and bouncy house. It was all catered to everything Maddox could have wanted. He ran over and hugged Venom, repeatedly thanking him. I giggled and said, yes, thank you so much. This is the nicest thing anyone has ever done for either of us. It means a lot. He smiles. I told you I want us to be friends. We are actually quite similar. I laughed. You think so? I wouldn't have guessed that. But, sure, we can be friends. The afternoon was a wonderful time for us. I met some of the Valkyrie whose children were playing and having fun with Maddox. They were all in the midst of a water balloon and super soaker fight. My little brother's laughter filled the air. I bent into a cooler to get a bottle of water and splat. The back of my jean shorts were soaked. I straightened up and slowly turned around. Venom stood about 20 feet away, bouncing a second water balloon in his hand, grinning like a possum eating shit. Oh, the man wants to play? Okay, I can play. I walked over to the balloon pit and picked up 2 balloons, stuck one down my shirt. Holding the other, I took off running and parkered off a tree, flipping over his head, balloon bombing on my way over to land on my feet behind him. Water sliding through his hair and running down his face. He busted out laughing. That was fucking badass. Definitely unexpected. Truce, oh mighty ninja fairy. I laughed and said, truce. I went inside to try and dry off a little, when I heard a knock on the bathroom door. Cracking it open, a Valkyrie handed me a pair of sweatpants and said, it ain't much, but it's dry. And I hugged her. How thoughtful. Making my way back to the party, I overheard 2 girls talking about me. The first one was saying, so what? If she's caught Prez's eye, ain't nothing you can do. The next voice I recognized. Tammy said, I can make her go away. She won't have anything to do with him once I tell her I fuked him. The first girl said, but you didn't. Nobody does. I don't think he's even had one of us give him a blow job in months. I went in search of Maddie and found him on the trampoline. He talked me into jumping with him, and before I knew it, I had 10 kids sitting down. Me jumping high enough to land hard enough to bounce their butts off the mat. I was exhausted. The kids were all sprawled out on the ground, watching a movie on a huge screen Venom had arranged. They had had dinner, and after the movie, Maddox would be given gifts and have cake. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Venom sat beside me. He's a good kid. You've done a really good job. Just a kid, and you stepped up. Iris growled. I said, sorry. She's very possessive over Maddie. I didn't do anything more than he would have done for me. If roles were reversed. He is a good kid because he is inherently a good kid. All I had to do was keep his belly fed. Venom chuckled. And you're humble. I gotta tell ya, you're a hell of a lot different than any other woman I have met. If you didn't have a mate out there somewhere, I would snap you up in a heartbeat. I whispered, I don't. He sat quietly for several moments, then asked, what? I sighed and shrugged. I don't have a mate. He was the alpha of Tall Pines. Well, he is alpha. He came in the diner a couple years back. We realized we were mates. He rejected me on the spot for being half human. I accepted, and here we are. He growled. That bastard. He better hope I don't run into him. I laughed and told him, odds are you will. He and his Luna eat at the restaurant once or twice a month. I think he believes he's rubbing it in what should have been mine. I believe he's just pathetic for even bothering.
Chapter 7 My Last First Kayas. Venom.
It's been a couple weeks since the party. I haven't seen too much of Delaney. She's not working as often. Mostly the weekends. She told me she was finishing up her degree. I don't remember in what. She will tell me again. But she agreed to have dinner with me tonight, and I am really looking forward to it. I dressed in black jeans and a gray t-shirt before braiding my hair and putting my cut on. I got to her house 10 minutes early. Maddox ran out, screaming my name and hugging me. My entire soul warmed up. Maddox is one special kid. Delaney came down the stairs dressed in an adorable dark green long-sleeved cocktail-length dress. She looked hot. Damned hot. Holy hot as fuck hot. I'm in trouble. Torin is literally drooling dog snarf on my brain. Nice. She smiled at me, and my big bad biker heart slipped into my shoes. I am most definitely in trouble. Hopefully, I can persuade her to get into trouble with me. She kissed Maddox goodbye and told Mrs. Sutton we would just be at the restaurant. What? It's the best place in town to eat. Another one of Delaney's many accomplishments. I ordered a filet mignon, and she had chicken cordon bleu. I told her I had Marcus Walters investigated. I have eyes on him now. We will know the minute he walks out of there. Please don't think of it as an invasion of your privacy. I care about you and Maddox. She nodded. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's not that I mind, per se. It's more I think I would have wanted to know you were doing it. And I would have told you anything you wanted to know anyway. I am an open book. I smiled, word of honor. I will never do anything in regards to you or Maddox without discussing it with you first. She grinned back, progress, making me laugh. I cleared my throat. I want to tell you about my rejection. I knew my mate before I was deployed to Iraq. She was waiting for me to return home and take up my alpha mantle. My father was killed while I was away, and my younger brother took on interim alpha. When I returned, he refused to give up the title, even challenged me. I refused the challenge, abdicating my position. Jessalyn rejected me on the spot for not making her Luna. I accepted it immediately because I was not going to kill my brother for her. She looked stunned. Wow, fucking wow. We both sure got the shitty end of the mate lottery. I am so glad I didn't get to know Dylan at all. That must have hurt. I am sorry she did that to you. I turned to be stunned. She was apologizing for me going through pain. This girl has an amazing heart. I took her hand, bringing it to my lips, gently kissing her knuckles. Thank you. We talked about her schooling and the fact she wants to be a nurse. She told me about the little bully at school had backed off Valerie, but she thinks it's more out of fear of Maddox than a change of heart. Laughing at that, I said, good for Maddox. We ordered coffee after dinner, and I had leaned over to ask her to take a walk, when a voice said, "What in the fuck are you doing here?" Delaney busted out laughing. "It's my restaurant, Dylan. I am supposed to be here." Dylan snarled. "I meant whoring around like this in public." She laughed louder. "Oh, you mean like you? With your wannabe Luna?" He reached for her, and I grabbed his arm. Standing up, I heard, "Tiberius?" My head spun to the left. "Oh, you have got to be shitting me. Delaney, say hello to Jessalyn." And she doubled over in laughter. All I could do was wait until she stopped laughing. because I wasn't about to turn loose of this poor excuse of an alpha. I looked at Jesselyn and grinned. Congratulations on nailing that Luna gig. Kudos. She went to slap me, and Delaney caught her wrist. Now here we stand. Me holding Dylan's arm. Delaney holding Jesselyn's wrist. My arm over the top of hers. Delaney turned loose of Jesselyn and said, "Don't try it again." I turned Dylan loose. Ever think of touching Delaney again, I will take your pack. If you know anything, know that is truth. I know you recognize the name. Delaney whipped her head toward me. I smiled. Later, I promise. She nodded, simply accepting what I just said. It's something I admire about her. She doesn't waste words, just waits to hear something. Without judging, I stood beside her. Jesselyn decided she had to try and insult us. I see you decided to go the filthy biker route. The war ruined you. Couldn't even fight for your rightful title. Now you will never be an alpha. Delaney laughed. Oh, goddess Venom, you dodged a bullet with this one. Bet she doesn't have enough brains to fill a thimble. She turned to Jesselyn, and as patiently as she would speak to a child, told her, an alpha isn't made. It isn't about a title. Alphas are born with a mantle. It isn't bestowed upon them by ascending. And, just so you know, Venom is an alpha, not in your archaic perception of it, but in his instinctive spirit that allows him to be nothing else. His pack already numbers over 900, every single one loyal only to him and the pack. In your greed, you gave up the most precious thing we are ever promised in this life. Just like your buddy Dylan here. Jesselyn snarls. I don't know a Venom, so whatever nonsense you're spewing doesn't have anything to do with me. Delaney smiled and told her, no, I don't suppose you ever really knew Tiberius, let alone a man of Venom's caliber. I took her hand in mine, squeezing it gently. This woman defended me, stood up for me, not even fronting. That feels good. I turned to walk her out and Dylan said, at least my mate isn't slumming with bikers. Causing Delaney to laugh again. Geez, Dylan, slumming? Slumming would be. Mated, to you? You suck at insults. Should refrain from trying. That just made you look like a petty ass. You rejected me, remember? My life, none of your business. I walked her outside and asked, are you ready to go home? Or would you take a walk around the park with me? She grinned and said, this is my first time out with a man. I don't know shit about dating protocol. I'm going to say we take the walk. Because, in all honesty, I don't want to say goodnight yet. As we walked, I began to speak. I told her about my life, how I had been groomed to be alpha, how, even now, the mantle weighs heavy. Then I said, Golden Lake was the largest, strongest pack in the country. Before Cabot took over, my name instills fear in the werewolf realm. I was born larger, stronger, and faster than anyone else. It's why my father suggested I go into the military. I learned discipline and how to control my strength. My actual name is Tiberius Stone. I waited for her reaction, and there was none. She smiled, pleased to meet you. But I know Venom. I like Venom. Tiberius is a name in a book, and history books are never accurate. I took her into my arms, asking, can I kiss you? She giggled and told me, yes, but it's my first one ever, so don't expect much. I dove my face to hers and captured her lips. I raked my teeth against her lower lip when she gasped. I gently pushed my tongue inside her mouth for my first taste of her. A little moan escaped her and shot straight to my dick. Damn. I ended the kiss and whispered, I kissed you, and like you suggested, expected nothing. But I discovered everything. That was the best first kiss of my life. I will do whatever it takes to make certain it is my last first kiss. Would you consider being my girlfriend?
Chapter 8. I said him, Delaney.
I am waiting for Maddox to come down for breakfast. I want to discuss Venom with him. When he asked me to be his girlfriend, I wanted to jump on the opportunity. But I am not a me. I am a we. And I have to do whatever is best for Maddox. He came bouncing down the stairs and yelled, "Waffles," making me laugh. He sat, and I placed his food in front of him. His mouth full of food, he asked, "Was it fun last night?" I nodded and smiled. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you." Venom asked if I would be his girlfriend, and I told him that you have to help me decide. He looked puzzled. He even stopped shoveling food in his face. He asked, "Why me? That's a grown-up choice. I would like Venom to be my brother. So if dating him gets me a brother, then okay?" I laughed and said, "Any decision I make affects you. You are my priority. I don't know if being Venom's girlfriend makes him your brother, but I know he would like to be a part of your life." Maddox nodded and told me, "I am okay with it then." I hugged him, kissing his head. "You are the most important thing in my life, my buddy Ro. Everything I do is going to always be with your best interests involved." I texted Venom to let him know I had talked to Maddox, and it wasn't 10 minutes later. We heard a bike pulling into our yard. Maddox ran out to greet Venom, and he sat down on the front porch steps with him. He spoke softly, knowing I could hear. "Maddox, I want you to know I am starting to care deeply for Delaney, but that also means I am starting to care deeply for you as well. I am going to ask you something, and I want you to think about it before you answer. Can you do that?" Maddox's little head bobbed enthusiastically, and Venom continued, "I used to have a little brother. He grew up to be a not-so-nice man. I really need a new one. I am hoping that you would consider letting me be your big brother. That's actually why I asked your sister to be my girlfriend, so I could be your brother." My heart melted. He literally made Maddox the most important person in any relationship we would have. How did he understand that was what my brother needed to hear? Maddox flew into his arms and asked, "Will you stop being my brother if you don't like Lainey anymore?" Venom shook his head. "Absolutely not. But I don't think you will ever have to worry about me not liking Delaney, bud. She's wiggling her way into my life without trying." Maddox grinned ear to ear and yelled, "Lainey, Venom is my big brother." I laughed and stepped out onto the porch. "That's fantastic. Just don't forget about me." He ran to me, wrapping his arms around my waist, and whispered, "You're my everything. I won't ever forget about you." Choking up at the love I have for this boy, I stuttered out, "We need to change. It's training Sunday. We need to head out soon." He raced inside to get ready. Venom grinned. "He's highly excitable." I agreed and said, "You have no idea? How did you get here so fast after I texted it?" He confessed, "I was waiting. 2 streets over." No matter what Maddox's response was, I still needed to let him know I want to be there for him too. I smiled. "Are you, like, a real person? Not just someone I made up in my head?" He pulled me close and kissed me. "I am the one who finds myself doubting you are real. Now, tell me about this training you do." Shaking my head, "I can't. It's not something I can explain. Iris and I have come up with a way to make Maddox stronger, more confident. I don't want him vulnerable when Marcus comes hunting, and I have no doubt that he will. It's why I didn't change our names. I am hiding in plain sight. But why don't you come with us today? If you have time, you can see what we do." He immediately agreed, and I went to get changed once Maddox was back. I put on my black turtleneck with cargo pants, lacing my combat boots up, slipping into my weapons vest, and making sure my knives were sheathed. I went back downstairs, carrying my bow and quiver. "Maddox, Get your vest on and grab your bow and arrows. We're riding Olga today. Venom asked. Olga? I giggled, nodding. My bike. Janie is the jeep. He laughed and said, okay, in a weird, fuking way. It makes perfect sense to me that you named them both. Maddox wanted to ride with Venom, and he readily agreed, so we headed to the farm. I hadn't told Maddox that I put a bid in on it to purchase it. I wanted to make it a dedicated training facility. Maddox ran to the archery post, and I laughed. That's his favorite, so we always do it first. Venom hugged me tight and whispered, did I tell you how hot you look dressed like this? I find it as provocative as that dress last night. I am also finding it hard keeping my hands off of you. I blushed. A deep burning blush that set my ears on fire. Maddox fired an arrow, driving it deep into the bullseye. Venom high-fived him, and I praised him. Knocking my own arrow, I fired, splitting Maddox's arrow down the middle. He grinned and said, show off, making me laugh. I coached and coaxed Maddox through the entire course. He is doing so well. He turned to me and asked, when will we have the moving targets? I grinned and told him, see that big barn? Once we own this property, we will convert it to a virtual training simulator. Then the real fun begins because we will learn together. Now time me. It's blindfold time. Venom said, wait, blindfold? You fight blindfolded? Is that safe? Maddox started giggling. Not at first. She stuck me with that little pig sticker she carries. We used rubber knives for a while after that. Venom asked, you stabbed your brother? I shrugged, not really wanting to respond to that. Technically, it wasn't a stab. It was just a scratch. But he could have lost an ear. It's one of Maddox's favorite stories to tell. Back at the house, Maddox had gone to do his homework, and I was making us some lunch. Venom sat at the island in the kitchen. He asked, how long have you been training? I felt a wave of sadness wash over me. Since I was a little girl, my father was training me to be alpha. He didn't care that I am half human. He wasn't bothered that his true mate was only human. But his pack did. They fed him wolfsbane, weakened him, then deposed him. He died shortly after his wolf succumbed to the poison. He growled loudly. What pack? Who did this? I smiled and said, it doesn't matter now. I was only 8. The beta is alpha now. It's the Yellow Crescent in North Carolina. My mother went off the deep end when Daddy died. She tried to hold it together for me. When she met Marcus and ended up pregnant, she almost seemed happy again. Everything was good for a couple years, until we realized Marcus only wanted my mom's inheritance. When she stopped him from getting any more moat from her, that was the end. He couldn't accept it, and here we are. He hugged me and said, as selfish as it makes me, I can't help but be grateful for all the roads that led each of us here, right here, to this moment, to this life. This time, I kized him.
Chapter 9 I Didn't Walk. I Ran. Venom.
I called Snake into my office. The last several days, I had noticed things in my room out of place, like someone has been rummaging around. As soon as he walked in, I said, change the locks on the top floor to fingerprint pads. Someone has been getting into my room somehow. I want cameras set up in the hall and at the stairwell. Snake said, will do. We have a meeting with the president of the Wild Riders about an alliance. Also, the sheriff in Trenton Falls wants to speak with us about some girls who went missing. Nodding, I asked, when is the meeting with Psycho? Delaney and Maddox are coming in about an hour. Maddox is going to play with Mannix boys for a while. He told me the meeting is in 2 hours. Do you think Delaney will be okay while we are with him? I laughed and said, Delaney would be okay in a den of lions, dude. She's badass. He chuckled. It's good seeing you happy. It's been a long time coming. I shook my head. I'm falling for her, brother. Hard. I want her to be my old lady. Although somehow I think that euphemism will offend her. We laughed and went out to greet them as they pulled in. She stood off her bike and grinned, "Nice welcome committee. Should I have brought a pie?" Laughing, I scooped her up and swung her around. "I missed you. 2 days is too long." As I kissed her, Maddox groaned, "That's just gross. Why does it have to be all hugging and swapping slobber all the time? I don't think I want a girlfriend." We all laughed, and I said, "Kissing is a perfectly natural way of expressing my feelings for your sister, little bro." He shuddered, still gross, and went to find Derek and Brock. I was explaining about my meeting with Psycho when he and his VP walked in. I sniffed and muttered humans, to which she giggled. We are the only werewolf club, and as such, everyone wants to be our allies. It can get annoying. They sat down at the VIP table with us, and one of the girls set a beer down in front of them. I asked her to bring Delaney and me another one, but when she set mine in front of me, I growled. "What the fuck is this?" She whimpered and said, "Tammy said she always opens your beer for you." I whipped my head around to see Tammy behind the bar. "Tammy, your lane seems to have deviated. Why are you tending bar? And when have I ever accepted an open beer from anyone?" She didn't respond, and I yelled, "Answer me." She whined. "I was just helping Whiskey out. He had to go to the bathroom." I snarled, "You are a sweet butt. You don't tend bar unless I say so. Sit your ass down." Then I yelled, "Whiskey, close the till and leave the bar when you need a break." None of the whores can be trusted to serve drinks. Delaney had been silent, so I glanced at her. Her eyes were fixed on Psycho's VP, Razor. I looked at Razor to see him leering and licking his lips. I opened my mouth to call him out, and she said, "Keep licking your lips and staring at me like I am the entree at the Last Supper, and I will gut you like a fish." All my men busted out laughing. Snake said, "Spoken like a queen." Razor sneered, "Watch your mouth, bitch. A whore is any man's game." I punched him in the mouth and told Psycho, "Keep your dog on a leash, else he will be a dead one. If he even thinks about insulting my woman again, there will be nowhere for him to run. Even your God won't save him." Snake said, "We don't appreciate you coming to our club and talking down to our women. Our club girls will be treated with respect. Our queen being insulted will get you killed." Delaney leaned over and whispered, "You realize you just claimed me in front of the entire club? Now what do we do?" I grinned and realized she's right. I whispered back, "I know it soon. And this is definitely not how I planned on asking. But I want it. I want it all. With you. I want us to be a family. I want you to be my woman. And eventually my wife. Will you wear my cut?" She laughed. "I kinda like putting you on the spot. You spew pretty words. For the record, I was just curious how you would respond. Yes, I will wear your cut if Maddox is okay with it." I told her, I pray to the goddess he is. Otherwise, I'm out $1,000 for 2 cuts I can't use. I got him one too. I jumped up and yelled, "Valkyrie, prepare a feast. Tonight, we have a claiming." I looked at Psycho and said, "I have to find my little brother and have a talk. Then our meeting will take place." And walked out with Delaney to the backyard. Searching for Maddox, I sat down on the ground beside him. Delaney on his other side. I said, "Brother, I have asked Delaney to be my woman. She said she will, if you agree." He said, "Why do I have to agree? She knows how I feel about it." I chuckled, "Because we have to have a ceremony, and then I will put a cut on her that says she belongs to me. But, and this is a big but, I also want you to wear my cut. it is a little different than Delaney's. Hers reads property of Venom, while yours reads brother of Venom. He jumped up and launched himself into my arms and whispered, "Really? I will really be your brother?" I laughed. "Yes, really? Is that a yes then?" His little head nodded so hard, I worried it would fall off. Delaney laughed, and then they were family. I went straight to my office with Psycho and Razor. When we walked back inside, Delaney went to the kitchen to help the Valkyrie. I smiled at Psycho and said, "Tell me what you bring to the table. Before you do, though, I will tell you, we are not 1%ers. I won't lie or pretend. We stay on the right side of the law at all times. But I will tell you, I do nothing illegal without the implied consent of law enforcement. I don't deal drugs, guns, or prostitution. Even my sweet butts earn a living. I will never be involved in human trafficking, other than to prevent it. We are active in our community. Poker runs to help families in need. Toy runs so indigent families have Christmas for their kids. What can you add to that?" He smiled and responded, "We are pretty much the same. We do, however, deal weed. And my sweet butts are well enough provided, for they don't have to earn a living." I busted out laughing. "Well, we smoke weed, so having an ally who deals might come in handy. And dude, if your sweet butts are spreading their legs or sucking their way through your ranks, they are most definitely earning a living. I just happen to make sure mine have a paycheck." Razor said, "We provide everything for ours. They don't need money." Snake chuckled. "Bet you have a high turnover of whores then. An uneducated man. No clue about women. Imagine that. A woman won't stay where she's not appreciated." Chains slammed my door open. "Boss, you need to get out here. Queen is going to kill her." I immediately jumped to my feet, wondering who would be stupid enough to rile Delaney up. Then it dawned on me who it would turn out to be. I didn't walk. I ran.
Chapter 10. We will figure it out. Delaney.
I was seasoning London broil for the grills and preparing garlic roast potatoes for the oven. I have gotten close to several of the Valkyrie, and even a couple of the whores. Evie has rapidly become a good friend. She's dating Ink, not quite a Valkyrie yet. Maddox ran in with Derek and Brock and breathlessly asked, "Are we going to live here, sissy?" Derek said, "We will move here and live with Venom." Will we? I really want to. And I realized exactly what it means to become Venom's old lady. Of course, we would live together. Why did that not dawn on me? Are we ready for this? A million thoughts raced through my brain. Fuck. I smiled and said, "I would assume we will certainly live with Venom. We will discuss that later, Buddy Rowe. Right now, we are just going to enjoy ourselves." Evie laughed. Good deflection. "I saw your face. It hadn't occurred to you yet." "That's hilarious." I mumbled shut up and went back to prepping potatoes. Taking a break, I stepped out back, watching the boys play. Maddox was miles ahead of Derek and Brock in agility and speed. Tag wasn't much of a competition for him. He wasn't it often. I turned to go back inside, and Tammy blocked my path. "Don't think Venom will be faithful. He hasn't been since he started seeing you. Who do you think warms his bed at night?" I grinned. "Let me guess. It's going to be a tough one, You? Am I to believe you are about to tell me you are fucking my man?" She sneered. "Don't believe me? Listen, bitch. Go check his room. You'll find my stuff in there." "So yes, me? Why would he want a useless virgin when he can have the experience a woman like me provides?" I kept grinning. "A whore like you? Not a woman? You know, Tammy, most of the club girls here are really decent people. Unlike you, they don't make shit up to cause trouble. They don't act like bullies. They certainly don't try to be something they're not." She growled and leaped at me, landing a punch on my cheekbone. surprising me. A human attacking a wolf definitely caught me off guard. Not gonna lie, it was a good punch. Hurt like a bitch, and I struggled to rein Iris in. I grabbed a handful of hair and dragged her off the porch, slamming her to the ground. Get up, whore. You wanted it. Just remember that that's what you asked for when it's all said and done. She jumped to her feet and charged at me. I put my weight on my left leg, swinging out with my right. My shin connected with the soft tissue of her belly, and she flew back several feet. I let her catch her breath and come for me again. I did a series of 3 combinations: punch, punch, jab, uppercut, jab, punch, jab, jab, punch. She fell to the ground, her face bloodied. I growled, "Get your sorry ass to the infirmary, and for the love of Goddess, get some fucking training before coming for me again. You useless twat." I turned to go inside to wash up, only to realize I had gathered a crowd. The club girls all started to clap, and I stepped to a smiling Venom. "If I find that bitch's shit in your room, you're next." Snake said, "Fuck me. That explains why you thought someone had been getting in your room, bro." Venom said, "Baby, if there is anything of hers in my room, she planted it. I have never touched her. I wouldn't touch her with Snake's stick. I swear." Snake yelled, "Hey, not cool, brother." I nodded. That actually made sense, remembering the conversation I had overheard a few weeks back. Okay, that makes me feel better. That girl is going to keep on, though. For some ignorant reason, she had decided to target me from the day I hired her at the diner. Stupid. Really stupid. Some idiots never learn. "It's fine. I will handle it," Venom said. "As soon as we are claimed, you become second in command. The whores fall under your jurisdiction, and I gotta tell ya, I have never been more relieved." I laughed and said, "Yeah, they aren't going to be. I will be changing a few things." Poor Tammy. "I am, once again, her employer," he said. "Your first order of business will be meeting with the Valkyrie to decide your ranks, then discussing Tammy's punishment for encroachment of our room, and your man." Shaking my head, "Oh goody. Shall I simply introduce myself as the head bitch around here too?" He cracked up and said, "If you'd like." I kized him and made arrangements for Maddox to stay with Manic and his wife. I hopped on my bike and headed to my house for clothes that would be decent enough for a claiming ceremony. I asked Iris how she was feeling about this decision, and she responded, "Laney, if I am honest, he feels like a second chance mate. We won't feel the sparks unless he marks us. But Torrance smells so good." I giggled and told her like mint and leather. It took a little longer to decide what I wanted to wear than I hoped, finally deciding on a maxi dress, off-white with sunflowers embroidered around the hem. It was simple, but cute. Off-shoulder ruffled sleeves and neckline. Grabbing black jeans and a black button-down from Maddox, I headed back to the clubhouse. I was halfway back when 6 bikers boxed me in, keeping pace with me in guard formation. This is either pretty awesome or very bad. I didn't see cuts, so I am leaning towards bad. I stayed on my accelerator and spoke "Call Venom" into my Bluetooth. In my helmet, he answered immediately. "Hey, baby," I asked, "did you send an escort?" At his negative response, I said, "I am heading west on Barton. 10 minutes out. 6 bikers. I can't read cuts. I'm boxed in and holding at 75 mph. He growled, "Keep your speed steady. Do not slow down. They won't risk hurting themselves to stop you. They are probably planning on forcing you into an area with easy access. Stay on the phone with me. Describe everything you can." I just kept listing everything I saw: 5 Harleys, 2 red, 3 black, 1 Indian sport chief. blue, matching helmets to the bikes. Their cuts are inside out. The fuck? All wearing leathers and strapped. I see at least 3 weapons, so assume they are all carrying. He said, "Good, baby. Very good. What else?" I kept glancing at the riders without taking my eyes off the road. Tags are blacked out. No discernible marks on the bikes, except the colors. Oh, wait. Indian Chief Guy is wearing Balenciaga riding gear. Fuker is wearing 10 grand in leather. As I said that, they all shifted left and pulled a U-turn, racing back east, just as I crested a hill to see 100 bikes headed my direction across the median. I said, "They hooked a UI and headed east a second ago." I pulled over and waited for my guys to turn around and reach me. Venom had sent 20 men after the 6. He marched straight to me and yanked me into him, scenting deeply, as if we are true mates. He whispered, "I was never so scared in my whole life. Not in Afghanistan, not in Iraq. Never have I known such fear." I just relaxed into his arms, because, truth be told, I had been scared shitless too. I said, "They knew you were coming. They didn't hesitate to haul ass. Before we topped the hill, I didn't even see them, Venom. They were on me before I even knew I wasn't alone on the highway." He clenched his jaw. "I'm thinking we have a traitor. At the very least, a mole. We will figure it out."
Chapter 11. Married. Mated. Marked. Backwards. Venom.
I am furious. Pacing my office, I looked at Axe. "While you were on the run, did you pick up any chatter from the 3 MCs you visited? Any scuttlebutt that may shed some light on why in the fuck another club is riding our territory?" He shook his head. "Mostly just rumors out of Trenton Falls. That place is headed for trouble. A biker gang has taken up residence outside of town. Black Raven or some shit. But the ferals are prospecting. And law enforcement has issued a dusk to dawn curfew on all females between 12 and 30. I groaned. "Well, I guess we know why the sheriff wants to meet with us. We talk with him. Then I will consider protection. Right now, I want information. Get me everything you can on those blackbirds. Someone from this club fed those bikers information. I want the who and the why within the hour. Confiscate all cell phones and tablets. Get them to Gizmo. He can tell me who was contacted recently, even if call logs were deleted." They weren't moving fast enough to suit me, and Torin roared, "Move your fuking asses. Now, those fukers went after my mate. They will pay." My entire body shook in shock. Torin just claimed Delaney as our mate. Is that possible? I looked at her in shock, and she shrugged. "Iris already claimed you both. I don't know what it means, but I'm okay with it. If you are." I grinned so wide my ears felt it and replied, "I am more than okay with it. I am over the moon. My mate, my woman, my wife. Life doesn't get any better than that." I grabbed her up, wrapping her legs around my waist and kized her, before sitting down with her straddling me. Snake chuckled, "A queen. A Luna. We are all over the moon. Well, maybe not. Tammy." Making us all laugh, I asked her, "How did you know the Indians' leathers? You sounded impressed." She smiles. "I was. That kind of gear screams wealth. Whoever rides that chief has money. A lot of it. That bike was decked out. All the bells and whistles. So at least 100 grand. I know this because I looked at Chief's. Before buying Olga, I also recognized his leathers because my boots are Balenciaga. I looked down and realized she was indeed wearing them. My girl has expensive tastes. Good to know. She grimaced. I don't. I just needed boots that would last a long time. And in doing research, these fit the bill. I would never spend 2 grand on a pair of boots out of hand. Color my ass confused. I looked at her and said, I didn't say that out loud, baby. How did you know what I was thinking? She shrugged and looked confused. I have no idea. I thought you said it. It didn't sound like a mind link, and we don't have that established yet anyway. When she went out to find Maddox to get ready for our claiming, I sighed, resting my head in my hands. Snake. She feels like my mate. That paints a big red target on her back. Not to mention a shining beacon on the Fuking Club. Things are going to get hairy around here for a while. He chuckles, Captain. Life around you has always been explosive. Speculating will get us nowhere. We don't worry until worry is all we got left. Ain't that what you always told us? This ain't any different than any other mission we've had. Everybody's safe. Everybody protected. We do what we do, brother. I nodded. He's right. You're right. We fight with might. We fight with right. Let's break it down before we tear it apart. Standing up, I told him, let's get ready. I am being claimed. I stood at the apex of a double line of bikes, facing each other, forming the bridle aisle. As Delaney stepped out on Maddox's arm, they revved their engines with every pair she passed. My club went all out. This is the highest honor a club can give an old lady. They are telling her she is accepted as my woman, and as their second. They both reached me and preacher read the oaths of claim. Then I looked into her eyes and said, Delaney Quinn, there has always been that little something that kept me wanting to be near you. Since the day I met you, that little something blossomed to something huge. I love you. I love your mind, your humor. I love your laugh, and the way you write I crinkles when you do. I love how I feel when I am with you, even though I absolutely hate the way I feel when I'm not. I love how you just get me, how you already understand before I have uttered a word. I love how you love and care for our brother. You are my every wish come true. So, Delaney Quinn, would you do me the greatest honor of my life and become my wife? Will you marry me? As I dropped to one knee, holding my mother's engagement ring, Maddox squealed at the same time as she did. And together they screamed, yes, best moment of my life. So far, we went through Maddox's ceremony of becoming my actual brother, and he bounced on his feet in excitement the entire time. I have never watched anyone have such a proud moment in my life. We danced for hours, and when it was time to call it a night, I gave her an out. Baby, we don't have to do anything tonight. We can wait for our wedding night. I will respect that. She wrapped her arms around me and said, this is my wedding night. Everything else is just paper. This date will be our anniversary. I don't want another wedding. Mine was beautiful, impossible to match, much less improve on. As far as I'm concerned, we can get married on the steps of the courthouse tomorrow. You are my husband. In my eyes, I am your wife, so I want it all. I want my wedding night to be what dreams are made of. I want to wake up in the morning in the arms of the man that I love. I grinned. You mean to say you want me? You want to make love with me? She giggled and nodded. I growled. Wish you'd told me sooner. I wasted hours on that dance floor. I lifted her into my arms and ran for what is now our room. I had us undressed and under the covers in a couple minutes. My hands traced over the body I had fantasized about for months. My imagination did not do it justice. Everywhere my hands roamed. My lips followed. She let out the S's moans and sighs, and I fell in love all over again. She was ready, and I lined my dick against her entrance. I whispered, I'm so sorry, and entered her as far as I can go, just staying still until her pain eased and she adjusted. She tapped my butt and told me to move, which I did, gladly. There is no better feeling in the world than the love of your life wrapped so tightly around your dick. She screamed she was coming and marked me. sending Torin into a frenzy of orgasm. As his canines sunk into her neck too, my body exploded. Sparks. Everywhere our skin was touching, ignited into the actual tingles of our bond. We are each other's second chance. The goddess has given me the greatest gift I could have ever dreamed of. Delaney whispered, "You're my mate. You're really mine. I love you so much. Thank you for waltzing into my diner needing a burger." I laughed. It wasn't the burger that kept me coming back, my love. Married, mated, marked, backwards. But job well done.
Chapter 12. All hands on deck. Delaney.
It took roughly 3 weeks to train Gina in managing the diner, and we FaceTime every day at closing. Maddox and I are all moved into the clubhouse. We decided our house would be used when we needed a break from club life or just a getaway for family time. And I am falling into the everyday routine of running the clubhouse, except today. Today, I have a headache. The same headache I get 2, sometimes 3 times a week, and it's sitting in front of me, whining in a nasally pitch that she wants to go back to the rules that Venom had in place because wearing clothes all day instead of lingerie is too hot, too itchy, too uncomfortable, too icky. I groan, "Tammy, this is your last warning. If you come to me one more time, one more stupid complaint about clothes, I will have you whipped. You are required to wear clothes all day, every day while there are children in the house. It requires little effort to act like a decent individual. Have a little pride. After 10 p.m., you can wear your skeevy little pig noir the rest of the night. I will not compromise on this. If you do not like it, you can buy out your contract, or I can arrange for another bike president to purchase your contract. Before you choose, know that that's a crapshoot. Very few presidents are like Venom. Most are exactly opposite. They don't treat women well, especially whores, even beat them. Some force their girls to always be naked, have sex anywhere, even in public. Don't regulate how roughed up their girls are, but totally up to you." She huffed out, and I let out a sigh. Deciding I needed a cuddle, I went to Venom's office. He was on a call, so I just climbed into his lap. While he chuckled, "Hanging up," he said, "we have to go to Strategic Command. Gizmo has recovered quite a bit of information." Tammy yammering again? I nodded. Standing, I pulled him to his feet. "She doesn't like my new rules, so be prepared for a requested audience. She has it in her mind. She can persuade you to pull rank on me." He laughed. "She hasn't figured out you're my boss yet?" I just grinned at him. Walking downstairs to Strategic Command, I told him, "We will be done by 3. Yeah, I promised Maddox we would practice batting and hitting, although he would be so much happier if it were you teaching him baseball, as he is fond of telling me every day. According to my brother, I am a married woman now and should be doing more girly things. He's becoming a misogynist." He busted out laughing and said, "I would most certainly love to teach him baseball. I will make sure we are done by then, or taking a couple-hour break." I clapped my hands and said, "Goody, I can go over to the farm and check on the progress of the battle simulator." He laughed again. "Way to do girly stuff, my love. You take Axe with you." Hey, why do I feel like I've been played? I giggled and said, "I really didn't plan it. I was just whining about my brother." We reached the room, and everyone was already there. I told Axe where he had to go today. We found out the mole was the supposed sister of the girlfriend of one of our members. Turned out she was actually the VPS woman of the Black Crows. The girlfriend had gotten permission for the girl to come to our claiming. The irony was she didn't use her own phone to call the Crows. She used the girlfriend's. I asked, "Have we questioned the girlfriend? Why did she lie about the girl being her sister? How do we know the girlfriend isn't in on it? How long has she been dating Slash that she has enough clout to gain permission to add a guest? Venom responded, all valid points. Get on that, Axe. I find myself curious now. Axe pulled out his phone and texted Slash to bring his girlfriend to the club tonight to answer some more questions. The president of the Crows rides a blue Indian chief. No information on who he is. He never shows his face to anyone outside his club. I asked, wouldn't it have been unusual for the president to be on a kidnapping mission? Venom said, I would do it. If the target was important enough, and I needed to see it done right. My jaw dropped open, and I said, yeah, but you're you, and not everyone is you. He laughed and asked, what the fuck does that even mean? Men, I rolled my eyes. You are you, combat experience, versed in covert actions, excellent marksman, actual leader of men. So it makes sense you would go. Pretty boy Floyd and his bright blue bike doesn't strike me as being a warrior, a wannabe biker, maybe a wiker. Anyway, his bike was new, brand new, and his leathers had probably only touched skin for the first time that day. Gizmo said, Luna, you're a genius. All I have to do is search for the purchaser of a brand new chief. That may take a couple days, but I will find it. I said, look for buyers who come from money. He's going to be young, pampered. He's probably been given his way his whole life. A troublemaker. But any criminal charges will be deep-sixed, so you need to search sealed juvie records. He probably started rebelling in high school and carried it over. He's also probably between the ages of 18 and 22. Everyone was staring at me. Mouths open, and I groaned. What? It's a psychological profiling course I'm taking. Venom took me into his lap and whispered, I love how smart you don't know you are. It makes me so proud of you. Axe asked, why doesn't he show his face then? I told them, that's easy. His face is recognizable, and he can't risk being spotted. Mama and Daddy would probably cut off his monthly allowance. Scandal is to be avoided, the horror. Axe, and I have arrived at the farm to meet up with the programmers and technicians for a test run. I asked, how many levels? The programmer responded, 6. On 3 different skill levels, easy, medium, and difficult. The technician said, I recommend everyone start out at level 1. Easy. He programmed every level with a difficulty level even hardened warriors will enjoy. They can build on advancing. I nodded and said, okay, I'm suiting up. Axe, you want to go after me? He grinned. Fuck yeah, I can't wait. This is awesome. I laughed and jumped inside the room, pulling the door closed. Level 1 simulation was forest and feral wolves. I had to kill 5 of the 6 to advance. I killed all 6. Axe killed 5. I told him we would have a rematch. We had to get home. Sheriff Johnston was meeting with us at 6 for dinner and a conversation. We welcomed the sheriff, and he asked we call him John as we sat down to dinner. Axe was telling Snake about the simulator, and everyone who overheard wanted to try it. I laughed and let everyone know. I will put a sign-up sheet on the bulletin board. Once all your names are there, I will create a schedule so that everyone has an opportunity. It's a great training tool. After dinner, John excused himself to get his briefcase so he can provide us accurate information on what evidence he has. Gizmo is with us, so he gets all first-hand information for researching. We don't know what we are going to be hearing, but Venom wants all hands on deck.
Chapter 13, Best Bet on It, Venom.
John joined us in church. This is our club meeting room, large enough to house everyone. Right now, I only have my officers with us. After we were infiltrated so easily, I am extremely cautious with whom I trust with any sensitive information. Lower ranks do not fall into that category for the most part. John opened his case, pulling files, a laptop, as well as a tablet out. He looked at me and said, "It's not good. Girls are being abducted off the streets, mostly college students, but it seems to have graduated to any woman between the ages of 14 and 30. I asked, "Abducted? Are they all still missing? Or have any of them been found?" He scowled and sighed again. 16. Venom. 16 have gone missing. From the Tri-City area, Trenton Falls, Arcadian, and Oakville. I was elected to head the investigation since Trenton Falls is a college town, and 12 of the 16 are from my town. I nodded and responded, "So they are all still missing, okay? I need all the information you have. Ages, photographs. If I'm honest, I don't need witness information. Unless they are all connected to one person or a group of people. Have you looked into that?" John furrows his brow and tells us, "I'm not following. There doesn't seem to be any one common denominator." Delaney said, "If I may, Venom is asking, did the girls meet up with a man, or even a group of men, say ye, at a bar one night, or in the campus library, maybe a coffee shop, no matter how inconsequential it may seem, or the duration of time they spent talking? All it would take is a 5-minute interaction for the girl to become a mark. What are the commonalities of the victims? Who would miss them? Who would raise a fuss?" John is nodding now. 4 of the girls are from foster families. 2 were adopted. 5 of them are from single-parent homes. 3 of them lost their parent within the last couple years. The other 2 are attending night courses, working during the day, and single mothers. Venom tells us, "Damn, they are missed." But who raised the alarm? When did you start noticing a pattern? John shrugged and said, "Not until the 4th woman went missing. They seemed unrelated at first." Delaney had been looking at the photographs, examining each carefully. They are all similar. Blonde, blue eyes, between 5'2" and 5'6". A specific type is being targeted. Are they all only children by chance? John confirmed it, and I raise an eyebrow at my mate, waiting, because I know her little gears are turning. She nods and tells us, "Trafficking. They are being abducted by a specific order to only provide girls who look like this," which in itself tells us the buyers have a type. I asked John again, "You dodged the question about any of them being found," deliberately, hoping I would drop it. "Now, I will tell you just once. If you withhold information or paint the facts with an opaque brush, I will not help you. I will not put my people in harm's way for anything less than full disclosure. So, are we done here?" I went to stand and John said, "No, wait. I will tell you everything. I was told to give you the bare facts. We are trying to keep the details out of the public's hands." Delaney growled, "Stupid move. You expect our help yet don't want us to know everything. Ballsy on your part, waltzing into a biker's den with full intent of essentially lying to them." The sheriff replied, "I know. I do. I even warned the commissioner his way wouldn't fly. Okay? I will tell you everything we know." I nodded and snarled, "Get on with it. You've already wasted an hour of my time." He cleared his throat, then gulped loudly. 2 of the women were found dead. They had been beaten, raped, brutally, their bodies dumped, apparently after they had succumbed to the brutality of their injuries. I asked, "How frequently are the abductions occurring?" John informed us it had been averaging once a month, but they stepped up to every 2 weeks recently. Delaney asked, "Have you locked down the campus? I know you have initiated curfew. Is it being adhered to? What about the women who work nights? Are they being offered protection? Escorts to and from? He shook his head. I don't have the manpower. Any volunteers quit after a few days. It's impossible. In a town of 15,000, there are only 500 deputies. We're spread too thin. I asked him about the motorcycle club in his district. Are the Blackbirds offering any protection? Delaney said, crows, whatever. I smirked. It doesn't stick. I remember they're Blackbirds. That's enough. Blame Axe. Axe laughed. Hey, I called them ravens. Probably because they're Blackbirds too. She just shakes her head at us, muttering, hopeless. I looked at John. So, 14 women are still unaccounted for. The timeline is necessary for me. Did the abductions start before or after that biker club showed up? John tells us before, and Delaney said, that doesn't mean they aren't responsible. I am struggling with it being them. The reason being normal bikers don't shit where they eat. Normal bikers would know they would be prime suspects. Ferals are a possibility, although they generally move on after a few days. My concern is trafficking. You said the girls aren't all from Trenton Falls, but were they all taken in Trenton Falls? John was already nodding. They were all taken from Trenton. Our timeline puts them all between 10 and 12 at night. I asked, any video? No cameras have caught anything suspicious, he responded. All the girls have been taken in blackout areas. We haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. No strange vehicles. No unknown faces. I stood up and said, we will be arriving in town tomorrow. We will make a substantial appearance. Let your people know we are there to assist. If even one of your peons harass us, we are gone. I tolerate no disrespect. He stood, saying, I will leave these files for you. I don't need to know what you do to get information. I do need to be kept in the loop of anything you find out. After he left, I told Axe to ready the men. I want 300 ready to ride by 8 in the morning. Snake, Gizmo, go through these files. Glean any information you can. Look for patterns. Any identifying markers that can give us a clue. This investigation is a joke. The holes in witness statements. The lack of pertinent questions being asked. I have half a mind to scrap the bullshit in these folders and start over from scratch. Delaney smiled. That's not a bad plan. I have an idea. I can arrange to attend classes by transferring my online courses. It puts me undercover, and I will befriend the friends of the missing girls. An uneasy feeling settled in my gut. Baby, it's too dangerous. I don't want you in the line of fire. Not without backup. She grinned. My sweet mate. I don't fit the profile. My eyes are green. My hair is red. The only thing I have in common is my height. Not to mention, trying to snatch me would bring hellfire down on the culprit. I am still not convinced it's a good idea. I looked at Gizmo trackers. We still have some. At his nod, I told Delaney, if you consent to trackers, I will consider it. And that's still a big if. Someone wanted you. They were desperate enough to attempt an attack in our territory. She nodded. Agreeing to the trackers, we know it was the Black Crows who boxed me in. What if we paid them a little visit? Maybe on the pretext of the abductions in their town. Gizmo said, I have some injectable ones. If we put one in the fleshy underside of one of your breasts, it can't be detected. I would like to place 2, one in your heel. As well, I will place externals in your backpack, cell phone, and some kind of jewelry you always wear. She grinned. Let's get done. I already transferred my online credits. Luckily, I was already enrolled in Libby. Over in Trenton Falls. Looks like we're doing this. No matter how much I don't like it. First stop, Blackbird's clubhouse. Then, I will burn that town to the ground if anything happens to the love of my life. Best bet on it.
Chapter 14. Venom has it covered. Delaney.
I had made arrangements with Evie to get Maddox and Valerie to and from school for me today. I straddled Olga and waited for Venom to start his bike. Once he did, Snake and I started ours, followed by everyone else. I would normally ride with Venom, but Axe and I are going to the college to get my schedule and take a tour of the campus. I made sure I had no courses after 3 in the afternoon. I planned on being home every night with my family, and I damn sure am not going to be on the streets of Trenton Falls after dark, even though I don't fit the profile. We went to the Black Crow's clubhouse first, pulling into the compound, members scattered in all directions, some running inside to the bar. It was comical. Venom came over and unstrapped my helmet, kizing me before taking my hand and leading us all inside. A handsome young man was sitting at the VIP table, never bothering to stand and introduce himself. Just looked at us. Venom smirked. Yes, baby girl. It looks like you were correct. Wannabe bikers. Axe snarked wikers, causing a giggle to escape me. I looked around the bar, seeing the mole who had been at our claiming. I said, "Would you looky here? It's the skunt that alerted this club to my whereabouts." Venom's head swiveled to her, and he said, "I could kill you, right now, for what you did, and not one of these fake bikers could do a thing about it." She ran out of the bar and up some stairs to the side. Venom said, "Why, yes, we would appreciate some coffee, thanks for offering," as he spun a chair backwards and straddled it, just staring in the man's face. The man tried to maintain eye contact, played his tough guy act. The entire time Venom's smirk never wavered. "How's about we start with what in the actual fuck you were doing in my territory? Accosting my mate. Then graduate to why you were abducting and raping women in your club's home-based town?" Someone in the back corner of the bar said, "We are abducting no one." And I realized the guy in front of us is not who we should be talking to. Venom mind linked me, I know, baby. I checked out his boots when we walked in. I thought to let them play their game a minute. I am fixing to light his ass up. Venom snarled, "I do not give you leave to address me. Hiding in the shadows is the same as hiding behind your mama's skirts. But that is exactly what you do when you aren't playing biker, isn't it?" The man didn't respond, so Venom doubled down. The guy in front of us was about to feel it. Torin released his aura. As a physical pall fell across the room, Venom said, "What in the actual fuck could that guy promise you that would make you want to send your girlfriend into an actual wolf's den and mess with the alpha's mate?" The guy started sweating and squirming. He lowly muttered, "I didn't know. We didn't know. The prez said grab her because he wanted to parlay with you, and having your woman guaranteed it. I wasn't told you are wolves, and I damn sure didn't know she is your mate." Venom spat. "It's in the club's goddamned name. You idiots. Taking my mate would have gotten every last one of you morons dead. Sending in one of yours to spy will get you all killed. A parlay can be arranged with a phone call. What your prez wanted was a war. The way I see it, your president is a worthless coward who is working overtime to see each of his members disemboweled and heads spiked for crows to peck your eyes out. Snake?" Snake jumped straight in, making me aware this is their shtick. "Yes, Alpha. A fitting finish for the wannabe black crows. Eyes eaten by black crows. Some might call it poetic justice. I call it retribution. I will start sharpening some spikes." He turned, like he was walking out the door, and the shadow man said, "Wait, I just wanted to discuss an alliance." Venom laughed. "Well, that's a whole load of bullshit. Or you are just too stupid to have learned anything about the bikers' bylaws. I wonder, Axe. Take a peek at the club council's website. See if the Blackbirds here are registered and recognized as a legit club. Shadow Man said, We aren't. Not yet. I am building members before I register. I only have 22. I don't have to register before I have 25. I said, Wow, you are sadly misinformed. You are supposed to pre-register your intent before your first member. File your name and location at 5 members. Then petition for recognition at 10. Venom was staring at me, eyes wide. What? I read? Okay. I read a lot. Club by Laws was my first choice after our wedding. He busted out laughing and pulled me in front of his backward ass on the chair. My baby? Never. And I do mean never. Stop amazing me. I am so impressed with you. Every day. I got up and walked back over to stand in front of Axe, who wrapped his arms over my shoulders in a protective stance. Venom snarled, Okay, Shadow Man, we have ascertained you aren't a viable club. You play dress up in fancy leathers and force your men to front for you. We are done here. I am issuing a kill-on-sight order for all you little wannabes, so don't even think about crossing past the Kootenai. We could have had a decent affiliation if your leader was a real man. Venom stood and turned to walk out the door. I saw a man stand and pull a sidearm from his belt. Raising his arm to fire, I threw my poniard, pinning his wrist to the wall and making his weapon hit the floor. All the while, the guy is screaming. Venom pounced at Shadow Guy. Just as he tried to run out the back door, Axe said, Well, fuck. This day just went to hell in a handbasket. The guy sitting at the VIP table hadn't moved a muscle, which struck me as funny as Axe's words. Snake looks over and asks, Should we unstick the guy on the wall? Making me actually laugh out loud. Venom slammed the guy on the floor in front of him. He stared at him for a few minutes. Then he said, You look too fucking much like him for this to be a coincidence. Snake, this kid look familiar? Snake looked at the guy. No fucking way, Axe. Check it out. Don't he look like Colonel Richard Slate? Axe was already running the name and pulling history. I asked, Care to share with the class, Professor? Venom laughed, Baby, it's nothing for you to worry about. If this kid is who I think he is, this shit just got a whole lot of complicated and a whole lot simpler. A part of my past before you. I asked, Are you in danger? And he laughed at me again. Nothing I can't handle. I got this. You can stop worrying. I sneered. Oh, well, good. Great. Thanks for clearing that right the fuck up. Because I still have no fucking clue what you are talking about. He said, Snake, watch him. As he walked over and led me outside, he said, I get that you're upset with my answer, but never use that tone with me in mixed company. Do not ever thwart my authority. I will tell you what you need to know when you need to know it. I looked at him, bug-eyed. The fuck? I snarled. Fine. You got it, master. I will simply not speak to you in mixed company. I didn't realize marrying you meant I should stop thinking. He growled. That kid might be the son of a colonel. I am directly responsible for getting court-martialed in Afghanistan. So, excuse me for not being forthcoming until I know for sure. Happy now? I smirked. Imagine being that articulate when you first answered me, instead of being as obtusely condescending as you were, talking down to me as if I were a child. I climbed on Olga and fired her up. He yelled, Get off that bike and act like you have a little sense. I flipped him off and rode away. Fuck that. And fuck him. Pick and choose when he wants to treat me as an equal, and when he wants to treat me like a child. I have more important things to do. I rode straight back home, not bothering with the college. Venom has it covered.
Chapter 15. She has to forgive me. Venom.
I am fuming. She just fucking rides off, flipping me the bird. She can't see I'm trying to protect her. If this kid is the colonel's son, then something is in the wind, especially with them trying to take her. Fuck. I walk back inside their clubhouse and Axe tells me kid's name is Drake Slate. Definitely Richard's son. Guess it's time to lean on him hard and find out what he knows. Where's Lainey? I snarled. Why don't you GPS one of her trackers? Then you'll know. He looked puzzled and said, Okay, I didn't mean to upset you. Just asking, since I am Gamma by rank, and she's my Luna. I realized I was reacting to what happened outside and projected it onto Axe. Sorry, bro. She pissed me off. She took off. So I don't know where she went. She'll be back. He HMM'd? Ooh, maybe not. She's doing about $1.50 across I-80. About to exit the eastern side of Kootenai. I yelled. What? Go after her lunatic ass? Snake said. Whoa, brother, whoa, what the fuck has you so twisted? I snarled. She's throwing a tantrum because she said I talked down to her and treated her like a child. So now she's pitching a fit to prove she is one. I told her not to use that tone with me in front of mixed company. Snake told me, You kinda did though. Talked down to her. I wouldn't have said like she's a child. More like in the barefoot, pregnant, brainless nitwit in the kitchen way. Like right now. Talking about her in mixed company. I have a feeling we are all going to be in for a rough few days if you can't figure it out and fix it. No offense, dude, but sucks to be you. I yanked Drake to his feet and threw him to Snake. Get him to our cells. I walked over and pulled the knife out of the guy's wrist and told him to get it checked. Then I turned to the first man we had seen when we walked in. I asked, Any light to shed on this shit show? He shrugged and said, I probably wouldn't have called her a child, but it's really not my business. So, no. I growled about Drake and this fucking fake club, you idiot. Not about my relationship. He responded, Oh, nope. I really don't know anything. Drake's dad pays us $500 a week to hang out around here, and bonuses when we do something he wants. Like what? Give me a for instance on how you get bonuses. He shrugged, thinking, then grinned. Got $2,500 last month for running a truckload of guns to a big old mansion south of Boise. I growled, To whom? Whose mansion? He shrugged again and said, Beats me. For over $2,000, I ain't asking questions that could get me dead. I broke their little gang up and told them if they really wanted to be a biker, to apply at a reputable club and prospect, like a grown-up. I sent 200 men to canvass the town, ask some questions, see if anything pops. I headed home. I needed to make Delaney understand the importance of never disrespecting me in front of another club. All the way home, I went over and over our little argument in my head. I still felt she was in the wrong. Then, just to take off. Is this going to be a habit? Get pissed? No problem. Just leave. Nipping that shit in the bud. Today, rolled up on the clubhouse to Maddox looking sad. On the front steps. Great. I'm sure she's told him what I said and made me the bad guy. Hey, bud. I know you're upset with me, but it's not a big deal. Sometimes grown-ups argue. They usually talk it out and everything is normal again. He looked up at me and asked, What? Who argued? Okay. I'm confused. Didn't Delaney tell you we had a fight? He flew off the porch and punched me in the solar plexus. I'm struggling to catch my breath and figure out what the fuck just happened when he starts crying. You made her cry. You hurt her. You promised you would never. She told me she was just having a bad day, and once she had a good cry, she would be all better. You did this. I won't let you beat her like my dad. You won't. I won't let you near her. He took off running inside the house. Axe walked over to me and handed me a shovel. I looked at him, raising an eyebrow. He smirked. Just helping you out with that hole you keep digging. Deeper and deeper. He walked away whistling. Asshole, I sighed. I really fuked this whole day up. I have no idea how I'm going to fix it, but I am going to try. I may have treated her like I didn't respect her feelings. I may have overreacted to her tone. Fuck. Relationships are hard fucking work. I headed up to our room because Torin knows she's there. May as well get this over with. I stepped around the landing and headed to our door, only to see Maddox sitting in front of it. He snarled, "You aren't going in there." I spoke quietly. "Maddie, I just want to talk to her. Apologize for my part in our argument. I would never hurt your sister. Never." He screamed, You did though." The door flew open and Delaney grabbed him to her. Hey, Buddy Rowe. It's okay. Everything's okay. I promise. I told you I would be all better. I just needed to vent. And today I vented with tears instead of beating the crap out of something. Yeah, I'm good now, all better. Sister's promise. She held her pinky out. He wrapped his around it and muttered, "Brother's vow." Then he said, "I won't let him in the room, though. I won't lose you too, Laney." She knelt down, hugging him tight. She whispered, "Venom isn't Marcus, baby boy. He would never hurt me. He isn't like that. I promise you." He kept shaking his little head, and she started a rumbling in her chest. Iris was singing a she-wolf's lullaby to her pup. My heart was crushed. I caused that. My ego brought us here because my mate spoke her mind, and because that fucking scumbag colonel was in my head. I took umbrage at her tone. "This is on me," I said, and did some hurtful things. Definitely going to be doing some serious ass kizing for a few days. She picked him up and carried him to his room. That boy is solid. I know he is more than half her body weight, but she carried that sleeping kid to his room. I just keep on underestimating her. She walked out, closing the door behind her. Her face lifted to mine, and my heart broke even further. Her eyes were puffy and swollen. Her little nose and cheeks were bright red, evidence of her sadness. I caused that. I asked, "Can we talk?" She walked back toward our room, leaving the door open. I took that as a yes and went inside, closing the door behind me. "I am so sorry, baby. I treated you badly, like you didn't matter. I was freaking out about the colonel's kid, and I overreacted. I won't let it happen again." She nodded, not looking at me. "I didn't disrespect you. Not until you disrespected me. But that was petty of me. Not to mention beneath the standards I have always set for myself. It's not an example I want for Maddox. I apologize. Rest assured I won't disrespect you again. We will get past this. We are mates. Forgiveness is a given. I admit my fault and my responsibility in it." I was blown away. I was visualizing what she has had to force herself to become to raise Maddox, to protect him. She is upset at me, but she is more pissed at herself. She thinks she's let Maddox down by not leading by example. Even though he wasn't there, she was, and she's disappointed herself. I whispered, "Baby, please, don't. This is on me. Let me tell you about the colonel and what he's done, what he's capable of doing." She turned around and said, "Not right now, not tonight, maybe not ever." And the tears started again. I rushed over and pulled her into my arms, whispering, "I am sorry, baby. I am so, so sorry." Knowing she is reliving every fucking moment of it, feeling like she's let herself down. I don't know how to survive this. She has to forgive me.
Chapter 16. Last I remember. Delaney.
It's been 3 days since our disagreement. We have forgiven each other, but I am still reticent, quieter than usual. Not because I have nothing to say, Because now I am being petty. It's my version of be careful what you wish for. He wants me to watch my tone. The easiest way to do that. Don't talk. No tone. Ta-da. I answer and respond appropriately when spoken to. Just not volunteering anything. Just me and my petty little self. I told Maddox what I am doing. And why? Because I didn't want to worry him. Plus, I promised to always tell him everything. Venom asked, "Baby, did you hear Snake's question?" I smiled sweetly and said, "Oh no, I didn't. I am so sorry. I must have been lost in my own head again." "What was it?" He smirks at me, shaking his head. I asked if you had made contact with any of the missing girls' friends. I grinned. Yes. As a matter of fact, I have made decent friendships with 2 girls. One is friends with Audra Miller. Her name is Sarah. The other is friends with Shauna Woods, the first girl to go missing. And her name is Bianca. Pretty, right? Bianca. Anyway, I had thought to mention the party at the club bar Saturday, but haven't yet. Not without asking one of y'all. Let me know, and I will invite them. Toodles. And I jumped up to go pick up Maddox and Valerie. I was laughing as I pulled through the gates. I know Axe and Snake are tormenting the shit out of Venom right now. Once Maddox was back in Biz's seat after walking Valerie inside, I asked, "What's our to do today? We can go play in the simulator, or work a short shift at the diner, or we can go buy a bucket of worms and feed the geese at the pond." He grinned. "I want to feed the geese. Are we still being petty together?" I laughed, then sighed. "I am being petty. You were just aware of it. This is one of those don't do as I do lessons. Don't be petty. It's exhausting." He giggled. "I knew you couldn't last long. You aren't one of those kind of girls. You aren't good at petty." I ruffled his hair and asked him, "Do you know what petty means?" He smugly retorted, "Treating someone like they are of lesser importance. Like you don't care how they think or feel, but you do care. You care if everyone is happy because you care, period." I grinned and told him, "You are one smart kid. You know that, right?" We bought some worms and headed for the park. Every duck and goose around the pond were rapidly making their way to us. Maddox was laughing his ass off when one of those murder chickens was honking at me, chasing me, trying to sever my Achilles tendon so he could hobble me and kill me. Goddess, why did I suggest this? I hate geese. We were walking back to the Jeep when I spotted 3 men watching us from the top of the hill. We were far enough away that I couldn't quite make out their faces. Their stance was that of a military at ease, and we would have to walk past them to get to the Jeep. I texted Venom, 3 men, military bearing, park at Central and Grand. I didn't wait for a response. I turned to Maddox, handing him the keys and cell phone. "When I signal you, do not hesitate. Run for the Jeep. Run like your life depends on it. Lock yourself in the Jeep. Feed the clip into the Glock and chamber around. Lay the gun on my seat and pop my door. Call Venom. Be ready, Buddy Rowe. I will be coming in hot." We were just about abreast of the men, and I was bouncing on my toes, my hands spread out. When the first one sprang at me, I nudged my chin up and out, while uppercutting into his nose with the heel of my hand. Maddox took off like a shot. One of them turned to give chase, and I threw my dagger into his spine. The first one that had sprung at me was getting back up from my palm heel strike to his nose. What a bloody mess. The third man hadn't moved, just gauged my action and reaction time. Not fooling me, asshole. I jumped up and off the ground, over bloody nose guy, and hauled ass for the Jeep. With both men hot on my ass, I parkered off one tree to a taller one, dove out of the tree, did 2 somersaults and landed in front of my Jeep. I slung my door open, pulling the gun into my left hand and aiming, using the door as a shield. I laid on the horn with my right hand and ordered Maddox into the floor in the back. He still had the phone to his ear, so I assumed Venom was keeping him talking, like he did me. Both men had taken cover at sight of the gun. The guy yelled, "I just want to talk." I responded, "Bullshit. Talking don't involve attacking. What do you really want?" I could hear the rumble of the bikes as they entered Grand Boulevard. The cavalry had arrived. The man yelled, "Do you know what collateral damage is, little girl?" "Sure hope so, because that's what you and that little boy are." I looked down and saw a blinking red light at thigh height, just under the driver's seat. I screamed, "Maddox," grabbed him, and yanked him out of the back seat, flinging us both as far away from the Jeep as I could. Laying my entire body over his, I saw Venom pulling into the parking lot. Just as the world exploded around me, every inch of my body felt engulfed in flame. I could feel blood weeping from my body. I don't believe there was anywhere that didn't hurt. Venom had reached me and gingerly rolled me over. He was crying. My big bad biker wolf was crying, "Stay with me, baby. Look at me. Focus on me. Please, baby, stay awake." I asked, "Where's Maddox? How bad?" He smiles through his tears. "He's fine, baby. A couple scratches. But he's good. You saved him, baby." I whispered, "Need to see him. Let me see him." He signaled to somebody and Maddox walked into my line of sight. Holding a towel to his shoulder, I reached my hand out to him, and he reached for mine. Last I remember.
Chapter 17. That's pretty much it. Venom.
It's been 4 days. 4 interminable days of not seeing her smile, not hearing her laugh, not looking into her gorgeous green eyes. I have cried. I have prayed. I have begged. Thank Goddess for Iris. She kept her alive. Her body had been riddled with shrapnel from the Jeep's body. She had a fractured skull from impacting the asphalt. Her kidneys were damaged from the explosion, and a collapsed lung. Today, the doctor is weaning her off the medication, keeping her in a coma. He wanted Iris to heal her as much as she could before we woke her up. I look over at Maddox, asleep on the cot we had brought in her room. Neither of us wanted to leave her for a second. He and I had deeply bonded over these 4 days. Torn imprinted. "Maddox is ours now." He told me what he could remember about the men who attacked them, which wasn't much. The man Delaney threw her dagger into hasn't woken yet, like her. They are keeping him in a medically induced coma. The doctors say he's paralyzed from the waist down. Good. Wish it was from his neck down. The man had absolutely no identification on him. No marks or tattoos. Nothing to point to who he is. I have to wait until my baby can tell me what she knows. If she remembers, she had a traumatic brain injury. We don't know what she will be waking up to. Maddox walked away with 4 scratches. One deep enough for butterfly stitches, and a broken clavicle. Delaney saved him, protected him. I have learned the most valuable lesson of my life. Never take a single moment for granted. Never miss a chance to say I love you. An opportunity to steal a kiss. Never let her walk away without telling her how much she matters to me. I love this woman with every fiber of my being. I want her with every beat of my heart. I need her like the air that I breathe. That's what I have spent these past 4 days learning. I have been sitting here for 5 hours, on the side of her bed, holding her hand, talking to her, like I have for 4 days, reminding her of her life before me and our lives together. I doubt she heard me, but it helped me maintain my sanity. I heard a croak of a voice, asking for water. I grabbed her water cup and a straw. She sipped it, thanking me. She gasped and tried to look around. She whispered Maddox, and her eyes filled with tears. I said, "No, baby, no. He's fine. I promise. He's sleeping. Right over there." She craned her neck, trying to see again. I took my phone out and snapped a picture of him sleeping beside her bed. I held the phone up, and she grabbed it, pulling it to her chest, holding the picture of him close to her heart as she began to sob. I am so relieved. I am relieved she is awake. I am relieved she remembers Maddox. I am relieved she's still with us. My poor angel girl has been through it, but now that she's awake, Iris will be able to heal her faster. Her crying had eased, and she reached for me. I gently hugged her and kissed her forehead. She whispered, "Collateral damage." He said I was collateral damage. And she fell asleep. While I sat frozen, taking my phone from her hands, I called Snake. He answered on the fourth ring, asking, "How is she?" Without even a hello. I said, "She woke up and seems to have her memories. Worried about Maddie." I had to take a picture of him to calm her down. He said, "That's great, Captain. What a relief. I will let the club know in the morning." I was barely keeping it together. I snarled into the phone. She said something about the bombing, Snake. She said he told her she was collateral damage. The line went silent. I could hear him rustling around, probably getting clothes on. When he responded, he growled, "We will find the motherfucker, brother. We still have his kid." I replied, "His kid isn't collateral, bro. He may be innocent. We will find out. I'm heading to the clubhouse. Have the photos of Delaney's injuries printed out. We are going to play truth or dare with that kid. Send Axe to me here." While I waited for Axe, I went down to the nurse's station for some coffee, noticing a new nurse on duty. I hadn't seen her before, and any new faces right now didn't sit well with me. I asked, "Where's Helen? She's supposed to be on duty." The nurse, her name tag read Pam, replied, "She called out. So I was brought in from emergency triage to care for your wife." I shook my head. No, I don't know you. My enforcer will care for her until morning." She said, "Sir, only immediate family are allowed on this floor. Your enforcer isn't allowed." I chuckled and sneered. "You tell him that. MMKKK?" I walked back into Delaney's room, and her eyes popped open. "Coffee?" I laughed. "My baby's back." I handed her my coffee and went to get another cup, only to hear Axe say, "Kiss my rosy red ass, lady. Try and stop me from being with my sister." And I laughed again. Finally, it feels good to breathe again. I got my coffee and walked Axe back to Delaney's room. I told him, "That woman out there is not Delaney's nurse. Helen told me she would be here tonight for the graveyard shift. Now I've been told she called out. Trust no one. Allow only Dr. Williams in. He won't be here before 8 in the morning. I will try to be back by then." Axe nodded. "Got it. Nobody allowed in. I can handle that." "How is she?" I smiled. "She's in pain. Groggy. But she's awake. And that means she's healing. And she has her memory. Life is good again, brother. Life is good." I reached the clubhouse to be met by Snake at my truck door. I grinned, eager to let somebody bleed on you. He growled, "Fuck yeah, I am. We need answers. And I will get them. By hook or by crook." I groaned. "I don't want the kid dead. Unless he knows what that fuker is planning. Then we kill him. In front of his father." We walked in the cells, and I yelled, "Wake up, young Slate. Time to play a little game." He sat up on his cot and asked what time it was. Snake asked, "Why? You got a date?" I jerked him out of the cell and slammed him into a chair in interrogation. I sat opposite him and rested my elbows on the table. He kept his eyes on Snake, darting back to me every few seconds. I said, hard way or easy, your choice. His shoulders slumped, and he said, I don't want to die. I'm only 19. I didn't even really do anything wrong. Just what my dad told me to do. He actually expected you to show up the day after we boxed your wife. I asked why he ordered the box. The kid, I think his name is Dave, aeropled, to scare her enough to call you, to piss you off. Instead, it pissed him off that you didn't react. He had a whole ambush set up, ready to take you out, but you didn't show, and you didn't show, for over 2 months, and caught us off guard. Snake snarled. Tell us about his munitions expert, and the bomb. Dave looked confused for a second and asked, What bomb? I slapped him. Don't play with me, Dave. He said, Drakey asked what? He responded, My name is Drake. You know, like a boy duck? It used to be the old man's favorite joke. Well, fuck. I had the D part right, at least. Snake slammed the photos down on the table, one by one, saying, Take a good look. This. And here. See this one? Or how about here? This is our queen. This is what your father did to her. He blew her body to bits, called her collateral damage. How about you start talking before your body looks like hers did? Drake gulped and shook his head. I don't know anything. Not about that. He bought me a motorcycle. He rented the building we were at and told me I was now a biker and to recruit members. So I did. That's pretty much it.
Chapter 18. Long Skinny Hash Browns. Venom.
I sighed. Look, Drake, that bomb nearly cost a 10-year-old little boy his life. If not for his big sister, my mate, throwing her body on top of his, he would be gone too. Anything you can tell me about your father's plan will save more lives. Do you know where he is? He shook his head. He's not living at the mansion now. Last I heard, anyway. My mom threw him out. After the shipment of guns. She was pissed. Talking about some vendetta because he got caught disobeying a direct order and bombing a village of women and children. I said, Yeah, I know about that. I am the one who got him court-martialed. I testified against him. When asked why he would order a bombing when there was no reported sighting of enemy targets, he said they were collateral damages of war. That's what he called my mate when he blew her up. Drake put his face in his hands and told me, I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. I'm sorry, man. He served 4 tours. Well, 3.5 when he came home. After the court-martial, he was fuked up, talking about getting his job back, going after the snitches and panty waists that turned on him. I guess he meant you. He has 2 guys with him all the time. One he calls LT. The other is Sarge. I think he served with them, but I never cared enough to ask. I asked, You're sure? LT and Sarge? At his nod, I said, Snake. Show him the picture of the guy in the hospital. Drake looked at it. Then he said, That's LT. I'm sorry. I don't know his real name. I smiled. This ain't a bad kid. This is a kid wanting to please his father. That man probably served with your dad on one of his tours. I have a feeling I know who Sarge is too. You've been helpful, Drake. I can't let you go home yet, but I can let you out of here and into a room in the clubhouse if you agree to a guard. He grinned. Fuck. Give me 10 guards. If I can get out and breathe fresh air, I'd be happy chained to a bed. I nodded at Snake, and he unchained him. I assigned Manic and Demon to guard him. And the first thing the kid did was raid the refrigerator. Just like every other kid on the planet, I had just stepped into the shower when my phone rang. It was Axe. Grabbing a towel, I dried my hand and answered. Axe, everything okay? He tells me, fuck if I know. That pushy nurse tried 3 times to get in here, saying it was time for Lainey's medication. But Lainey was sleeping, and I wasn't letting her in anyhow. I responded, okay. And? Why are you calling? He said, oh, yeah, right? That nurse is missing. Now there's no nurse in IQ, and that paralyzed guy was just found dead. Fuck. I knew something wasn't right. Why the fuck did I leave? I told him, I will be back in a little bit. Bringing snake and chains? I want 2 people on her door at all times. We arrived at the hospital to the red and blue flashing lights of the local PD. A deputy tried to stop us from entering the hospital. I grinned. Aw, Snake. Ain't he cute? Here he is thinking he can keep me away from my wife. When the man in the room right next door to hers was murdered, while supposedly in police custody. Not to mention they are supposed to be protecting my wife after the attempt on her life. He snarled, I am under strict orders. No one in or out. I grabbed his arms, above the elbows. I lifted him out of our way and walked to Delaney's room. Axe whispered, she's sleeping, but has been talking in her sleep, still worried about Maddox and her dreams. I nodded and told them to get comfortable. We were in for a long night. Axe laid on the cot with Maddie. Snake took the sofa. Chains pulled a chair over in front of the door, leaning it back on 2 legs to keep the door from opening. I laid on the bed beside Delaney, being careful not to jostle her. The sun was shining through the shades, and I heard 2 quiet voices, and Venom didn't make me go to school even one day, so I could be here with you. Delaney said, have you kept up with your work, though? I don't want you to fall behind, Buddy Rowe. I grinned from ear to ear. She is awake. Her voice sounds so much bigger. She's momming the shit out of Maddox, and in this moment, I can't think of any time I have ever been happier. I whispered, good morning, my beautiful wife. I have missed you, and kissed her. She giggled and said, I missed you too. Grinning at her, I told her, you slept. Can you miss someone in your sleep? With utmost confidence, she replied, yes, you can. I say this with absolute authority, so that makes it believable. I busted out laughing, telling her makes perfect sense. Axe woke up and asked, what fucking time is it? Why you people up at the ass crack of dawn? Delaney laughed and clapped her hands. Good morning, Axe. I missed you. He chuckled and said, I missed you too, Peanut. Let's don't go around town getting ourselves blown up anymore, yeah? She laughed, then got serious. That man was creepy. He was actually excited when he called me collateral damage. I am assuming, by his military bearing and his high and tight buzz cut, he is the colonel. I nodded and explained everything to her, while she listened carefully. Then she growled, have we located this piece of shit? I told her that we had put any search on hold. Actually, we put everything on hold. I could only concentrate on 2 things, her and Maddox. She smiled and kissed me. I love you, Venom. We are going to find this dick, and when we do, I get first shot at him. He hurt Maddox. When I am finished with that fuker, he's going to be shaking hands with the devil in gratitude for rescuing him. Snake came back in with breakfast for everyone, Luna. You most definitely can have first shot. But right now, we have to get you healthy and back on your feet. He set French fries down on her tray table, and she dove in, moaning at the flavor. I raised an eyebrow. French fries for breakfast? She nods her head. Mamachamum. They're like long, skinny hash browns, right? I laughed. Okay, that's a pretty solid analogy. I can work with that. And you're eating, so I'm happy. Even if it's long, skinny hash browns. Making everyone laugh. Our world is back on its axis.
Chapter 19. She gasped no. Delaney.
I have been home from the hospital for 3 days, 10 since the bombing. Sarah and Bianca had been heaven sent. They brought all my assignments to me, even though they could have emailed it. The girls and I were sitting in the common room at the clubhouse, discussing everything I had missed when Venom and the guys joined us. Axe immediately gravitated toward Bianca. He was engaging and asked her questions about her courses in college, what her plans were after graduation. His interest had her enthralled, and I was highly entertained. Venom suggests we all go to the diner for lunch, and I was happy to show the girls my pride and joy. Sarah smiles. I can't believe you own your own restaurant. This is so cool. You are hands down the most unusual friend I have ever had. I gotta say, everyone needs someone like you in their lives. I'm inspired. I laughed. Don't. I am just me. And that means I do what I have to do out of love. For Maddox, for Venom, and for the club. Family is everything, Sarah. But family isn't always blood related. Family is where we find it. And I found mine in a club of bikers. A rough and tumble bunch of men with integrity and loyalty and dignity, with hearts as big as the sky, and I would fight to the death for any one of them. Bianca giggled. You're scary when you're fierce? Making Sarah do a 3-snap Z, and I laughed at them both. They are cute, and I am growing fond of them. After lunch, Snake and Axe took the girls back to their car, and Venom took me to the park. I wanted to see the bombing site. I'm not even sure why. It was this macabre obsession I had developed, like how you tell yourself not to look as you pass a car accident, but couldn't tear your eyes away if you tried. Venom spoke quietly. It's a form of PTSD, baby. You sometimes get that 1,000-yard stare all soldiers recognize, and we all notice it. Talk me through that day. Everything you remember. All the little details. It will help. We sat down at the pond. All the ducks and geese came up close to us, and I started laughing. Maddox and I had stopped at the bait shop. I got some worms to feed the ducks. When the worms were gone, the geese, greedy little murder chickens, got pissed. One of them attacked me, chasing me around. Maddox was laughing so hard he was rolling on the ground. I needed that. I needed that day to get myself in check, to gain perspective. The way you had talked down to me at Black Crow's really hurt me. Made me feel like maybe we had made a mistake rushing into our marriage, like maybe I wasn't good enough. Instead of turning to introspection, I resorted to pettiness. I discussed it out loud with Maddox. He helped me see being petty was being childish. Once again confirming my insecurities that I'm not enough. Never going to be enough. He pulled me into him and whispered, "Oh God, baby, I am so sorry I made you feel that way. It wasn't even you I was angry with. I took it out on you. And how is that fair? I was the one being immature." Shaking my head. "No, that's just it. I was being petty. It was uncalled for, and I had made up my mind to apologize for it." We got up to leave. Then I saw them. 3 men, standing right up there. They blocked the path, their posture denoting at ease in a military formation. Instinctively, I knew they were up to no good. I texted you, then instructed Maddox to run for the Jeep and lock himself in. I wasn't sure I could take all 3 of them, but I knew I was sure as fuck going to try. It wouldn't have worked. It shouldn't have worked. But the one you call the Colonel didn't attack. He held back. The other 2, piece of cake. I realize now that asshole wanted me to make it to the Jeep. Oh, Goddess Venom, I sent Maddox to be blown up. That bastard stood across from me smirking. He said, "Do you know what collateral damage is, little girl?" I sure hope so, because that's what you are. I looked down and grabbed Maddox. diving away from the Jeep. That's all I remember. He held me tighter, his body shaking in his anger. I whispered, "But that was yesterday, and yesterday's gone." He smiled. "Isn't that a song?" I giggled. "I honestly don't know. It's something my mama always told me. Whenever something bad would happen, it helps. We can't change yesterday." He stood up and lifted me to my feet. He grins. "What say we go look at new vehicles? The insurance company already cut your check. Any idea what you might want?" I laughed. "A Jeep, of course. A Janie, too. They're easy to handle, on or off road, dependable in sleet or snow. It's what I learned to drive in, what I know. I'm going to stick with what I know for a while." He nodded. "Okay, then. Let's go pick the kids up at school and get to looking. I'm sure Maddie would love to share his opinions on it, too." Laughing, I responded, "Maddox loves to share his opinion on everything." The three of us made it back home in time for dinner, and I was shocked to see the girls still there. Even more surprised to see Bianca sitting on Axe's lap. Well, alrighty then, didn't see that coming. I had ended up ordering the same model Jeep and the same color, just 3 years newer. It will be ready in a couple weeks. We sat down to the table, and Tammy walked up. I looked up and said, "Back in your lane. You never approach the president. You speak to Axe or myself. Circumventing my authority will get you punished." She snarled, "I need to talk to Venom, and it doesn't concern you? You haven't even been around for almost 2 weeks. You can't just act all high and mighty when it suits you. Where were you?" "Huh?" Sheila hit her head and needed stitches. "Bonnie broke her toe. I got a steam burn on my wrist. You weren't here then." I laughed. "What? Are you too? Need me to kiss your boo-boo?" "I was in the hospital, you simple-minded cow. I was recovering from being blown the fuck up, while you got a blister on your wrist. I am so sorry for your pain." Everyone started laughing, and she yelled, "It's your job, right? You're supposed to be taking care of us, aren't you? But no, you're out there bringing in new girls to take our places." Then it dawned on me. She's jealous. Again. "Tammy, your lane is your lane, not a lane my friends walk. I have definitely not brought them in to replace the sweet butts. One day, when you grow up, you will understand that not everything I do is to punish you or undermine you. It is certainly not my job to bandage your scraped knees. I am not here to be your fuking mother. I am here to beat the shit out of you when you step out of your lane. Best keep that in mind." She turned to stomp off when Venom said, "That is your last warning, Tammy. The next time you decide to step to me, instead of Axe or Queen, I will sell your contract to the president of the Vikings." She gasped, "No."
Chapter 20. Just imprison them. Venom.
I was standing in our closet, looking for a shirt. Stepping to the door, I said, "Baby, have you seen my gray?" As she came out of the bathroom, with nothing but a thong and my gray shirt on. Damn. Never mind, my love. I found my gray shirt, and I gotta say, it has never looked better. Pulling her into me and kissing her deeply, she giggled. I needed something to throw on, and it was on top of the stack. "I can take it off if you want it." I grinned at the thought, but told her, "No. If you take it off, we are not leaving this room all day. And we have a debriefing in 15 minutes. We were joined by the ranks and Strategic Command. Gizmo setting up his laptop to feed into the television. He smiled at Delaney. Wearing jean shorts and my t-shirt, I talked her into keeping on. "I sure like seeing her in my clothes," he said. "What I am showing you first is the video feed from the security camera at the bank, across from the park. You see here, Queen and Maddox exit the vehicle. Fast forward 15 minutes, and this man comes into frame. Delaney said, "That's the guy who caught my palm heel punch to his nose. Crushed it. I felt it crumble under my hand." I looked at Snake. "That's Sergeant Russell Baker. He was in our platoon. Actually, I was his commanding officer. The colonel was mine. He was a troublemaker. Would go above me to complain about me." We watched the video as Sarge planted the bomb. He walked off towards the copse of trees on the hill. But he was off camera by then. Gizmo fast-forwarded again, and we watched as my little ninja somersaulted twice, landing in front of her car. She moved like lightning. No wasted movement. We watched her pointing the gun at the colonel and Sarge. Then she looked down, beside her leg. She snatched Maddox up and over the front seat and dove away, completely burying him with her body. Then the explosion. I closed my eyes, not needing to watch it on video. I see it every night before I fall asleep. It's exactly what I watched happen as I pulled into the parking lot that day. Delaney looked shocked. "I don't remember any of that. I only remember grabbing Maddie. Then, it's like a black hole, until I woke up in the hospital. That is way too freaky to watch." I looked up and told Gizmo, "I want that video played in the Commons. I want every one of them to witness what their queen suffered and survived. Especially that Tammy. She needs to learn the difference between a steam burn and catastrophic injury." He nodded and continued. "Same camera. 3 days later, there is the colonel, Sarge on his left, a man named Martin right on his right. Ironically, Wright is ex-CIA. Now, see the red car pulling in? Watch." A woman steps out and directly into the colonel's arms. What the fuck? He kaises her, then hands her an envelope. She opens it and pulls out 2 large syringes, saying something. Then laughing, he kaised her again, and she drove away. Gizmo said, "I am running facial rec on her, but nothing popped yet. We don't know who she is. A new player. But nobody knows her ex," and I both said, "I do," at the same time. I said, "She was wearing a name tag, claiming to be Pam. The night nurse on Delaney's ward her last night in the hospital. The night LT died. The night she tried to get into Queen's room 4 times. Everyone in the room growled. Their queen had been threatened again. Snake said, 'My turn. Mrs. Slate has agreed to allow us to pick up the gun shipment the colonel had delivered to her mansion. I have already sent a team to do that.' I nodded. I do not want them here. Actually, I want them destroyed. He thinks to try taking from us. I say we start taking back. I want every weapon to look perfectly intact, but I want them incapable of ever firing. We don't know if he is dealing in weapons or planning a coup. Either way, I want to fuck his entire day up." Axe smirks. "Can we email the Kicey face video to his wife? She may want it for court." I nodded and said, "Make sure you send our contact information to her as well. She may prove invaluable, information-wise." Delaney looks at me. $1 to donuts. Mrs. Slate knows the woman. "Bet?" Axe grins. "Fuck yeah, I like donuts." I laughed. Almost told him it didn't actually mean he gets donuts. But nah, it will be fun watching him realize it. Gizmo said, "What I have found so far. Slate replaced LT with Wright, moving him up to 3rd in command. I have tech hacking away. I won't say out loud, but we should have valuable intel on all 3 within a few days. And no, Tech is not on premises. He is at a secure location, operating under an IP scrambler. I told him extra security. Until this is resolved, no one, and I mean, not one person goes anywhere alone. All runs are to be a minimum of 10 men deep, No exceptions. Delaney asked, maybe Axe should add one more person to my security detail. It will alleviate some of your worry. I can pull Maddox home to school. There's only 6 weeks left this school year. That brings his security detail back to protect the clubhouse. I asked, what about Valerie? You don't want to leave her vulnerable. I can arrange a ride for her. I just know you would worry her bullies would start back up. She nodded. I will worry. You're right. I need to think. I could threaten the mayor. That might do it. I said, I have been meaning to ask. What skeletons does the mayor have? Grinning, she tells us. He has 2 baby mamas. One is my age. The other one just turned 19. But her little boy is 4. Damn, that's some scary skeletons. My girl is brutal. How did you come by such titillating information? She laughed. Everyone has skeletons, my love. Some are embarrassing. Some are humiliating, while others are career-ending. I chuckled. Didn't answer my question, though. Did ya? Shrugging, she tells us. I am observant. Body language can tell you so much. Once you've read what their body is saying, you watch, wait, and they will lead you to their closets themselves. Then the skeletons just fall out. Gizmo said, the video has been sent to Slate's wife, along with the office number and your cell. I nodded, then told Axe to bring Drake in. I want him to see the video. When he walked in, he apologized to Delaney, saying, I am so sorry. I can't imagine what you went through. She just gave him a little smile and nod. He watched the video. The second time he watched it, he gasped, That's my aunt. That's Pam. My mom's baby sister. Oh my God. I told him, You are still staying here, Drake. I need to know you aren't inadvertently leaking any information about my operation here. He grinned. Okay by me. Maybe once this is all over, we can talk about me prospecting. Delaney cracked up. Well, that's a unique way to gain a member. Just imprison them.
Chapter 21, A Bloodied Unconscious Tammy. Delaney.
I have been back at school a little over a week. The past 2 days I have noticed a man. In the library, in the coffee shop, by the tennis courts. Right now, I am watching him, eyeing a girl, standing next to the food truck. I texted Axe, letting him know what I was observing. I looked over past the commons and I spotted Slash, nonchalantly making his way towards the food truck. It's hard for my guys to remain unobtrusive. Over 6 feet tall, muscles for days, tattoos, long hair, and biker cuts. It always makes me giggle. Slash walked right up to the girl and turned on the charm. I never took my eyes off the man, watching his body, his eyes. I saw anger flare in them, his jaw clenched, every muscle bunched in anger. I texted Axe he could be our guy. He's super pissed right now. Slash had quietly explained to the girl what we believed was happening. She volunteered to be bait, just to see if he bites. I hear her say loudly, Well, it was really nice meeting you. I look forward to our date tomorrow night. Let me put my number in your phone. I nearly laughed out loud at the deer in headlights look on Slash's face. She handed his phone back and said, Oh my, look at the time. I really have to go. I have to catch my bus to get to work. She had cleared the courtyard when Axe picked up her tail. The guy took off at a slow jog, moving in the direction the girl had gone. I texted he was in the move. Same direction as the target. I stood and slowly made my way in the same direction. By the time I reached the corner, I heard a loud scream and took off running. I reached them just as Axe knocked the man out and Slash was holding the girl, whose name turned out to be Lynn, in his arms. Axe hugged me and said, Good call, Queen. Let's get this scumbag to the hole. I laughed and said, all in a day's work. Then I called Venom. He picked up. Baby, you're calling me early today. What is the occasion? I giggled and told him, we're heading home. Have a present for you. It may take a little work to get it to open up. I could hear the smile in his voice. You're so good to me. Snake and I were just complaining about having nothing to do. So I sure hope my present is fun. I laughed outright and said, I don't think you'll be disappointed, but Slash has a new girlfriend. Slash yelled, Hey, go easy now, making me laugh harder. We arrived at the clubhouse and Venom met us at the car. Get this scumbag to the cells. Gizmo, I want you running this guy's face against the surveillance videos. Go back several months. I need to know if he has a set pattern he follows. Baby, would you come in and debrief us all? I walked in, checking on Maddox. He's actually thriving in homeschooling. He can work at his own pace. He's nearly moved up an entire grade. I found the guys in Venom's office and sat down in his lap. I noticed the guy 2 days ago, maybe 3. He was scanning the crowd. I saw him, nearly lurking, in the library, the coffee shop. He was in the administration buildings and over by the food trucks. Always, without fail, his eyes on pretty blonde girls. He had been keeping pace with 3 that I saw when I was out on the tennis courts. I saw him meet another, older guy, mid-30s, maybe, brown curly hair, mustache. He was taller than our guy, so close to 6 feet. He was wearing dark glasses. Our guy handed him what looked like a flash drive, but from the distance, I wouldn't swear to it. Venom said, Gizmo, can we get security footage from the areas Queen mentioned? He nodded. Piece of cake? Piece of chocolate cake. Weirdo. He turned to me. Baby, what about the guy put him on your radar? What raised suspicion? I smiled. Body language. He didn't have a book in the library. Wasn't researching. Or even looking for a book. Coffee shop on the second day. He sat at a table with a cup of coffee, but not drinking it. His eyes didn't waver from the blonde he tried snatching today. But I dropped my coffee on the way to class, so an hour later, I ran back to grab another macchiato before my lecture. He was still there. Same cup, different blonde. Axe said, that would do it. I wonder why no one else noticed. Can't wait to see security footage. I grinned. I only noticed because I planned on it. I was looking for anything suspicious, and that guy fit the bill. Venom said, So, Slash, what's your girlfriend's name? Slash said, Lynn. Wait. No, she's not my girlfriend. I was just. She was. We didn't. Oh, fuck you guys. We were all laughing so hard. It was adorable. Who knows? Maybe they can work it out. Being the wife of a biker requires a strong constitution. You have to be prepared for anything. You have to be ready to fight, to kill, even to die. It's not for everyone. A loud, piercing scream rent the air, and I was on my feet at a dead run in seconds. Reaching the front room to see Maddox dragging Tammy across the floor by the hair of her head. She was screaming bloody murder. Maddox, explain, I snapped. He turned to look at me and, in such a mature manner, replied, Let's let her tell you. Shall we? I nodded, agreed. Tammy, let's hear it. This should be good. Getting your ass kicked by a 10-year-old, he muttered, almost 11. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. Tammy looked at Venom. She always does that. Instead of looking at me, like she expects him to be on her side. It was amusing at first. Now it just pisses me off. She whined, That kid wouldn't let me watch my show. He kept turning the TV off. Said he was doing homework. I don't know how he was even doing it. I had the fucking remote. But every time it got to a good part, he would shut it off. I looked at Maddox. who kept his head down. I have a feeling I know how he was doing it, but I'm not saying shit. I asked, "Why did you scream like that? What the fuck is wrong with you?" Again with the looking at my man. "Bitch really will be bald." She whines even louder. I told him to stop. I just wanted to watch my show. He wouldn't stop, so I slammed his laptop shut, and he yanked my arm to him so he could grab my hair. She turned her eyes to Maddox, almost pleadingly. "Interesting," I sternly said. "Now, Maddox, your turn. The truth." He looked up, trying not to cry. Now I'm worried. She had the TV really loud. I asked her 3 times to turn it down. She didn't, so I downloaded a remote on my tablet and did it for her. She got really mad. She kept saying mean things, mostly about you. But when she said she knows my dad killed our mother, and she was going to write him a letter, I lost my temper. I don't know what happened. I was listening to Maddox recount what had transpired between Tammy and him. Then Venom was pulling me off a bloodied, unconscious Tammy.
Chapter 22, Damned If You Don't. Venom.
I don't know what happened. Maddox had barely uttered the last word of his story, and Delaney moved so fast, I didn't realize she had until she had Tammy in the front yard beating her senseless. With every punch, she asked a question. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Punch, "How dare you say something to a child that is private?" Backhand then to threaten him with his biggest fucking fear? Punch, "I could kill you for that." Punch, "I should kill you for it." Then it finally dawned on me, when that last punch landed. Shit, she means it. I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her to me. She fought a few seconds, and she realized what she had done. She said, "I'm okay." I kissed her head, and she walked away, before she went to Maddox. I told Axe to get Tammy to the infirmary and went in search of my family. I found them both in my office, and I snuggled into them on the sofa. I just sat and listened as she spoke quietly. "You know that I don't care if Marcus finds us. You have to know I actually hope he does. 10 years isn't nearly long enough to pay for what he did. I'm not sure if I want to kill him or if I want to make him wish for death." Maddox asked, "Does she know my dad? Can she write him?" "I don't want her writing him, Lainey." She sighed and kissed his head. "She doesn't know him, or even his name." The ignorant twit overheard Ashley and I talking about it at work one day. She put 2 and 2 together, surprisingly, and she wanted to hurt you. She succeeded, and that bird don't fly. He grinned, "And you hurt her." She laughed and tickled him. "And I will do it again and again if someone hurts you." I loved watching them. The resilience of Maddox astounds me. She talks to him about everything, and he just accepts it as the way things are. She knows exactly when and how to pull him away from the seriousness. I said, "I will sell her contract tomorrow. She has caused enough disruption. And now to go after Maddox? Hell no." Delaney chuckles. "I love you, but we aren't selling her contract. I haven't begun to make her sorry. I would also rather her be where I can watch her. I said I don't care if Marcus finds us, but I damned sure don't want him having help." I growled. If she betrayed the club like that, she would die. It's in our bylaws. I could kill her now for threatening it, but I honestly think she's just stupid. "Hopefully, you knocked some sense into her," Maddox said. "I doubt it. She accused me of using some kind of voodoo magic because my freaky sister is a wolf. Mind you, she just called werewolves freaky in an entire house full of them." I cracked up. "Yep, pretty stupid. Well, what do you suggest we do? She has to be disciplined. She went too far threatening the brother of the leaders of this club." Delaney grinned. "I have so many unique and unusual punishments in mind. She decided she hated me. Just because. Now I will give her a reason to. I told her I was headed to the cells to talk to our visitor. I asked her if she wanted to come. But she refused, like I knew she would, preferring to stay with Maddox right now. Axe, Snake, and I went down to the cells. We need answers. This guy knows something, and he is going to share with the class. Axe said, his name is Chad Edwards, according to his license, and he's local to Trenton Falls. I have already dispatched a team to go through his apartment. I nodded. Nice work, Axe. Maybe we will find some evidence that will lead us to these missing women. Bring old Chad on in here. Time to chat with Chad. Snake brought him in handcuffed to the table. I slid a bottle of water over to him. He looked at it and back at me. Before he decided he was thirsty enough, I told him, we know you are a part of the trafficking going on in Trenton Falls. What you're going to tell me is who you're doing it for. He shrugged. I don't know what I can tell you. Yes, I took girls, me and 2 other guys. A guy calls himself Ace hands us a flash drive every 2 weeks. Got 3 girls' pictures on it. Then the 3 of us start hunting. Whoever gets a girl first gets the $1,000 bonus, on top of our usual 1,000. I questioned, who contacted you and how? How do you get paid? He sneered. Don't you listen? I just told you. Ace gives us a flash drive. We hunt, we catch. He pays us. I mind-linked Delaney to come meet me. I needed her people reading skills. I want to be sure he's lying before I start breaking off body parts. I snarled, if you disrespect me again, I won't give a fuck about your pathetic information. I will snap your fucking neck. Delaney showed up, kizing me. Then taking a seat beside Snake, carry on. I laughed. Yes, Your Highness. She flipped me off, making me laugh harder. I turned back to face Chad. Who contacted you initially? And how did they contact you? Delaney sat a little straighter. Chad replied, I told you. Ace. He gives us a flash drive with 3 pictures. We hunt. We capture. We get paid by Ace. Delaney said, what he just said is truthful. But he deflected on how he was contacted, indicating a deliberate pattern of deception. I smiled. Well, Chad, it seems you don't want to be truthful. So big or small? He asked what I meant. I said, choose, big or small. He said small, and I broke his little finger. He screamed like a girl, grinning at him. That is going to happen every time. You lie. You omit information. You deflect. That could very well be a lot of broken bones before I'm done. He croaked. There's a website for dark jobs. Anyone who isn't afraid to get their hands dirty goes there to look at job postings. It's called Sins of the Father. All one word. They posted almost a year ago now. First it offered a reward for any blonde-haired, blue-eyed females between 16 and 26. After a few months, he started paying us a weekly salary. We bring them to a place called the Coffee Clatch in Oakville. There's a warehouse out back that we drive into. Ace takes the girl out of our car and inspects her, then approves or disapproves. That's only happened twice. If he disapproves, it's usually because they're too old, he says. Then he gives them to us. Vinny is stupid as fuck, though. He likes rough sex. Can't get off unless he's hurting the bitch. Killed them both. Delaney grinned. That was truth. His body was relaxed. He made eye contact, and the left side of his mouth didn't tick. I nodded and said, so, Vinny, I'm going to want his full name and your other partner in crime. He was already shaking his head. I can't. Dude, they would kill me. I said, you will tell me, or I will kill you. Delaney said, you know what they say about damned if you do? Chad groaned, damned if you don't.
Chapter 23, The Money Man. Delaney.
It took another 2 hours and 4 more broken fingers. But Gizmo had 2 names to work with: Vincent Nabbers and Christian Stevens. At school today, the girl that was nearly abducted came to talk to Bianca and me, asking a million questions about Slash. I told her what I know of him. Then I asked her, "Have you ever been around a biker's clubhouse? Or even the members when they're on a run?" She shook her head no, and Bianca told her, being a biker's old lady isn't an easy task. It's a lifestyle. It takes a strong woman. They don't just ride bikes. Being a biker is a lifestyle. Ride or die means literally to them. That being said, if Slash wants to pursue you, and it's something you want, I say go for it. I did. Her eyes got bigger and bigger as Bianca spoke. I actually expected her to walk away, so it was a little shocking when she said, "If he texts me and asks me out, I'm definitely going." I smiled and wished her luck. As I headed to my psychology profiling course, Bianca headed to criminal justice. She's going to be a lawyer, as she says, or a paralegal if I can't stick the full 8 years. Halfway through my lecture, Ashley texted me from the diner, asking for a meeting. I texted back I would be there around 3. I texted Venom and let him know, in case he has a hankering for burgers and fries. I walked into the office at the diner. Ashley was sitting there with her head in her hands. I said, "Ash, you okay?" She started to cry and shook her head. "I'm moving back home. I need help with Ian. He's a handful. And between work and trying to finish my CNA classes, it's too much. My parents are coming to move me home tomorrow." I hugged her and said, "I will miss you, but I get it. I will start looking for your replacement. It's not like I'm in a time crunch or anything." She said she was sorry, and I laughed at her. I was kidding. It's fine. Ian and your mental health are more important than being short-handed. Venom and Maddox met Axe and me for burgers and fries. I told him what was going on with Ashley. I may have to work a few shifts until I can hire someone. Hopefully, they won't require too much training. He smiled and took my hand. "I don't want you to spread yourself too thin, baby. You could always go back to online courses until clinicals. It's just a thought." I smiled back. "It's a good thought. I have Maddox's birthday in a week. It will take probably a month to get another server up to par. Actually, it's a great thought. I will arrange it tomorrow." After dinner, we had church to discuss what Gizmo had found so far. It will be awesome to start breaking down this trafficking ring. I was sitting on Venom's lap, waiting to hear what Gizmo had found out. Axe asked, "Did you get the ad out for a new server?" I nodded and told him, "Depending on how many responses I get, will determine how many I hire. With summer break right around the corner, I may hire a few. Shorter shifts, as well as more hands on deck for dinner rush. We are always really busy when school is out." Venom smiled. "That's a good idea, baby. It gives them work experience and keeps them out of trouble. Idle hands and all that. Snake, talk to George at the garage and Inc. Maybe they can put a few kids to work." I grinned. "That's so thoughtful. I had to turn away a lot of kids last summer. I just didn't have the revenue to support it. I'm in a better place this year. Hopefully, there are plenty who want to earn a little money." Gizmo said, "Let's get started. Got a lot of ground to cover. Let's start with our little buddy Chad. He comes from money. His family are from Des Moines. Apparently, the boy got a girl pregnant over there, and when his parents demanded he do the right thing, he took off. Reckon the right thing in his mind was running away. The Edwards are old money, textiles, and prominent faces in society. The first time Chad was arrested, Daddy made it go away. The next several times, Mom paid for attorneys and paid all restitution ordered. Apparently, the line in the sand was Chad refusing to take care of his baby mama. They disowned him and sent him on his way. He has no real skills and is always looking for a quick buck, making him a prime candidate, ripe for plucking by this kidnapping ring. I asked, what if we contact his parents? Speak with them about what they can do about forcing him to go home. Gizmo shook his head. I doubt they would do much. His kid is a boy. I think they consider their grandson their do-over opportunity and are grooming him to be the perfect puppet. Gizmo continued, Vinny and Chris are childhood best friends. Grew up in the backwoods of Kentucky. They got jobs on the North Dakota pipeline and did good. For a while, they fell in with some bad people, started taking drugs, and now here they are. I ran down the original ad on Since Off the Other website. It's fairly self-explanatory. There's a copy of a screenshot in the folders I placed in front of you all. We went to Oakville to check out the warehouse behind the coffee clutch. Completely abandoned. Everything cleared out. So, either they got wind Chad was captured, or he lied. I made sure we left 50 men in town. Their main job is to observe and report back. I did leave orders to bring Chris and Vinny in, if they show up. Venom said, That's a good plan, Axe. I want you to have another chat with Chad. He had me convinced he was telling the truth about that warehouse. But I could be wrong. Gizmo, did you get any information off his cell phone? He shook his head, not at first glance, but it's running through a program to retrieve all the deleted data. I will know more then. I am also still going through the flash drives he had in his house. There will be more information at our next meeting. Venom then asked, Has anything been found on this Ace character? Any video feed from the college we can work with? Axe told us. He's careful. He knows where the cameras are and avoids them. Venom turned to me. Can you describe what you remember about him again? I smiled. He's a little over 6 feet tall, athletic build, dark brown curly hair, shaved sides, longer on top, mustache, that's about it. He had on dark glasses. Oh, he was wearing Armani, if that helps. Gizmo said, It does help. A little. And Armani would run a few grand, so he has some wealth. He pays the klepto trio, always in cash. I have a feeling he's a front, though, for the actual culprit. The money man.
Chapter 24. Fu came me running. Venom.
Delaney had taken Maddox shopping. It seems like that boy shot up 6 inches overnight. He's almost as tall as his sister now. Chains bolted through my door. Prez. There's 4 black SUVs pulling into the compound. Already on my feet, I demanded, Who authorized entry? He said, Nobody. Spider had opened the gates to allow the trucks in that are carrying the merchandise from Mrs. C. Slate's, and they rolled on through before it could be closed again. I snarled, Get that shit to the warehouse down on Adams RD. I said not to bring it here? The fuck is wrong with y'all? Is no one paying attention anymore? I checked for my piece at my back and stepped outside. The lead vehicle had stopped. The back passenger side opened and a black dress shoe hit the ground, followed by the second. As he stood up, I watched him reach his full height. Cabot? He grinned and walked over, hugging me like there was no such thing as bad blood between us. I stepped away from him. What do you want? Rolling up into my compound without requesting an audience can get you dead. He sighed and responded, I thought this would be behind us, Ty. It's been 3 years. I laughed. I spent 5 years fighting a war to keep this country free, only to return home to find my birthright usurped by my only brother That same brother fucking my mate the entire time I was gone. 3 years hardly seems enough time to put that shit behind me. What do you want? You could have accepted the challenge. If you wanted Alpha so badly. He sneered at me. I shook my head. You're an idiot. It was never about the title. I am Alpha. No matter where I lead. It was about the betrayal. The one person I always believed would have my back. My brother betrayed me. In the worst way. One last time. What the fuck do you want? He asked if there was somewhere we could speak privately. I led him to my office and told Axe, have Queen join me when she returns. Sitting down, he asked, you took a chosen? Good for you. I never thought Jess suited you. I snarled. My personal life is not up for discussion. And of course Jess was suited for me. She was my mate. You knew it. And fuked her anyway. I'm just grateful I never did. He snickered. Yeah, I know. Why was that anyway? I growled. She was 15 when I left for the Marines, you fuck. She said she wanted to wait. Apparently that didn't mean she wanted to wait. For me. My door opened, and my beautiful mate waltzed in. Beaming brightly, I smiled. Hello, my love. Shopping successful. Shaking her head. Ugh. That boy is indecisive as hell. We have made a pact to only shop online for him from now on. She turned and looked at Cabot. He smirked, putting on his best come-hither look, and said, well, hello, gorgeous. She looked back at me, then at him. Just you, does that usually work for you? And I busted out laughing, pulling my mate into my lap, calming Torin down. I said, babe, this is Cabot. She nodded and told us, yeah, I figured he favors you. In a lounge lizard, sleazy kind of way. I chuckled. Lounge lizard? Nodding, she said, yeah, you know, the 70s piano bar skeevy looking, polyester king gold chain wearing, hairy chest. Kind of guy who hit on anything in a skirt. That guy. I laughed really hard at that. Cabot. In a nutshell. He growls. I'm right here, you know? I thought you didn't take a chosen. I said, it's none of your business. But Delaney isn't my chosen. She is my second chance. I am swiftly losing patience here, Cabot. Tell me why you are here. Cabot coughed. Well, now I'm not really sure. I came to ask for help. Alpha Silverton. Fuck. My pack has been under siege for the past month. Silverton wanted you. His daughter has reached marriageable age, and he wants to mate her to a fully mantled alpha. He wants you, and has been practically holding the pack hostage until I get you to agree. I laughed. And you thought to come here and demand I mate this jit, just because you aren't strong enough to fend off some random alpha? He jumped to his feet. He murdered Benjamin Ty. He's killed nearly 80 of my warriors. I snarled, wait a minute. He murdered Uncle Benjamin, Dad's beta? How? Cabot grimaced, silver bullet to the brain. Delaney stood and walked to the door. Baby, where are you headed? She grinned, to gear up and ready our troops. As she walked out, Cabot asked, what did that mean? I said, we are heading out in an hour. I will rid you of your pest problem. For Uncle Benjamin. He stood up, saying, I will head back and let everyone know you're coming home. I looked at him, astounded. I am not coming home, Cabot. I am home. I am not going to your pack. I am going to Blood Moon, killing Silverton, and then coming back to my home. He panicked. You can't. They won't let you in. I laughed. They can't stop me. He groaned. Silverton is at Golden Lake with his daughter, waiting for me to bring you back. I shook my head. You really are a colossal fuck-up, aren't you? Okay then. How many of his warriors are holding your pack hostage? He shrugged. 300 or so. I stormed out of my office, yelling for Snake and Axe. They met me in the common room. Round up the troops, men. I want everyone geared up. Armed, locked, and loaded. We have a pack to annihilate. Snake whooped and ran to give the order. Delaney walked in, fully geared, down to her katanas and compound bow. I asked, "Loaded for bear?" Grinning, she replied, "Loaded to kill a mother fuker who murdered someone important to you." I pulled her into me, kizing her deeply. "Then let's go kick some ass and leave the names on the ground." Ever hear the roar of 500 motorcycles light up? Or the rumble of the ground when they're on the move? It's exhilarating, exciting. It definitely forces adrenaline to thrum through your entire body. We followed Cabot's vehicles out the gate and headed south, literally catching people videoing us with their phones. On arriving, Cabot asked, "Are you really going to let her fight?" I laughed and said, "You're more than welcome to suggest she go inside and set tea. I'm not walking out of here toting an ass whipping. I don't let my mate do anything. She does what she knows she can." I yelled, "Silverton, I heard a rumor you wanted me. You got me. I'd like to see what you do with it." He came rushing out of the pack house, 3 men and a young woman behind him. He had a huge grin on his face. "Tiberius, it is so good to see you. Now, you will mate my daughter, and I will consider allowing you to take over as alpha of my pack." I had hoped to merge both packs, but wasn't aware you hadn't taken alpha here. I grinned. "Delusions. You suffer serious delusions. Drugs? Or just senility? Either way, absolutely every word you just uttered is wrong." He snarled, "You will mate my daughter, or I will raise your pack to the ground." And I slapped him. Just your standard everyday bitch slap aimed at being the greatest insult I can give without words. He growled and shifted into an impressive gray wolf on the spot, essentially declaring war. I roared out, "No survivors," and shifted into my 7-foot solid black wolf. Torin roared to his troops, and the battle ensued. Torin circled the gray wolf, always keeping an eye on Delaney. She is impressive as hell. A whirling virago of pure fury, lightning reflexes, and the strength of 3 men. Wicked. Cabot was literally ushering the women inside, locking the door behind him. Coward. But, true to form, the gray lunged at Torin. He twisted to the side, but still caught claws on his left rear haunches. Torin backed off and sat, while the gray was curious as to what he was doing. He was healing, but also intimidating the gray wolf by acting uninterested. When Silverton lunged, Torin was ready. He dove low and latched onto the gray's throat, crushing it in his massive jaws. By the time he took his last breath, all his warriors lay dead. I shifted back, surveying the damage as I slipped into a pair of jeans. Delaney said, "Well, now what, genius? Doesn't this make you alpha of Blood Moon?" Fuck me running.
Chapter 25. Definitely not the same. Delaney.
When I finally caught my breath from laughing so hard, I suggested, "Why don't you discuss placing a temporary alpha in place until you decide what to do? I am suggesting not asking your brother. Combining both packs will give him entirely too much territory, and from looking around this place, he can barely manage what he's got." Venom turned in a circle, looking around. "Wow, this place is a shithole. All the buildings are in various states of disrepair. The grounds are unkempt, patches of dirt where grass should be. What the hell is Cabot doing?" He marched up to the pack house door. Finding it locked, he kicked it in, searching for Cabot. Finding him, locked in his office, he kicked that door in as well. He snarled, "Cabot, I have always known you were a lazy bastard. Today, You proved you are a coward as well. I came to help you gain back control of Golden Lake, and you hid yourself away with the women. Cabot responded. That isn't what I did. I was getting the she-wolves to safety. Good news, though. Donata has agreed to become my mate. We are going to combine the packs. I asked, Donata? Is that the daughter of Silverton? At Venom's nod, I said, I see the play now. This little game cost a lot of lives, Cabot. Donata is your mate, isn't she? And her father wanted the best of the best for her. So you thought you would dangle your brother in front of him. This whole fucking thing was your plan, not Silverton's. You knew Venom would kill him for you. What you failed to factor in. Venom is now Alpha of Blood Moon. Not your little schemer. She can't inherit the pack. Not when her father is killed as a casualty of war. Torin growled so loud the windows shook. Cabot, I see my mate is correct. You used us. I will be placing a temporary Alpha at Blood Moon. I will also be moving my home base to pack territory in a month. You have fucked up. We will never be allies. I will never come to your aid again. Who killed Uncle Benjamin, Cabot? Well, shit. I wasn't expecting that, but okay. My Torin has staked his claim, and where he leads, I will follow. The pack is actually closer to Pine Grove anyway, just further from Trenton Falls. It will be nice to be able to let Iris run when she wants, and Maddox will love it. Venom said, Who, Cabot? Did you murder him in his sleep? You knew that would be the only way to ensure my aid. You answer me. Now. He stuttered through some bullshit. We don't know who killed him. We found him one morning. He had been dead several hours. I said, He's lying. Venom nodded at me. I caught it. His voice wavered. Cabot Stone, I hereby renounce all ties to you. We are no longer brothers. If you ever cross my path again, I will kill you. He grabbed my hand and walked us out to the bikes. He yelled, Mount up, men, we ride. As soon as he cranked his bike over, I climbed on, and we headed home. We definitely had a full plate now. I am grateful summer is here. I will be able to dedicate more time to our pack and getting everything settled once we reached home. Venom called our men for church. I went to find Maddox to let him know what was going on. He was excited, asking 1,000,001 questions. Then he asked the one I knew would eventually be coming. Why can't I be a wolf? I smiled. Hugging him close, I asked him, Have you ever wondered why I am so stringent in your training? He shook his head no. You just told me to do it, so I did it. I laughed at his sweet innocence. Buddy Rowe, I trained you as strictly as a wolf trains, and I do it because there is a chance you could be a wolf, but you would have to really want it. You would have to be fully committed. It can't happen before your 15th birthday, but you will be 11 in 6 days, and I do not want you to answer until you have taken a long while thinking about it, okay? He jumped up and said, I won't have to think about it. I have always wanted to be like you and Iris. I have always felt more wolf than just a measly human. That won't ever change, but I won't ask for the change until my 15th birthday. Venom Mind linked me to let me know church had been dismissed, so I went to find him. He was in the office with a man I hadn't met. Venom said, Delaney, this is Captain Maxwell Unger. He is actively tracking the colonel. I told him what happened to you and what we found at his home in Idaho. I shook the man's hand, still at a loss as to why I was summoned, so I just waited. Max smiled and asked, You are certain it was Richard Slate who harmed you? I watched this man for a long minute, still sitting the fence on whether I was going to trust him. I asked Venom, if Slate was dishonorably discharged, court-martialed, Whatever. Why is he being investigated by the military? Max answered. After his discharge, a series of break-ins occurred at several military bases around the country. I am investigating those thefts. I nodded. Okay, then yes. I didn't know who he was at the time. I recognized him and his two companions from photographs after I woke up. He smiled and asked, "What can you tell me about the explosion?" I shrugged. I don't remember much. It was loud. It was beeping. And it stunk. Like burnt motor oil. That was my first memory when I woke up. The stink of rancid motor oil. His eyes lit up. That's perfect. Is there any way to inspect the bomb debris? I would like to see it. We stood up and led the man to the shed where Axe had put my Jeep, so I wouldn't have to see it until I was ready. He opened the doors and Max went straight to the driver's side. I found it impossible to look at. My brother could be gone right now. That psycho targeted us to get back at Venom. This military captain had better hope he finds him first. Max came back out after a half hour. He looked at me. You were very lucky, young lady. He used some of the C4 he stole to bomb your car. That close to impact should have killed you. I'm impressed. I sneered. Impressed? Lucky? My definition of a lucky day? And yours? Definitely not the same.
Chapter 26. Queen Needs Me. Venom.
The gun shipment we had confiscated from Slate's house were turned over to Captain Max. Useless, but returned. I had ordered the club to be ready for our move. Luckily, I would just be incorporating this property into the Blood Moon territory. Essentially, the pack no longer exists. We will remain a motorcycle club of wolves, and the pack members that existed, that were left, were mostly women and children. Some elders. The warriors all perished. They all swore fealty, and it's now pretty much a done deal. I had to purchase 200 more acres in order to make sure the territory is all one large area. I had already ascended to Alpha. My full power has exploded over all of us. I suppose the goddess has decided I avoided my destiny as long as she could allow, and she just bent me over and rammed it home. Without any Vaseline, I'm feeling the burn. Delaney is at the diner today, interviewing for staff. She has decided she will only be there twice a week from now on. Her queen duties take up a lot of her time. She has found so many inventive ways to punish Tammy. It's comical, like right now. Tammy is scrubbing all the tile grout lines in bleach with a toothbrush. Maddox's birthday party is tomorrow. I have had the pool set back up, and I ordered him a motorcycle, a smaller ladies' model, but I want him to start learning now. Delaney wasn't overly happy about it, but she agreed he needs to start learning. We discussed what would transpire if and when he wanted to become a turned. I am impressed with how adamant he is. More every day. Axe and Snake are running down a lead on Ace. We learned through video surveillance around the town of Trenton Falls what he looked like. Facial recognition spit out a name, Nathan Asbell. After the name, an address followed, and that's where I sent my guys today. I didn't tell Max that I would stop hunting the Colonel. It would have been a lie. He nearly killed the love of my life. I won't let that slide. He seems to have gone dark since the bombing. That doesn't fool me. I know the man. I know how his mind works, and that means he is plotting. He is working on a plan. Marcus Walters is 13 months away from his first parole hearing. I am still debating whether he will survive to attend. I am undecided because, regardless of what he has done, he is still Maddox's father. Delaney is supposed to attend the parole hearing to state her reasons for or against, as she is considered his victim. Maddox is still too young. I plan on having a conversation with the man. Before the hearing, though, Dylan and Jesselyn have stopped eating at the diner. apparently because they can no longer get under my mate's skin. Little did they know. They couldn't if they tried. She didn't care enough to be bothered. Gizmo smiled. Well, getting all your ducks in a row, I see. Good plan. We can attack the situations in a formal order. We know Slate is planning something. We know the kidnappings that are happening are tied to trafficking. I want to run something by you. Bounce it off your brain, and you tell me if I am way off base. I grinned, having a feeling I know where this is going. He said, now, hear me out. What if? And it's a big if. But what if this Nathan is ex-military? He carries himself with military pride. His haircut, his overall physical preference screams it. I am still trying to run down the man's history. But if he is military, what are the odds he knows Slate? Well, fuck. That is most definitely not where I saw this going. I thought he was going to ask about bringing in some more computer techies to help him with all the new security we need. I told him, Slate, trafficking women? It's not much of a stretch, considering he has become a thief, dealing weapons. Human trafficking isn't too far out of the realm of possibilities. Gizmo laughed. See? That's what I'm thinking too. I'm going to start running the trail. If I can trace the money, we will find a thread. Hopefully when we pull it, the bad guys all fall out. I agreed and told him, find some people to help you. Our security is going to have to accelerate to meet our needs. Hire whomever you need. Blood Moon was rather well off, so money isn't going to be an issue. He nodded. I will get started on that right away. What about cameras, infrareds, motion sensors, motion detectors? What about fencing? Are we going to fence us in? I told him, absolutely. State of the art. I want electric fencing, 15 feet high, topped with concertina wire. Every other fence post. A camera. I will take no chances with my family. No fucking way. He said, I heard that. Queen protected at all times. No doubt about it. I laughed, because she has wriggled her cute little self into every single member's hearts. Except Tammy's. That is a relationship born in hell. Axe and Snake made it back only 3 hours after they left. That never bodes well. I met them at the door, leading them to my office. I said, report, as I sat. Snake said, he was gone. Probably several days. We may have spooked him. It's a possibility they have moved to another small college town, which more or less makes it someone else's problem. I slammed my palm flat on my desk. It is our problem. I committed to finding these women, and time is running out. Gizmo, hit the dark web. Search for any foreign people's advertising for blonde-haired, bly-eyed brides. I have a feeling that is why they are snatching those particular aesthetics. Axe asked, where's Queen? When I told him she was at the diner. He said he was heading out. I tried telling him Slash was with her, but he takes his job seriously. Chance knocked on my door, and I told him come in. Prez, I just can't keep watch over that woman anymore. 3 fucking hours. 3 hours, and she's still scrubbing the bathroom. On her 4th toothbrush, slobbering, tears running down her face, caterwauling like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Please, just shoot me. It won't be as painful. I was trying to catch my breath from laughing. I can't shoot you. You're too valuable. Stick a couple prospects watching her ass. I would rather not waste your particular brand of expertise on babysitting. His entire body sagged in relief, and I laughed again. That bitch still has 18 months on her 2-year contract. I received a text from Delaney. Send backup. I jumped up and said, let's go. Walking through the clubhouse, I pointed to the members I wanted. All 12 of us mounted. Burning rubber for a half-mile. Queen needs me.
Chapter 27, Ain't Gonna Be Today. Delaney.
We have had a busy several days. Venom and I had gone to Blood Moon, scared to death of what we were walking into. Surprisingly, they were happy to see us. The pack itself was in great shape. Its members were not as well off. So, while Venom was setting up for the ceremony, I was getting provision baskets ready for the remaining families. Venom had just decided he would pull the alpha title, believing the goddess was telling him something. I can understand that. She is all-seeing, and her will be done. The next day, I was busy ordering the things I wanted for Maddox's birthday. I had already sent out invitations, and the Valkyrie and I had prepped food. I was picking up the cake after the interviews were done. Like I said, busy several days. I had just gotten a cup of coffee and sat down when Slash let the first girl in. She was bouncy. She would bounce up and down after every question. Slash said she was fun. After she'd left, I laughed. I won't hire her. She's a people pleaser. But she struggled with staying focused. Slash brought in the next girl. She was a single mother, looking for a second job. I didn't want to give her a second job. I asked, "How many kids do you have?" She answered 3, and their father took off a year ago. She is about to be evicted because she only makes enough money to keep lights on and food for the kids. I told her, "I don't want you to take a second job. Your babies need time with you, at home. But I will offer you a one-time deal. I own a house, here in town. You and children can live there rent-free for 1 year. You pay the utilities. After the year, we can negotiate a fee." She gasped. "Are you for real?" I responded. "Yes, your babies need you home at night." I wrote the address on the back of my business card. Then I wrote her a check for $1,000. I told her, "This is the address. This is my phone number. Call anytime there is a problem. And this is to buy some new bed linens and stock the kitchen with food." We interviewed 3 more, and I hired one. Slash said, "Last one of the day coming up." I laughed and told him, "Thank goddess. I don't know when I've talked so much." He opened the door and let her in. She was pretty, in a girl next door kind of way. Strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes. A smattering of freckles across her nose. As soon as she sat down, I asked her name. She said, "Pam Spires," and my head popped up to look at her again. I smiled as I texted Venom. I asked, "Why would you like to be a member of our team?" She went into a spiel of being in the service industry for many years. She's a people person, happiest when she's busy, believes in helping fellow employees. She isn't looking for full-time, and my cute little diner caught her eye. I laughed a little. Everything she had just said was a lie, but I have to stall while we wait. If I hire you, you will have to be shadowed by a veteran server for a week. We all help out here. I am a firm believer in, if you can lean, you can clean. Never let me catch you doing nothing. I don't expect any of my workers to constantly ask what they can do. If something needs doing, do it. I reward incentive. I will never expect you to do anything I would not do myself. I do not tolerate disrespect." Axe walked through the door, and I mind-linked him to block the other door, wondering why Venom only sent him. Pam said, "Oh, those rules are simple to follow. I already said I like to stay busy, and I don't mind helping where I'm needed. I would never think to disrespect you. My mama didn't raise no fool." She giggled, and I'm thinking, yeah, she kinda did. I hear the bikes of my guys pull into the parking lot and watch the color drain from her face. I said, "Your sister says hi." Slash cracked up. Axe unlocked the door and let Venom and Snake in. The 10 men who rode with him fanned out around the building, looking for signs of the colonel. Venom walked over and grinned. Here we were, looking all over for you, and you waltzed right into our arms. Now, why is that? She tried saying she really is just looking for a job, that she didn't know it was my diner until she saw me. Venom said, I call bullshit, but it's all good. You don't even realize you're a sacrifice. Slate was convinced that I would immediately kill you for trying to kill my mate. He's not going to rescue you. She sneered. Yes, he will come, as soon as he figures out where I am, wherever you take me. Venom laughed. Oh, this is fun. You keep telling yourself that, okay? I looked at her and whispered, I sure hope you know what collateral damage is, little girl, because that's what you are. Venom pulled me into his chest, and I just breathed him in to feel his love healing me. Sometimes, when I am reminded of that day, that's the memory that sticks. And now he's done it to Pam. Venom told Gizmo, find her trackers and extract them. Don't worry about anesthesia. She was going to kill Queen in cold blood. Gizmo ran a wand thingy over her body. They found 3 external ones and 2 injected, 1 in her left buttock and 1 in her right boob. She screamed like a stuck pig when Axe made the tiny incisions to remove them. Slash said, should we transport? Venom shook his head. No. I want Slate to know. Pam. The Colonel knew I would do exactly what I just did. He knew. Because he trained me. And it's exactly what he would do. Or he would just kill you outright. Still think you aren't a sacrifice? I spoke quietly. I'd lay odds he's got his eye on something a little younger, a little firmer. After all, that's what he did to your sister, right? But you, what you did was far worse. Wasn't enough to fuck her husband. You had to finish breaking her. She's disowned you now. So, looks like you lose all the way around. A man will cheat. It's a given when some little slag is waving her pussy under his nose every day. Bet he's practically stopped fucking you. And on the rare occasion he does. He doesn't take his time. He isn't gentle. He's little more than a 2-pump chump with you now. What you do? Get too clingy? Talk about marriage? Kids? Or use the L word? Ask any cheater out there walking. He will always say it was his partner's fault, citing one of those reasons. She screamed, Richard loves me. He loves me. You'll see. He's coming for me. Venom grins. Okay. But it looks like it ain't going to be today.
Chapter 28. I think he likes it. Venom.
We had gotten back to the clubhouse in Delaney, and I brought Pam to the cells. She started screaming, No! Richard said you would put me in a nice room, that I was just going to be a hostage. I said, Lady, you are my prisoner, not a hostage. The fuck is wrong with you? Delaney was laughing. When Pam said, Chad, why are you here? They said you were dead. I looked at Axe, linking him to start checking into Pam Styles and Associates. There's something more going on here than I originally thought. After a couple days of little food and water, maybe we will get some answers. Delaney said, Shit, I forgot Maddox's cake. Now I have to go back. I told her, No, baby, we will send a squad. The Colonel's people may be in town, sniffing around. She agreed with that, with no argument. Torin said don't get used to it. I just think she's tired. I chuckled. He's right. She is so independent and self-reliant. I will just savor the moment. Snake shoved her into the cell. We keep men and women separate, and she's the only woman locked up right now. I ordered her chained to the wall, close to the cot. She screamed the whole time, acting like Snake was beating the shit out of her. Delaney rolled her eyes. Shut the fuck up, damn woman. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? You tried to kill me. Keep screaming. I fucking dare you. I would like nothing better than to give you something to scream about. She shut up and Snake laughed. Well, that works. Thank you, Queen. I watched Pam, and she was truly frightened. Why she would be, I don't know. She didn't hesitate to kill Slate's second, and she planned to do the same to Delaney. Cold-blooded killers don't usually scare easily. I sent a squad of 10 after a single birthday cake. That's a first. But we got trouble in town, and it would be nothing against an 11-year-old without birthday cake. Delaney went to the kitchen to bake cupcakes. Not because we need them, just because it's busy work. She does whatever she deems busy work to calm her mind. Gizmo met me in the office. Chad. The rich kid? The disowned one? Yeah, the Edwards family were best friends with the Slate family. Pam and Chad grew up together. I said, well, it's not a stretch to figure out the Colonel recruited Chad to do his dirty work. I would venture to say Nathan was under the Colonel's command at one point in time and is his new right hand. Gizmo grinned. The pieces are fitting together. I am still scouring the dark web for any mention of anyone wanting girls of that type. I said, good. I think we might catch a break with that. Backtrack it. Hey, check the Middle East. Afghanistan, Iraq, Saudi, even Syria. Slate served over there, nearly 4 tours. We walked out to see if dinner was ready, and I could hear the love of my life yelling. I pinched the bridge of my nose. She has been cranky all day. Maybe it's her time of the month, but I will be damned if I say that out loud. I got to the kitchen in time to hear Delaney say, I'm tired, Tammy. Tired of thinking up punishment for your dumb ass. Tired of listening to your whiny-ass voice complaining about punishment that is nothing compared to the alternative. What do you not get? You threatened to betray the brother of the president of this club. That should have got you dead. Go your ass to bed. No dinner tonight. Tammy was walking away, and I hear Delaney muttering, all damn day. 7 toothbrushes, and not even half the bathroom cleaned. What was she doing? Chewing the brushes? Axe laughed. She really pisses you off, doesn't she? I pulled her into my arms and kissed her forehead. She said, all she would have to do is apologize and mean it, and stay away, far away from Maddox. I whispered, after dinner, you and I are going to take a nice long bubble bath, and I am going to massage your back and legs. You need some quiet time. Things have been happening too fast. Let's slow it down for tonight. We did just that. I lit candles and used her lavender bath bomb. I gently washed every inch of her body, then towel dried her hair, before using a blow dryer on it. I warmed lavender oil and massaged her legs and back. She needed some pampering time. Everything has been so hectic. I just wanted to give her a peaceful night. She told me about letting Lessel and her kids move into her house, and how much she is struggling. I will arrange to have someone checking on her once in a while. We made love for a few hours and fell asleep in each other's arms. We are spreading ourselves too thin. By the time I made it down to breakfast, Delaney had been up a couple hours. She had made heart-shaped pancakes for me, and Mickey Mouse ones for Maddox. Her face is glowing, and she's laughing and joking with Evie. I'm supposed to keep Maddox busy for a few hours, so Snake and I are taking him out to learn the mechanisms and mechanics of a motorcycle. Then we're going to teach him how to ride. After that, we are going to take him to the battle simulator, and all 3 of us are going to fight against each other. Lasers are painless and a fun way to hone our skills. We made the way back to the clubhouse, feeling like jackasses since Maddox beat us in the simulator. He does that bouncing off trees Parker that Delaney trained him in. Fuking monkey. Delaney had the entire backyard decorated. The grills were fired up and smoking. They had set out potato salad, baked beans, and corn on the cob. All the kids were hiding. As soon as they saw Maddox, they jumped out of bushes, from behind trees, all yelling surprise, and that kid's face nearly split in two with the grin he had. When it was time for him to open presents, he was so excited he was practically vibrating. This kid had wormed his way into my heart so deeply. The way he loves and protects his sister is what clenched the deal. His fierce little body refusing to let me near Delaney. Although after today, I'm not too sure I could have taken him anyway. Delaney had gotten him all new leathers and several video games he had been asking for. When Axe and Snake wheeled his bike into the backyard, he screamed like a girl, then broke out in tears. Luckily, I looked up in time to catch him, because he came barreling at me at top speed for hugs. Delaney cracked up at me, trying to stay on my feet. As the little monkey launched himself at me, I think he likes it.
Chapter 29. Bumpy Ride, Baby. Delaney.
It's been a day already, and it's only 10 a.m. I walked out of the clinic and walked straight up to Axe. He wrapped his arms around me and asked, "What is it, little sister? Bad news?" I shook my head. "No, I don't think so. I don't know. I know why I am being a bitch to everyone." He said, "Well, that's good, right? The doc give you some medicine to make it stop?" I glared at him, and he stepped around his bike, putting it between us. Then it dawned on me he was avoiding me smacking him. It struck me funny, watching him sweat. I guess I have been really bad the past week. I asked, "What time will Venom be back from Trenton Falls?" He answered it should be around noon, so I grinned. I want to surprise him. Now help me think of creative ways to tell him he is going to be a father. And I waited for his reaction. 3, 2, 1. "You're pregnant?" I laughed. Nodding, he grinned. "Let's get shirts made and fill his office with pink and blue balloons, hiding in there, and when he opens the door, all the balloons will float out. We will be standing there with our shirts on." I clapped my hands. "Let's do it. We're going to get Maddox a shirt too. Oh, and Venom. But he only has to wear his when we tell the club. Should we get one made for Snake?" He grins and says, "Of course. He will get all but third if we don't. A but-third snake is deadly." I giggled and said, that whole sentence sounded wrong. We laughed as we started our bikes and drove to the t-shirt shop. Next stop was the florist, where we ordered 200 balloons to be delivered. Then the bakery for a cake. We spent a half hour getting the stupid balloons in his office. I was wearing my shirt. It just says Mama. Axe's says the fun uncle. I got Maddox one with favorite uncle on it, while Snake's has the grumpy uncle. My favorite is Venom's. His says not the mama to match mine. When the guys arrived, Evie ran out to have Snake put on his shirt, which he did. As soon as he saw it, he followed Venom inside, and Evie said, "Prez, Queen is in your office. She asked me to let you know she needs your help." As soon as he opened the office door, balloons attacked him on their rush to freedom. He was cursing and batting them out of the way. He finally made it inside and turned to ask, "Baby, what's going on?" When he saw our shirts, he was struck dumb, just stood there, not blinking or speaking, staring at my shirt, looking at Maddox. Then Axe. He spun and looked at Snake, seeing his shirt. Still, not a sound, not a smile, no reaction. Crazy pregnancy hormones threw me into a panic. He isn't happy. He doesn't want a baby. He's not ready to be a father, and I pushed past him, running outside and jumping on Olga. I drove to the farm and went inside the house. I had had it restored, so we had a working kitchen and bathroom when we were there exercising. I made a cup of coffee, sat down and cried. I rationalized he was in shock. But what if he doesn't want a baby? He needed time to process. But what if he isn't ready to be a dad? We never discussed kids. Maybe we should have. 10 minutes later, I heard his bike pull in. He slammed through the front door and picked me up, wrapping my legs around his waist. He whispered, "I'm so sorry, baby." I was in shock. I am so over the moon at this unbelievable gift. I had given up the thought of ever having a family of my own. When Jessalyn rejected me, I just figured it wasn't in the stars. And then, there was you. You blew my world apart and have made me the happiest man alive. I love you so much. Thank you for completing me, for bringing the sunshine back into my life. He stood me on my feet, and I noticed he had the shirt on. Making me giggle, I wiped my face and muttered, I panicked. Hormones. Apparently, I'm not adjusting because my HCG and progesterone are in the highest percentile. The doctor said it's the reason for my mood swings. He grinned. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a bumpy ride. We went back home and celebrated with the club. Everyone was so supportive and happy. Maddox kept speaking to my stomach, saying he would be the best uncle ever. He would protect him and teach him. It really was the sweetest thing in the world. Snake asked if I was going to be cranky for the next 4 months. And Venom yelled, "Abort mission. Take it back." I laughed and said, "My hormones are off the charts. Doc said they should level out in a few weeks, but they may not because the baby is wolf." Snake nodded, then said, "Yeah, are you though?" Axe told him, "Not good, man." And Venom said, "You know what? She can be as cranky as she needs or wants to be. She is carrying our future leader. Y'all keep it up and I may just go sit in the corner, sipping Bud Light, watching her beat your ass." Maddox asked, "Can I go with you to the doctor? I want to hear the baby's heartbeat. Will I get to see pictures? I can't wait to meet him. He's going to be my best bud. I think I will call him Buddy Rowe." I giggled and asked him, "What if it's a girl?" He gave me his little lopsided grin and told me, "Then I will call her Betsy Rowe." Making me laugh again, Venom called us all into the office to discuss what Sheriff John updated him on. As I got seated, Gizmo walked in, giving Venom an almost imperceptible nod, and I wondered what that was about. He dove right in. Not wanting to waste any time, another girl has been found. Her name is Vicky, and she is the second one that had been abducted. That tells us 2 things. The others are most likely still alive, and they aren't too far away. We are doubling down on our efforts to rescue them. I said, "You referred to Vicky in the present tense? Is she alive then?" At his nod, I responded, "Let's go then. We should speak with her." He was shaking his head. "She's in a coma, baby. She was beaten badly and sexually assaulted. Doctors aren't sure she will wake up. It's a question of time." I broke out in tears. That poor girl. What animals these men are. They better hope I don't get my hands on them. I will rip their dicks from their bodies and shove them down their throats, so their mouths shut so they choke on them. The guys all groaned and Venom grinned. Bumpy ride, baby.
Chapter 30. She hit him with her shoe. Venom.
The last week has been an adventure. We have been relentless in our search for the missing girls. I have maintained a heavy presence in all 3 towns, making it impossible for any others to be taken. We still have Chad and Pam in custody. Now we have added Vinny and Christian to our Crossbar Hilton. They were thrilled at the 5-star accommodation. Gizmo hacked the Cinsa for Father website and removed any and all ads for the abductions. He also found DMs from a Saudi email, requesting girls of a certain description, paying high dollar, as entertainment for elite businessmen. He is tracing an IP address down on that. now. Delaney and I are headed back to the hospital. She has insisted on going every day, even though Vicky hasn't woken up. We bring flowers and get well soon balloons. She eats lunch with her every day, talking to Vicky like they are old friends. I asked her about the kindness she is showing. She only said, "The Colonel is responsible for her pain, just like he is responsible for what I went through. I can't let her be collateral damage. I won't. I don't want her waking up and feeling alone. She needs to know someone cares." We stopped at the diner so I could grab us burgers and fries. Hers with white cheddar. That was a whole fight I never want to have again. Who knew white and yellow cheddar didn't taste the same? Our pregnancy is moving along. Delaney has the cutest baby bump now. But these hormones, she's aggravated, frustrated, irritated, unhappy, and downright angry. I am in the best shape of my life. When shit starts flying, I start running. She always apologizes and bakes, so it's all good. We arrived at the hospital. To the best news, Vicky had awakened in the night. Her prognosis is excellent, and the doctors told us she should be able to go home in a couple days. Delaney practically ran to Vicky's room. I followed quickly because, well, running, pregnant woman. Ugh, I stepped in the room and immediately pried my mate from around poor Vicky, who looked like she didn't know if she should scratch her watch or wind her butt. I explained to Vicky who we were and what we were doing there. She halfway smiled and looked at Delaney. She spoke softly. "I heard you. I could hear everything you were saying. I kept trying to find you. It was so strange when you spoke to me. There was light. I would walk and walk, trying to reach the light. But when you were gone, there was nothing but darkness." Delaney took her hand. "When I was in a coma, that's all I remember? The darkness. It didn't scare me, though. I found comfort in it." Vicky nodded. I asked if she felt up to telling us anything she remembers, and her eyes filled with tears. She said, "I do. I have to. There are more of us." They were discussing a pickup. People coming to take us overseas somewhere. I had had enough and fought back. Delaney said, "I want you to take your time. Do not force yourself to relive it. Just tell us what you are comfortable telling us." She set her phone to record, so we didn't have to repeat what was said. "My girl is one smart cookie." Vicky began her story. "It was a Tuesday, the night they got me. I had been at the library and time got away from me. The librarian ran me out at 9, so she could close up. I started walking home, and someone grabbed me from behind. I felt a pinprick in my neck. I woke up in a tiny room. It had a bed and a sink and toilet. The door was locked. I pounded on it, screamed at the top of my lungs, yanked and pulled on it. The fucking thing wouldn't budge. There was another woman there. She said she had been there almost a month. Her name is Amanda, but everyone calls her Mandy. I found out it was Thursday, so I had been there 2 days already. I made scratches on the wall. I put 2, then 1 for every day after that. We were fed once a day. Every 3rd day, we were taken down a long hallway to shower. I started making mental notes of everything I saw. Windows, high up, by the roof, not a ceiling, a roof, rafters, open beams, bars on the windows, because we could just jump 14 feet and sneak out. Metal walls, like a warehouse, or storage units. More and more girls were being brought in. We didn't know how many of us there were. We could only hear our nearest neighbors. The night, the day I ended up here was a bad one. I overheard what 2 men said. "Oh, a man. Nate, maybe," said the boss was finalizing the details, and Billy and Troy would be coming to pick us up in 2 weeks. The boat, Cornelius, That's the name of the boat. Would be outfitted by then for the trip across the ocean. I don't know what ocean. When dinner was brought in that night, I was fed up. I had had enough. He stepped in the room with my food tray. When I took it, I slammed the tray into his face. I shoved the edge of it into his nose. He fell, and I ran. Obviously, I didn't succeed in my escape, but I was deemed undesirable. We are supposed to be broken and docile. Their words, I didn't get the memo, but they called a couple men to get rid of it, meaning me. Long story short, they took me away into the woods. They beat me and raped me. I played dead. Then I woke up here. I understood completely why she glossed over the end of her story. I had seen it many times in assault victims. They avoid talking about the actual trauma as much as they can. Delaney asked, when they were taking you away, were there any landmarks? Identifying milestones you recognized? Vicky nodded. I was chained in the back of a van, but when they lead me out, the building is indeed a series of storage units that have been hollowed out to make it look like individual units. But it's really just one big warehouse. We turned out onto the road, and we passed a bar, Duffy's, then turned left, and it wasn't long after that I was yanked out of the van for some fun. My body infused with adrenaline, and I asked if she saw a name of any kind on the storage unit. She shook her head no. I called Gizmo and gave him the information we had, and he will get started searching right away. I walked back in Vicky's room to see she had fallen asleep. Delaney suggested we head home. She knew I would be eager to roll on this new information. Delaney was quiet all the way home. When I turned off the truck, I looked at her. Baby, are you okay? She blinked her huge green eyes at me and nodded. Processing, I think. As soon as we reached the door, Gizmo met us. He grinned. I found it. I found where they are. I don't think they suspect the girl survived. I didn't slow up. Mind linking the ranks to meet me in the office. Once everyone was there, I told them we need a plan. We are going in tonight. Get the transport vans ready. Have our medics available. We can't be sure the girls are unharmed now. After Vicky broke the guy's nose, she thinks it may have been Nathan, but she can't remember his face. Delaney said, I will get some sandwiches and drinks together. Those girls are going to be hungry. Axe laughed, just like a woman. You sick? Here, eat. Sad. Have some food. Hurt? Rub a little food on it. She hit him with her shoe.
Chapter 31, At Least You Aren't Pregnant. Delaney.
I was so glad we were going to rescue the girls. Time is running out. Vicky waking up when she did has been the biggest blessing. Maddox was helping me make sandwiches and pack coolers. He's excited that we seem to finally be catching a break. I had him in therapy twice a week for all the trauma he has been through in his young life. He is still adamant about being a wolf. I just want to make sure his head is in the right place before a decision of that magnitude. Venom found us, just as we were finishing up. He told Maddox, Hey, bud, while we are gone, can you supervise getting at least 10 rooms made up for our guests? Just in case. He nodded enthusiastically and marched out to the sweet butts, letting them know they had a task. He looked at Tammy and said, Not you. I know you're allergic to manual labor. Can't have you all broke out in hives when we're expecting company. I lost my shit. I was laughing so hard, even harder, when Venom said, Great. His sarcasm is as on point as yours is. I guess it's true. Blood will out. I bet your mom was a real hoot. I went over to medical and boxed up things we would need to triage any of the girls with injuries, putting them in the transport van. I mind-linked Venom. I was going to change into my gear and headed to our room, which is where Venom found me nearly an hour later. in tears, frantically looking for my socks. He stood several minutes, watching me, until I yelled, "Don't just stand there, help me look." He came into the room, asking me what we were looking for. I said, "They were right there." I laid them down on the foot of the bed. While I got my vest on, I put my belt on and sheathed my knives. When I reached to put them on, they weren't there. He smiled, "Okay, but again, what are we looking for?" I practically screamed, "My fucking socks. Have you not been listening to me?" He calmly said, "I am listening, my love. You never told me what we were hunting. So now, are we looking for different socks?" I asked, "What the fuck do you mean? Different socks? Different than what?" He cleared his throat and said, "Different than the ones on your feet." Oh, my goddess, I am getting pregnancy brain. Venom started laughing. "Is that a real thing? Pregnancy brain?" I blushed crimson and asked, "Did I say that out loud?" He grinned wider and kized me, "Sit down, baby. Let me put your boots on for you." I told him, "I don't deserve you. I am being this colossal bitch." Then crying like it's everyone else's fault. "Hormones are not fun." And the doctor said, "Because you are you. My hormones are more haywire than a normal she-wolf's will be." He said, "There you go again. I told you I don't understand your you are you way of describing me. So please explain what me being me has to do with your hormones." I giggled. "I know it's a very unique way of describing you. But you are you, baby. And I need unique descriptions. You are stronger, faster, fiercer than most alpha wolves, being born with the mantle. Only 1% of wolves are born with their mantle intact. Everyone else receives theirs on ascension. That is going to affect your progeny prodigiously." He roared with laughter. "Progeny prodigiously? The doctor's words. I take it." I nodded and giggled again. He pulled me into his arms and kized me. "Have I told you how much I love you lately?" I smiled, kizing him. "I love you more," he grinned and said. "But I love you most." I groaned and smacked his rock-hard abs, always with the last word. He followed me out of the room, still laughing, not realizing I had the last word. Anyway, I hopped on the bitch seat behind Venom, and he fired it up. Snake and Axe starting theirs. I am always in awe of the strict regimental details our club adhere to. President starts his bike first. Then the second and third start theirs. Everyone else follows. Venom would never allow them to deviate from the rules of the road. We head out, Venom in the lead, Snake and Axe directly behind us. The rest of the club riding by twos. We turned right at that bar, Duffy's, and followed the road to the storage building. It was called Buck's U Store It. This series of buildings, unassuming, in the middle of nowhere. I spotted the one with the bars on the windows. At the same time, rapid gunfire was laid down. I ducked behind the bike and yanked my Epsilon out of its holster. Venom had hit the dirt in front of the bike and rolled for cover on the side of the building, already holding his Glock. He yelled out, "Sound off." I heard our men checking in. I released a breath I didn't know I was holding. "Thank you, goddess, for looking after my guys." Axe and Snake laid down ground cover for me to make my way to Venom, and we scoped out a way to enter. I said, "Why don't we ram the doors where they are shooting? It shouldn't cause too much damage on the transport. The brush guard should take the brunt of the impact." Axe nodded. "That could work," Spider said. "I got it. Give me some cover fire, and I will get us inside." He jumped into the van, and we all got in position to keep firing at the door as we followed the van to its destination. When he rammed the doors, the entire place imploded. We jumped through the opening, firing at anything that moved our direction. When the smoke cleared, 5 men laid dead, and we began our search. 20 minutes later, we had 14 women in vans. I was checking vital signs, while Manic was passing out drinks and sandwiches. They all had minor injuries. A few had some serious bruises. Mostly, they were suffering from malnutrition and dehydration. 2 were severely dehydrated, so I started a glucose drip, hoping to get their electrolytes to level out. Venom called Sheriff John, told him there was a need for a cleanup crew, and he was welcome to come to the club and interview the women. John tried saying he wanted the women at the station. Venom flat out refused, telling him the women have been traumatized enough. Manic come racing up to me. Queen, Queen. Spider took a round to the chest. I grabbed the med kit and ran to where they had laid him down. I ripped through his shirt with my scissors to see the wound was in his upper shoulder and not his chest. Thanking the goddess again, I used a local anesthetic and removed the bullet. I stitched the wound closed and put his arm in a sling. We made it back home, and I had Doc check the girls all out. And Spider was told to take it easy a couple days, and he should be fine. I was tired, but feeling accomplished. I sat down at the VIP table with Venom, and Maddox untied my boots, pulling them off my feet. I sighed so loud everyone chuckled. Spider, feeling no pain, on his 3rd beer, and his painkillers had kicked in. He loudly slurred, "Hey, someone should take my boots off too." I laughed and said, "Yeah, it ain't gonna be Maddox." He whined, "Alwa, come on, I got shot." Maddox grins, "So, at least you aren't pregnant?" Everybody cracked up.
Chapter 32. Never Stop Being My Hero. Venom.
Sheriff John showed up the next morning and took statements from the women, 10 of them opting to return to their homes. 3 had asked to stay with the club. We don't usually allow that, but for the time being, I will. Vicky is being released today, and Snake drove Delaney to pick her up. My generous mate has taken her under her wing and is very protective of her. So, at the moment, we have 4 human women requesting sanctuary, and we are going to have to break the news that we are wolves soon. A knock at my office door opened to reveal Tammy. She asked permission to speak to me. I mind-linked Axe to get to my office. No fucking way do I ever have a woman in my office alone. Fuck that. No bitch is going to try and lie about me. I stood in the open doorway, waiting for Axe. As soon as he arrived, I asked, "What can I help you with?" She said, "I am not being called on very much anymore. Delaney has blackballed me and is making the men stay away from me." I held on to my temper and didn't do what Torin instinctually wanted to. Her throat is still intact. Axe said, "Has anyone said Queen has forbidden them from tapping that?" She shook her head no. No one would ever say it out loud. Everyone thinks your queen walks on water. I snarled, "And you're walking on thin ice. Tell you what, go find evidence to back up your claim. You have until 6 tonight. We will hold a hearing. If it turns out what you claim is truth, Delaney will apologize, and I will order every single man out there to fuck you. How's that? Sound fair?" She whined, "I don't want them all to fuck me, just sometimes." I growled, "You came in here bitching about not being fuked, and now you're whining about being fuked. Get the fuck out of here and be prepared to present your case at 6 tonight. In church." She walked out and Axe praised me. "Way to not snap her neck, Alpha. Proud of your restraint." I laughed and said, "The struggle is real, dude." We had just finished up a ton of paperwork for the pack territory, and I had paid all the bills, so I didn't have to worry about electricity and water for my people. Snake texted, "It's been nice knowing you, bro." I called him immediately. When he answered, I was relieved. The text had scared the life out of me. "Don't even joke like that, man. You fucking scared me to death. He groaned. You gotta help me, dude. Queen asked me to get her some salt and vinegar chips, and she was taking so long I ate them. But when I went back to the vending machine to just get some more, it's out of order. I'm headed out. Going into witness protection. She's gonna kill me. I started laughing. Everyone is terrified of her hormonal mood swings. Not even going to front. Me too. Delaney texted me. They were heading home, and a smile spread across my face. It amazes me how much I miss her. She could be in the bathroom 5 minutes too long, and I miss her. My phone rang. Just as I opened a beer and sat down at the VIP. When I picked up, a man's voice said, "Your wife is beautiful pregnant. It's a shame, but she has something that belongs to me. I'm going to need that back." I mind-linked Axe to tell Snake to pull into a busy parking lot and arm themselves. Now, Slate is tailing them. He ordered our men to mount and ride to the Walmart in Pine Grove. Making sure they were all armed, I responded, "Slate, my wife is not to be hurt. This time, I will burn the world down around your ears. The woman with her is not your personal property. As a matter of fact, you threw her to the animals that left her for dead." He laughed. "It's all about collateral damage, Stone. We're all in this life together. No one makes it out alive. Some just get to have some help. Now what does your sergeant need from Walmart?" Huh? This should be fun. How many people will go splat with a brick of C4 heading their way? Just as he said it, I heard an explosion, and his laughter. Before he cut the call, I mounted my truck on the run. Demands Bluetooth to dial Delaney. The 4th time I called, she answered, and my stomach bottomed out. "Baby, please, baby, are you okay?" She was crying, but replied, "I'm okay. We're okay. We're all okay." Someone rolled a shopping cart through the doors at the entrance, and it exploded. "We need transportation. Our windows are blown out, and the tires burst." I told her, "Keep your guns locked and loaded. Slate was threatening you and Vicky again." I hear Snake growl so loud it hurt my ears. "What the fuck, Snake?" Delaney said. "Vicky appears to be their mate, and Basil is a little on edge." I whipped the F-250 into the parking lot on 2 wheels, slamming it into park before it had even stopped. 30 of my men had arrived and were administering aid where they could. I pulled Delaney into me, breathing her in, while my eyes scanned the entire area. He had hung around long enough to see me arrive and spot him. He gave a 3-finger salute, getting into the back of a Lexus, and pulled away. We learned 5 people died and over 30 injured. It could have been much worse, but it should never have happened. Slate is getting sloppy, making him 1,000 times more dangerous. Back at the club, I announced church at 6. Mandatory attendance for the entire club. Then Delaney and I sat down with the remaining 4 abducted women. I explained to them we are wolves, and they are welcome to stay with us, but as a motorcycle club and a wolf pack. Then I expected them to swear an oath of loyalty and sign non-disclosure agreements. They all agreed they wanted to stay, that they will work, clean, pay dues, anything we wanted. I left that up to Delaney. Vicky would become her right hand, as Snake's mate. Snake's mate. He got a second chance, too. I am so happy for him. Maddox came running in and climbed over me to reach Delaney. "The other kids are saying that man tried to blow you up again." She soothed him and spoke softly. "He was trying to scare Venom, Buddy Rowe. It worked, because he scared me too. But you know what? First thing in the morning, Venom and I are going to hunt that son of a bitch down and do the whole world a favor." He grinned and said, "Kill him once for me." She laughed, telling him, "You got it, baby boy." Yes, They are weird, bloodthirsty, but I think everyone is, to a degree, after what the two of them have seen, lived through, and overcome. They definitely deserve some payback. I am just the person to help make that happen. She leaned over and whispered, I heard all that. Did you mean to link it to me? I laughed and told her that it was just a happy accident, and she kissed me. Never stop being my hero. You got that? I grinned and kissed her back.
Chapter 33. I see you've met my mate, Delaney.
At the mandatory meeting that night, Tammy claimed I was deliberately depriving her of making the extra money. The men give the sweet butts in appreciation for their services. Not all our guys do that, but some tip the girls. I asked how exactly I was supposedly doing that. She accused me of ordering the men to stay out of her bed. That struck me funny, and I asked, have you always been so paranoid? Has it not occurred to you that maybe, just maybe, it's you? Because I gotta tell ya, if I was living in a club of 500 men, and not one wanted to have sex with me, I would probably develop a complex. She snarled, you just don't want me to earn money. If I am working, I can't do all your little bullshit chores. I snapped, bitch, I gave you a job. I kept you from being sold to the Vikings. I have never done anything to you. Yet you have shit on me 7 ways from Sunday. I am done with your constant complaints. You always thinking that you're better than anyone else. I tried, over and over, to teach you a little humility, some appreciation for your fellow man. Even tried to be your friend at one time. I am done. I don't give a flying fuck if you buy your contract out, or if Venom sells it to anyone else. But I am done with you. I am done trying. I want you gone before the club makes the move to our new territory. I wash my hands of the whole fucking thing. She screamed, this is what you have wanted since the first day I got here. You're scared your man still wants me. I raised an eyebrow and looked at Venom. He may want to step in here before I snap a bitch's neck. Torin growled, I never wanted your stank ass. I never touched you. You were here a whole month before Delaney moved in, and I never looked twice at you. She whined, you took me on a date. We went out to dinner. He laughed at her, then asked, are you on drugs? Axe. Toss her room. I want to know what she's taking. I didn't take you to dinner. I took 3 new sweet butts out for a business dinner. We went over the rules of your contracts before you signed them. You delusional little twat. Now, I was laughing. This girl is stupid. So stupid. I looked at her. You will soon learn how good you had it here. And please, by all fucking means, write a letter to Marcus Walters, because when I see him in 10 months, I fully plan on telling him where to find me when he gets out. You terrorized a little boy in your malicious effort to get back at me. What kind of person does that make you, Tammy? What did my brother ever do to warrant you terrifying him that the man he watched bludgeon his wife, my mother, to death, will be coming after him? Answer that for me, and I will consider ordering the men to notice you. She muttered, I didn't know that's what happened. You kidnapped him. I heard you tell Ashley. You admitted it. I started laughing. I looked at everyone in the room. The night Marcus, my stepfather, beat my mother to death, while my little brother watched, I kidnapped him, to save a 5-year-old from suffering the same fate. I saved my brother. Then I fought for custody of him. Then I adopted him. I am now waiting, and when that man comes for Maddox, I will kill him. So now everyone knows, Tammy. Are you satisfied? I am done talking to her now. Y'all can do what you want, but she no longer exists in my world. Venom said, Snake, make the call. She can be Alvarez's headache now, but at least she'll be more comfortable. Al's sweet butts don't get clothes to wear. Spider, lock her in her room. He dragged her out, screaming and begging. The room was so quiet after she walked out, I busted out laughing. Told Vicky and the other girls, getting initiated right off the bat. Right, girls? We can't allow disrespect when we lead this many people. Vicky grins. After what I have been through. The heinous things done to me. Girl, you're like Mother Teresa. Everyone laughed at that. Venom said, I actually called this meeting to discuss club business. And now that the town crier has been taken care of, let's get to it. Shall we? The man behind the abductions is Richard Slate. He's pissed we rescued the girls. He's out a lot, and I do mean a lot, of money, millions. He already had an old vendetta against me. Now he has two. I want us ready to move to Warrior Wolves territory within the month. All the security measures should be installed. Fencing in. We will maintain this location as an outpost, manned by 150 men. At all times, we will take it in shifts, 4 on and 3 off. Everyone rotating. All of you are still scheduled for training at the simulator twice a week, 2 hours at a time. That is to be strictly adhered to. Any questions? Now is the time to ask. Renegade asked, What if the rest of us find mates like you and Snake have? I smiled and Venom told him, I hope you do, brother. I hope you all do. It can only enrich your life, our lives, all of us. Demon wanted to know, we are going to need some heavier artillery to defend against what the Colonel will be throwing our way. Do we know how much C4 he has? Venom said, the military won't release that information, but I am glad you brought that up. We will be receiving delivery of a cache of assorted weapons acts ordered when this whole thing started. We will be well armed. Also, always check your vehicles before you get back in them. No matter where you are parking. Queen was in the park, and he got to her Jeep. In broad daylight. He didn't hesitate to bomb a huge superstore. Take no chances, I said, and always keep your eyes peeled. He is watching all of us. He knew I was at the hospital. He knew we had pulled into Walmart. Don't underestimate this man. He's a battle-hardened warrior with a strategic mind. He thinks like you do. Venom told everyone they were dismissed, and we all went out to the club bar. Venom said he was desperate for a beer, and I told him I was too. Then it dawned on him I couldn't drink. We were all sitting around talking. Well, I was arguing with Snake about my salt and vinegar chips, because I really wanted them now. A gate guard mind linked Venom. A huge Hispanic man was at the gate. When Venom stepped outside, he said to let him pass, and Venom invited him inside. This guy walks in, ogling me like I was a frickin' 15-ounce T-bone, and said, Please tell me it's this one's contract I'm buying, and reached across the table to pull a strand of curls off my shoulder. Before his hand reached me, I grabbed it and slammed his hand backwards, twisting it. I yanked him down on the table and my knife at his throat. Venom grinned. I see you've met my mate.
Chapter 34. I can see that. Venom.
Fuking Slate has gone to ground again. I have had my men out every day, canvassing the streets. All my snitches have been contacted. Guaranteed 10 grand for viable information that will lead is to Slate's hideout. Delaney has a doctor's appointment to find out the baby's gender, and we are headed there now with Maddox. He loves going to hear the heartbeat. Delaney is upset with me at the moment for drinking all her juice and putting the empty carton back in the fridge. For the record, I don't drink juice at all, ever, and she put the carton back in the fridge. I know she did. I watched her do it. I apologized and promised never to do it again, and I would buy her more juice on the way home, and I wouldn't drink a drop. Pretty much how our days go. She does something, and I apologize. She has some wild pregnancy brain moments. It's funny pulling pranks on her. Well, until she gets pissed and we all run for cover. Axe snapped a picture of her phone while we were having breakfast, then texted the picture to her, saying she left her phone in the kitchen. She came down to get her phone, while proving to Axe he had texted her about forgetting her phone by showing him the texted picture on her phone in her hand. It took us several minutes of looking for her phone for her to realize she had it the whole time, but we helped her search anyway. The doctor asks if we're excited, and she smiles, her first smile since breakfast, and I was over the moon when she took my hand. She whispered, "I'm sorry, babe. I don't mean to be such a pain in the ass. I don't know what comes over me." A tear rolls down her cheek, and I say, "No, baby. No, no, no. Don't cry. It's your hormones, and I'm a big guy. I got broad shoulders. I can take it. 6 more weeks. That's endgame, baby girl. Our little one will be here, and you will start feeling more like yourself." My eyes were glued to the screen, and Maddox kept asking, "What's that?" every few seconds. The doctor was patient and answered every time. Several minutes later, he looked up from the monitor and said, "That is one big baby, probably going to weigh between 8 and 9 pounds at birth. Are you doing a gender reveal, or do you just want to know?" We all three said, "We just want to know." The doc grinned and asked, "Eager, are we?" "Well, not going to keep you in suspense. It's a boy. A fully mantled alpha is my guess, from his size and the strength of his movements." I looked at Delaney. This time, with tears in my eyes, she giggled and said, "Well, Alpha? We are having an alpha. Who would have guessed that?" I laughed, and Maddox said, "I'm an uncle to a badass." And Delaney scolded him for language. Walking back into the clubhouse, the Valkyrie had decorated and were grilling out. Everyone had gathered to hear what we were having and to throw Delaney a baby shower, to which she promptly broke out in tears, insisting on hugging every member of the club, which literally postponed the party for another hour. Toward the end of the evening, and everything was winding down, Sarah and Bianca asked if they could speak with me privately. I refused them a private audience. "I can meet with you, but not privately. I would never put myself in a position of being doubted by my mate. I owe it to her. So if you'd like to meet with Delaney, Axe, and myself, that's doable." Bianca laughed. "Oh my God, that did sound bad, didn't it?" "I apologize. I meant privately, as in away from a crowd, where we won't be overheard." It was my turn to apologize for the misunderstanding. We headed to my office, and I told Chance we were not to be disturbed. Sarah laid a paper on my desk. "This is an email I printed out. They are being sent to every woman on campus. We polled all our friends, and any of us under 25 received it. There's a questionnaire that we have to fill out. That's this paper. The questions are targeting our family history. Bianca and I ran algorithms to see which of us received responding emails after the questionnaires were mailed back." Bianca said, "Sarah filled in her family information truthfully. Mine, I made it look like I had no family. Only child, parents dead, kind of thing." I received a response. "If you read this one, I think our concerns will be explained." I read over the original email, questionnaire and corresponding email. I looked at the girls. "Good work, ladies. This email indicates this could very well be the Colonel's next move." I handed it to Delaney. She smirked. "Oh, this is ingenious. Listen, we are offering an exclusive opportunity to women of your caliber. Joining our program will reap many benefits. You will be handsomely rewarded for participating in our program. There will be wardrobe and monetary compensation for your time. You will be expected to travel. In some cases, dieting may be a requirement. as well as altering hair color, or the wearing of contacts. Axe said, "Holy shit, why abduct them? If they will come to you willingly. It's an offer that would be very tempting to a vulnerable woman. All he has to do is get them to the destination he gives them. And they are never seen again. It's really very cunning." Bianca said, "That's what we thought too, and that's why we are here. I accepted the offer to help you catch this guy. I am asking for your protection. Once I am notified of a location to meet them, whoever they are, I don't want to go in blind. I would appreciate it if I could feel safer about it." I told her, "We will absolutely protect you. I would ask you to consider allowing us to inject trackers under your skin, as well as cameras, listening devices, hidden in your clothes, jewelry, even contacts for your eyes. We would be able to see and hear everything you do. And I will have people close by to extract you, should the situation turn south." Delaney asked, "Have you gone to the police?" Sarah nodded. "We did. First, we went to campus security. Then we spoke to the dean. And finally, we spoke with the sheriff. We were told that if we are suspicious, then mark the emails as spam, report it to the internet, and don't respond." Bianca tells us, "The thing is, we have no way of knowing how many girls have responded or met with these people. The first emails appeared a week ago. No telling how fast this is snowballing." I agreed. "I absolutely agree with you. I believe your instincts are spot on. If you agree to the trackers, we should do that as soon as possible. For all we know, you may be being watched even now. I can have Gizmo take care of cameras and trackers right now. Before you leave, I will give you both burner phones, as yours may be bugged. Only contact the numbers programmed into the burners once you know where you are to meet. I will need to get my men in place to protect you." She smiled. "Thank you. We knew we could count on you, especially after the proper authorities decided we're just airheaded attention-seeking college cuties incapable of insightful thinking." Delaney cracked up. "Yeah, I can see that." Bianca stuck her tongue out at her, making Delaney laugh more.
Chapter 35. That's not a good idea, Delaney.
As soon as Bianca texted Venom the day, time, and place she was supposed to meet a talent agent named Nathaniel Asbury, we made arrangements to keep her protected. We all know it's a pseudonym for Nathan Asbell. Not a very creative one either, but at least it leaves no doubt the Colonel is involved. The meeting is being held in one of the penthouse suites of Trenton Hilton. Venom rented out the 3 other suites on the top floor. He put 6 men in each suite. 4 days before the scheduled meet. We are in the one directly across from the target. Gizmo was getting all his surveillance equipment up, and Venom made sure all our men were properly armed. This sting will either be the Colonel's takedown or the successful mission he visualized. The management of the hotel was to inform Nathan that the other 3 suites are under renovation, and there would be construction workers in and out during the day. Venom had chosen only our men who hadn't served with him, or the Colonel at any time during the war. He didn't want to risk anyone being recognized. The 5 of us, Snake, Axe, Gizmo, Venom, and I, have all been cooped up in the suite since word came in. It was beneficial in keeping an eye on who goes in the target suite. Our problem lies in not knowing how many girls were going to show up. On the morning of the event, Axe hasn't taken his eyes off the target. Nathan had checked in last night, and so far the only traffic was room service. Shortly after breakfast, 4 men showed up. Entering the apartment, they haven't left yet. No sign of Slate, though. Shortly after lunch, 2 of the 4 men who had arrived earlier came into the hallway, standing guard on the door. As girls began to show up, Manic was on the ground floor, alerting us to the women as they arrived. Bianca was the fourth. The guards on the door waited until 15 girls lined the hallway, then opened the doors to allow them all inside. Venom whispered, "If they plan on taking them all today, how will they get them out of the hotel? It's too risky. I don't like it. At all." Gizmo SHH'd him. We were getting our first look. Hearing the first conversation, I grinned when Bianca sat down, directly in front of Nathan. His nose was horribly disfigured, and I grinned wider. Vicky's ass is wicked when she's wielding a food tray. Dude needs some serious rhinoplasty. The conversation started out like any other interview. Then he asked questions like, would you consider bleaching your hair blonde, wearing blue contacts, explaining it as possible commercial appearances? Then the questions turned darker. Is there anyone who would miss her if she went missing? Would anyone search for her? She responded her boyfriend might report her missing. Then laughed and told him that he probably wouldn't search. Axe growled, and I raised an eyebrow. Something happening with that, huh? We had listened to every interview. Then the men excused themselves to confer in the other room. The girls were chattering excitedly amongst themselves. Then Bianca said, "Something is happening." "What is that? What's coming out of the vent?" As we watched, the room began filling with a white gas. Smoke. Mist. "We didn't know," Axe shouted. "They're knocking the girls out. Guys in the hall just put on gas masks." All the guys charged from the room. Venom knocked both guards out, putting one of their masks on himself and tossing the other to Axe. They broke the door in and Venom threw a chair through a window to clear the room. Half of the women had already fallen unconscious, and our men worked on getting the conscious ones out into the hall. Nathan and his 2 additional lackeys all ran out of the bedroom, gas masks in place, and Venom shot them. He didn't kill them, but he damn sure stopped them. We spent the next few hours making sure the women were okay to get home. Doc had come and patched up the 3 gunshot victims. Our transport van was almost here to take them back to the cells. I was helping the girls. The ones who had passed out were waking up. They all had headaches. A few were actually throwing up. I gave them damp cloths to lay on the back of their necks. Had them all sitting down with their heads between their knees. These women have no idea how lucky they were. Yet, it took several hours to get the women well enough to go home. Our prisoners were all locked, secure, and cozy, hanging from the walls of their cells. Venom will question them once he feels they have become more amenable to a civil discussion. Ha! Who am I kidding? He's going to interrogate them in the morning. When we arrived back to the compound, 4 government vehicles were parked outside our gates, our people refusing them entrance. We passed them and parked in front of the clubhouse. Venom asked Maddox, "What's their story?" Maddox shrugged. "Captain Unger. Says he has a warrant. Told him don't care." Venom laughed. "Okay, let him in." The cars pulled up after the gates were opened. Max stood up out of the back of the 3rd car, and several soldiers came out with him. Venom snarled, your men stay in the vehicles. I'm not playing that game. You think I'm fucking stupid?" He signaled his men to get back in the cars and turned to Venom. "I have a warrant for Nathan Asbell and Richard Slate." Venom nodded. "Sure you do. I am going inside. To my office. I need a good stiff drink. And then, you and I are going to have a little discussion about how you even had the slightest idea Nathan or Richard would be in my custody today. Because if you even hint at one of my people betraying me, I will put a bullet in your brain and not even blink." Damn, my mate is hot when he is threatening a government agent. Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Chapter 36. That's easy. Home. Venom.
I am pissed. Pissed enough to spit nails? I mind-linked Axe to sweep my office for government-issued bugs. I have a feeling I know how he did it, and when I confirm it, this motherfucker will be shitting bricks by the time I am done with him. As I sat down at the VIP, Delaney set a glass of whiskey in front of me. She half-heartedly offered a drink to Unjur, but he refused. I sat staring at him, sipping my whiskey. He said, "Your delay tactic isn't working. I am well aware of what you're doing." I sneered. Are you? Are you really? Because if my man finds what I know he is going to find in my office, you and I are going to have a problem, a serious one. He said, "You tell me what you would have done? We have been chasing our own tails on this case for months. Our intel sucked. We couldn't catch anything with phone taps and wires. Information was sketchy, at best. When I realized your wife was on Slate's radar, I took the opportunity, knowing he would try again." Axe came back and tossed 2 bugs on the table between us. Torin was roaring in my head. I scoffed. 5 fucking years of my life I gave to this country. I put my life on the line hundreds of times. For this country, only to be betrayed. In the end, by this country. Ainger said, "They're harmless. We didn't listen to any other information, but that pertaining to Slate." I laughed. "Do you realize who you're talking to? You can't play me. And you damn sure can't convince me you have not built an entire dossier on me with the information you gleaned from listening to my private conversations." He muttered, "I wouldn't come after you. You do more good than harm. But I needed information, and you were the quickest way to get it." I leaned on my elbows and snarled, "Newsflash, asshole. I have ignited my alpha mantle. I have taken my place in the werewolf realm. That dossier don't mean shit now. Your government can no longer touch me. We govern ourselves. That warrant, not worth the paper it's printed on. Not because I am Wolf, and you know it. Your government still protects some privacies of her people. You never obtained a warrant to bug my office. That's illegal. Yes, you can record a person's conversations, but you have to have a warrant to do that, unless you alert the person that you are recording, and they are aware." He scoffed. "I didn't need a warrant, since you so eloquently pointed out. You're alpha now, no longer protected by the laws of our Constitution." I laughed again. "You really are an idiot. You planted the bugs. 3 days before my ascension, still protected by your Constitution, making that warrant completely illegal." Unjur said, "Look, do you have Slate and a spell or not? I'm getting bored of you fluffing your feathers and peacocking around to impress your wife." Delaney laughed and said, "And we care. Why? What I find funny is you, still thinking you are running the show. Reality is, you're only here by our grace. Legally, you're trespassing. You make the mistake of thinking Venom has to impress anyone. He does that without trying." I asked Max, "Why, dude? We were friends. We served together. Brothers. Then you come into my home and betray me. You should have known it wouldn't work. The fuck of it is, had you asked, I would have allowed collaboration. That's on you." Max looked directly in my eyes, then slumped back in his chair. "Brass has come down hard on my office. They want Slate. He has enough C4 to blow up half of New York City. We need to get it back before that maniac decides to do just that." I was desperate. I had been given the by any means necessary order. I said, "You should have told me. I would have worked with you. Instead, you chose subversive and covert. I didn't think to check for bugs after you left. Want to know why? Because I trusted you, Max. I don't now. You destroyed that." He responded, "I can apologize, but we both know I am only sorry I got caught. Can we collaborate now? Do you think we can work together? Slate is now a danger to both our worlds." Fuck, he's right. I have been going at this all wrong, looking at it from a singular point of view. I have him set in my brain as my enemy, instead of an enemy of state. Both states. I sighed. Slate didn't show up. We have a spell. You are welcome to join me when I talk to him, as long as talking doesn't make you squeamish. Some of my own men have been known to throw up when I talk to a prisoner. He laughs. I get it. You'll torture him if it is required, by any means necessary. Remember? I nodded and said, let's go have a conversation. And I led the way to the cells. Damn, it's getting crowded in here. Snake, call Sheriff John. Turn Chad, Vinny, and Christian over to him. That's human drama. The girls we rescued can testify. Pam yelled that Richard was coming, and I said, sounds like a you problem, and headed down to Nathan's cell. He snarled, you better let me go. The colonel will come rescue me. Blow this place to pieces. I looked over at Max, then said, damn, dude, Vicky fuked you up. And what's with the gonna be rescued? Is that like chapter 1 in Slate's Book of Evil? Teach y'all to claim a rescue is coming. I yanked him down from the chains and dragged him over to a chair, where I chained him back up. Winking, I said, this is going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me. I squatted down in front of him. You know the drill. I say hard way, easy way. You choose hard way, which was where I was heading anyway. Then I proceed to try and make you tell me what I want to know by varying methods, each more painful than the last. I laid a grinder with a small grinding wheel on it beside me. Where is Slate? He spit on me. Flipping the grinder on, I pressed it into his fingernail, burning the nail off, cutting his skin and cauterizing at the same time. It took 6 nails. I was a little impressed. He decided he had some useful information to impart. Slate has a warehouse outside Oakville. That's usually where we meet up. He stays somewhere else, but nobody knows where. He will stay a few days at the warehouse when we have a job. I laughed. You put yourself through all this pain only to tell me you know fuck all? You think I will accept that? Delaney said. He's telling the truth. He's just another lackey. Slate plays his cards close to the vest. He trusts no one. He's made too many enemies. This last-ditch effort was to talk his paranoid ass off the ledge. He's desperate now. This failure will push him over the edge. Max said, damn woman. You ever want a job as a criminal profiler, let me know. She still amazes me every day. I asked, where do you think Slate is? If you were him, where would you go? She grinned and replied, he would return somewhere familiar, safe, someplace he could trust. So, that's easy, home. I mentally facepalmed.
Chapter 37, Just This Once. Delaney.
Venom sent a team of trackers and a team of spotters out to keep an eye on Slate's mansion. We allowed Captain Unger to take a spell and his associates back to Washington, so the higher-ups would ease off him a little bit. He was due back this evening. They are hoping to be receiving intel from the teams Venom sent out. We want to have a battle strategy, but we can't plan until we know the extent of the enemy army. I won't be able to go on this ride. I am way too pregnant to sit the back of a bike. I would rather not see that man's face again. Every time I think about him hurting Maddox, I want to kill him. Seeing his face, I doubt I could hold Iris back. Maddox is helping the sweet butts paint their rooms. They have all been so good since Tammy has been gone. Venom is rewarding them, and they all opted on painting. It became glaringly obvious she was the bad apple. Venom called me into his strategy room. I didn't even realize Max was back. You look different when you're not in uniform. More approachable. It's a good look. He chuckled. Yeah, don't have to wear it when I'm not working. Venom pulled me into his lap, breathing me in. I sighed into the comfort of his arms, and he said, I wanted you here to watch these videos that the team sent in. Miss Slate is in a couple. Maybe analyze her body language. I smiled at my handsome mate. Absolutely. Let's see if we can tell what's going on with her. Gizmo started the videos, and the first two were of the exterior grounds. We watched as each of them walked into a huge structure, nearly large enough to house an airplane. I asked what that building was, and was told it was indeed an airplane hangar. Seems Slate owns a Cessna. Venom was watching, and said, Rewind. Go back a few minutes. Stop. Am I seeing that right? I was squinting, looking at the stilled video. I was trying to figure it out when I noticed it. An airplane hangar without an airplane, but pallets of packaged government-issue C4. Damn, that's a lot of explosives. Max said, What the fuck are you seeing? Venom grinned and said, Not too observant. Look behind the soldier coming out of that side door. The door is open just wide enough to see what's in there. On the fourth video, I got my first view of Mrs. Slate. Oh yeah, she's got a lot going on. I had also been watching one particular soldier who always seemed to hover closer to the house, while the others patrolled the perimeter. This one stuck close to the back of the house, and there is only two reasons. The second time I saw Mrs. Slate, the mystery of the soldier's behavior made sense. I said, Slate is holed up inside the house. He is also terrorizing his wife. Are there children in this marriage? Max responded, 2, a 14-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl. Venom said, Axe. Why didn't we know that? Axe shrugged and told us recon didn't include looking for children. I giggled, Be specific. Baby. Mrs. Slate is exhibiting abused behavior. He is either using the kids against her or outright abusing her. Either way, she is being persecuted. Do you see the guy sticking close to the house? He's not doing it because he's been ordered to. He is either trying to hear what's going on inside, or he is involved with Mrs. Slate somehow. Venom told Gizmo to find out who the man was, and I told them. By this time, Slate knows his little plan has failed. By now, and I am going out on a limb here, he was either banking on the money from the sale of those women, or he accepted an advance on the sell, meaning he owes beaucoup bucks to some Middle Eastern oil tycoon, and he knows they will be coming to collect. Max responded, That makes sense. But why the C4? What is he planning for that? Shaking my head, Oh, that's solely for the grand finale. He wants to destroy the man who he feels is responsible for destroying his career. He will make his move soon. If you don't stop him before he starts moving that C4. Venom nods his head, Max. Gather your troops. I have already ordered mine to get ready. We roll out in an hour. Slate is too volatile and unpredictable to leave him walking free. Max said, We can't go in there all gangbusters. We don't know for sure he is even there. I snarled, No, but we know for sure that fucking C4 is there, and I, for one, would rather it be back in the hands of the government, as questionable as that may be, than in the hands of a homicidal maniac. Venom said, Maybe you can't go in there all gangbusters, but I can. Who's going to tell me no? Max's phone rang, and he stepped outside to answer it. Venom looked at me and asked, I am struggling to trust anything Max is saying right now. Why wasn't that warrant he had served at Mrs. Slate's? Why did we hear nothing from him until the day we took Nathan and his cronies down? I nodded. He's hard to read, but if you think about it, he's hanging out here and learning our plans. He could be passing them on as we speak. Gizmo, tell our trackers to be on high alert. If Max is betraying us, There will be a lot of activity happening shortly. When Max came back in, Venom said, "Who was on the phone, Max?" and was answered with, "Just work stuff." Venom nodded and said, "This is your only warning. If I even think you are betraying me, your life is forfeit. Gizmo is running the location of Nathan Asbel down now. If he isn't in custody, you will be." Max asked, "What changed? We were good before my phone call. Now you're acting like I'm public enemy number one." Venom laughed. "Not public, and certainly not number one. But I said it before. I will repeat. I don't trust you. You just better hope I'm wrong, and you're not on the wrong side of this shit." I said, "Nathan is in custody. They needed a scapegoat. We handed them one. All wrapped up in a pretty package." Snake said, "I hope we're wrong. Just this once."
Chapter 38, Hand of God, Venom.
Snake was sent out to inform the troops that Max isn't to be trusted. I had remained suspicious of him from the beginning, but when his tracker has shown him at the Pentagon, after dropping Nathan at Quantico, I had begun to relax a little. I stood and took Delaney's hand in mine. "Let's all hit the racks. We can get a couple hours sleep before we take off." And Max asked, "I thought we were leaving out right away. I'm not really tired. Shouldn't we get there as soon as possible?" I smiled. "My men are running on nothing. You may not be tired, but I'm not risking the welfare of my people because you're well rested." When we got to our room, Axe mind linked he had bugged Max's room and had cloned his phone, so we will see anything he is going out or coming in. Delaney smiled at me. "I have the helicopters inbound as we speak. Ida about 10 minutes. Our strike teams are almost in place. Around Slate's mansion. The extraction team for Mrs. Slate and her kids are waiting on your go." I sighed. This woman could plan a siege on Buckingham Palace, and no one would know it before it was too late. She is a phenomenal strategist. "I love you, baby. Thank you for coming into my life and turning it completely upside down." She laughed and said, "You got it twisted, love. You turned my life upside down." I grinned and pulled her into my lap and said, "If we had time, I'd be turning you every which of way right now." Giggling, she kised my neck and Torin just purred deep in my chest. When I heard the thumping of the inbound choppers, I ran through the clubhouse, pounding on doors, yelling, "Roll out, 10 minutes, let's move," making sure Gizmo was monitoring Max. When he mind-linked me that Max had sent a text before he even put his pants on. Gizmo said, "He sent 3 words, choppers, go time," to a burner phone. Can't track it because, well, burner phone. I laughed and said, "Let's get this show on the road." We had loaded up and were airborne in minutes. Leaning my head back, acting like I was resting, I mind-linked Snake. "Send in the extraction team. I want the Slate family out of there and to safety before we rappel into that yard. Do not speak. Everything mind-linked." Max asked, "Are we putting down in the field behind the mansion?" I responded, "Nope," and stayed relaxed back. That would be the best vantage point to attack from, right? And again, I said nope. He gave up and leaned his own head back, scrolling his phone. Snake said, "Won't get a text until we're over the mountain." Max chuckled, "Nobody texts me. Living the dream over here. Single. Broke. Facing early retirement because of this shit." Snake said, "Early retirement won't be bad. You're still young enough to meet someone. Build a family. Money comes and goes. Nothing to hinge a life on. See? Problem solved." I hid my grin. When Axe said, "Ida, 2 minutes," I sat up, checking gear, and sent out club-wide links, ready to deploy in 1 minute. Gear ready. I ordered our strike team in place, just as I was notified the family was safe. The choppers hovered, 2 over the courtyard of the mansion, and 3 on the sides not covered by the strike team. We rappelled down, and men rushed the yard. We started laying down cover fire to keep our guys from getting hit. And by the time we hit the ground running, 10 of Slate's men were down. Snake took his team toward the hangar. Strike team hit the outbuildings. My team took off for the house, with Max in tow. When we breached, we were taking heavy fire. Axe fired a flashbang into the front of the house, followed by 5 more. We cleared the door, firing as we went. As the smoke cleared, Slate stood at the top of the staircase, laughing. The psycho was laughing. He said, "You have no clue, Stone, always thinking you're smarter than everyone else." Yeah, I destroyed that village, and I knew I would face court-martial. But when you're military to the bone, you always follow orders, at your own peril. I will never be ashamed of being a patriot and doing what my government said I had to. I said, "No, you didn't have to. I had 6 Article 92s, paid my fines, and moved on. Promotions weren't that important that I would ever attack civilians, especially women and children." He laughed again. "It wasn't the promotions, Stone. You still don't get it. This is so much bigger than you and me. I am still following orders." And when Jemmy... A bullet found its way between his eyes, and I looked around. Max was standing in the foyer, his gun still smoking. I yelled, "What the fuck, Anjur? We could have brought him in." He shrugged and said, "Following orders. We do what we're told." I sneered, "By any means necessary, got it." I walked outside and told Axe, "You and your team stay with that C4. Release it to no one until you reach Hawthorne in Nevada. Only to the commanding officer. Get a goddamned receipt." Max said, "No, my orders are to take custody of the C4 and return it to Quantico." I looked him dead in the eye. "I don't give a fuck what your orders are. You have muddied the fuck out of this entire situation from the beginning. Best believe I will be finding out why. You can take that to the bank." He turned to walk away when Spider walked over to me, handing me a cell phone. "Found it in Slate's pocket. Maybe take a look-see?" I swiped the screen and checked the text messages, and sure enough, Max's texts were the only ones there. I held the phone up and yelled, "Max?" He turned back around, just before getting into a car. "That's twice, motherfucker. Come for me again. You won't survive a 3rd betrayal." He shrugged. "I follow orders, Venom. That is all." I walked straight up to him and punched him square in the teeth. "Tell your boss. Make sure he understands. I will find out who he is, or they are, and I am coming for all of you, everyone involved, in the decimation of that village, in the human trafficking, in the bombing that nearly killed my wife, and the one that killed and injured all the people in that store. You tell him there will be a fucking reckoning, and your leaders have just elected me the fucking hand of God."
Chapter 39. I Smacked Him. Delaney.
It has been a hectic 4 weeks, but we finally got moved to packed territory. Gizmo has put a whole team together, looking for the head of the snake who ordered Slate to do what he did. Surprising fact, Vicky is a computer geek like Gizmo. Her hacking skills are crazy good, and she even rivals Gizmo in talent. She is acclimated to the wolf world really well, and has decided to take the turn when Maddox does. She's cute. She said she's doing it then, so Maddox doesn't face it alone. We know it so she isn't alone, but not calling her on it. It's too adorable. The baby is due any time now. I am huge. I'm not sure where my feet have gone. I haven't seen them in weeks. My go-to craving has been pretzels dipped in Nutella, and I have ransacked the entire kitchen pantry searching. And we have no Nutella, which is why I am sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor, bawling my eyes out. I hear someone yelling, "Alpha," knowing I have been spotted. Shortly, Snake and Venom ran into the kitchen and lifted me just as I popped another Oreo in my mouth. He sat with me in his lap and asked, "What is it, baby? Are you hurt?" I shook my head and through my sobs told him, "I sniffle can't find Hiccup the Nutella." He promised, "I will send Spider out to get some right now, my angel. That's my fault. I didn't know we were out." He's so good to me. Snake asked, Luna, did you eat this whole bag of Oreo double stuffed?" I tucked my head and mumbled, "It was a snacksident." Venom busted out laughing. "A snacksident?" I nodded and explained, "Yes, it wasn't on purpose. I was looking for my pretzels and Nutella when I spotted the Oreos. I thought I would have a couple to snack on while I searched." He started laughing harder and said, "Baby girl, you snacked on a whole package of cookies." And I nodded again. "Yeah, snacksident." Snake chuckled. "I'm making a grocery list. We can't have our Luna having snacksidents every day. We don't want her to be sick to her tummy." Venom told him it was a good plan, and then told me to tell Snake everything I might want. Big mistake. Huge. A few days later, Maddox and I were watching a movie. The baby had been so active. He started rolling and moving about 2 in the morning and had not let up. I was exhausted. I stood to go to the bathroom when my water broke. I sent Maddox to get Venom, not because I couldn't mind Lincoln, but because Maddox was panicking, and I damn sure couldn't deal with that right now. I climbed into the shower, wanting to be clean before we headed to the infirmary, but just as I was finishing, the strongest contraction yet hit me like a freight train, and I nearly went to my knees. I did mind Link Venom for help then. He rushed in and helped me into a sundress and my robe. He lifted me in his arms and made a beeline for the hospital. The doctor was waiting for us, leading us to the birthing room, hooking me up to monitors and told me to get comfortable. Fucking moron. Get comfortable? Sure. I'm about to what will essentially be the equivalent of spitting a grapefruit through a garden hose. And he says get comfortable. 4 hours later, a 9-pound, screaming bloody murder bundle of joy was laid on my chest, while his proud daddy cut the umbilical cord. He's a bloody mess, and particularly unhappy about being naked in the chilly air, and I can't stop kizing him, rubbing his little head. My mate standing beside us, tears running down his face, he leans down, kizing me, then kizing our baby. Torin roared at the top of his lungs when they came to take our son to weigh and measure him. They will clean him up and dress him before bringing him back. Venom apologized, but I'm not sure the nurse who peed herself is going to forgive him anytime soon. Our little boy was brought back an hour later. Venom had summoned the pack and walked to the window. He lifted the baby in the air. "Warrior wolves, the air is here. I give you Artemis Maddox Stone." The pack cheered and clapped. Then they shifted, howling out their joy. My heart warmed at the sound of love and acceptance from the people he would someday lead. Artemis' birth weight was 9 pounds 2 ounces, and he was 22 inches long. A big boy. But when you think about the size of his daddy, it makes perfect sense. We went home the next day, and I have become unofficially the feed bag. That is pretty much the only time I have seen my son. He's hungry. "Here, Mom." "Oh, he shit his britches." "Here, Mom." Otherwise, Venom, Axe, Snake, and Maddox are fighting over who will hold him next. I wish I had someone I could ask if this is how it's supposed to be, or if it changes when the new wears off. Vicky is sitting with me, wanting all the details about labor and delivery. and I asked, "Are you pregnant, Vic?" She laughed. "Goddess, no. We want to wait to get pregnant until after I'm turned. All the women I talked to said it's easier to have a baby when you're a wolf." I laughed and asked her, "How would they know, Vicky? What are they comparing it to? Humans aren't in abundance around here." She started laughing. "Good point. Maybe I should stay human for our first baby and go wolf for the second. For research purposes, of course." I laughed even louder. Of course. Makes perfect sense to me. It would give us a point of reference. I went in search of Artemis, to find him attached to his daddy's bare chest in a snuggy sling, while he sat at the table in the club pub, sipping a beer. I laughed, "Skin bonding." He nodded and scowled at anyone whom he thought was talking a little too loud. I sat down just as Maddox slid into the pub. He saw Venom and disappointment clouded his features. "When's my turn?" I laughed again. "Not a single one of you know what you're starting. Don't come whining to me in a few months when you want to put him down, and he refuses to allow it. That shit is on y'all." Venom said, "I will rig a backpack he can ride in while I work. He can always be with his daddy. Isn't that right, sweet little man? We don't need no stinking mama." I smacked him.
Epilogue. Third person.
Venom and Delaney walked into the courtroom and sat in the back. Her eyes lifted to the side door as Marcus was led in, shuffling to his seat in his shackles. He looked so much older, tired. According to records, he had been an exemplary prisoner, never causing disruptions, always doing what he was told. He found religion and was working towards his salvation. Delaney didn't buy it for a second, believing it to be an act, just to persuade the warden, the judge, that he was rehabilitated. The attorney listed Marcus's accomplishments. He had completed certification for mechanics training. He worked as a trustee in the laundry and attended church faithfully. Hadn't missed a Sunday. When asked if anyone had anything to add, Delaney stood and said, "Your Honor, I am Delaney Stone. This man was my stepfather, and I am one of his victims. Whatever your decision here today only affects me and my brother if he doesn't leave us alone. We are residing in the Warrior Wolves Pack in northern Idaho. I say that so he knows where we are. He should probably avoid that area for the rest of his life. Wolves Pack territory are exempt from human law." Venom stood beside her and said, "I have no warning to give you, Walters. I have a warning. Come for my family, and you won't walk away." Marcus never opened his mouth the entire time Delaney or Venom spoke. Then he said, "I want to see my son. That's all I want." Delaney whipped around and sneered, "And I want my mother to watch her son grow up, play with her grandbabies. How's it feel to want?" It was decided parole would not be granted that day, but addressed again in 6 months. All Delaney felt was relief, feeling like they had been granted, at least, a temporary reprieve. Gizmo had been nonstop on research, still with no clue who was in charge of the orders Slate was following. Vicky came across something called Operation Gemini, and Venom recalled Slate's last conversation. He was saying something that could have been Gemini, but all he had gotten out was Gemmy before he had a bullet between his eyes. When Venom and Delaney arrived back home, Axe met them at the door. "Alpha, a girl was found, dumped outside our gates, sometime in the wee hours of the morning. She's in really bad shape and Doc isn't sure she will make it." Delaney was already heading towards the hospital when Venom caught up with her. "Babe," she looked at him, "I want the full report from the doctor while I take a look at her injuries. There's a reason she was dumped at our gates." Doc immediately went into the extent of the girl's injuries. Nearly every bone in her body has been broken, all of them in varying degrees of healing. She has 2 skull fractures, which have caused brain bleeds. I have a shunt in, draining the blood from her brain, trying to minimize the pressure, but we won't even be able to know what she looks like until the swelling goes down. Delaney was checking over her wounds. Her injuries were severe. Several were life-threatening, rolling the girl up on her side to check her spine. Delaney gasped, "Doc, did you see this?" Doc and Venom walked over to see what Delaney was talking about, and Torin growled, rattling the windows. On the girl's left butt cheek was a freshly burned brand, the zodiac sign for Gemini. The sequel will be out soon. Venom and Delaney will maintain their search for Gemini, but the main focus of the next book will be Maddox's turn, his first shift, and maturing into a man, finding his mate.
The end.